Hello, everyone, and welcome to the eLearn Success Series. My name is Aladik, and I'm coming to you live from the colorful state of Colorado in the United States of America. You are here, hopefully, to watch the EdTech session of the eLearn Success Series. This is our third of 4 sessions that we're going to be having this year. And as you can see on your screen there, we have a host of fantastic speakers and presenters today. Everything from artificial intelligence to the challenges that we've overcome to DIYing and creating an EdTech solution to online proctoring to what does an online learning system look like when you don't use a learning management system, an LMS. We have just a ton of great conversations to have today. And as you can see there on your screen as well, I want to give a huge shout out to our sponsors that make this event possible. At the top there, you can see our gold sponsor, IntelliBoard, a data analytics provider that we've been working with for, it's more than a decade now for me. But Tonya Riney, who is the Chief Operating Officer, will be speaking from today as our keynote speaker at the end. But big thanks to IntelliBoard. Class, actually a new sponsor with us. Class is an application that sits on top of Zoom and creates a learning platform through the Zoom platform. Really excited to have them aboard with us as well. iSpring and Respondus are both silver partners with us today. iSpring is a content creator and a provider for learning management solutions, and Respondus is an online proctoring platform. Again, thank you to them. And then our 2 bronze sponsors this year, Open Sesame and Sumati. Again, Open Sesame is a content provider for your e-learning solutions, and Sumati is another online proctoring system. And of course, my name is Aladik, and as soon as we pull down this banner, Shazam, you'll see me. There I am, and I'm here with Phil Miller, who ultimately we are the platinum sponsors for this. We come from the company Open LMS, and I'm super excited to see you today, Phil. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm keeping cool. I'm here you're in Colorado, hopefully like up in the mountains where it's a little cooler or something. I'm here in the plains, the Great Plains of Indiana, and it is hot. I mean, I think
it's also hot, like steamy and muggy.
Yeah, steamy and muggy, but my understanding is it's hot everywhere in the world. So it's not just here, unfortunately. So hope everybody's staying inside, has a cool beverage, that you're settled in somewhere nice and cool for these great sessions that we've got coming up today.
Fantastic. Phil, yesterday in our kickoff meeting, or our kickoff party that we have every day, one of the things that I like to focus on from the Open LMS perspective is our embrace and passion about being open and being a part of the EdTech community. You want to talk to our ethos around that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about working so much in education and learning is that it's always been really open, right? If you look back to the early universities of the world, they were all kind of founded on this thing, separate from the government, separate from business for the most part, and really open investigation. And there's that continues in kind of our ethos, right? So we're not only based on an open source platform, but we also host events like this, which are open to the entire community. We try to give back code whenever we can. We try to donate or gift training resources. There's just so much that we want to do to help those that are trying to educate students, that are trying to help employees be better. The other part of it is just the transparency about the way that we run our business, right? And our things like our roadmap that we share publicly, and all of this stuff is just trying to really be open as a company, because that's part of our ethos, part of who we want to be.
Talk to me about your passion for EdTech. You've been in this business for forever. I'm not going to call you out on the decades, but as you think about EdTech, as we come out of the pandemic here, we've had sort of like this the leader of the eLearn Guild, right? Like when we had him on the eLearn podcast a couple of weeks ago, he basically said, look, we've got a community of about 60,000 people in our community, and the key word that everybody's saying is hybrid, right? And this is what everybody's kind of adjusting to, even now as we see different waves of the Omicron coming in, and different workers choosing, hey, look, I want to stay remote rather than coming back to the office. Talk to me about how EdTech fits into that in your mind, and what you see coming up here for the second half of 2022 and maybe into 23.
Yeah, I mean, hybrid doesn't really exist without technology, right? I mean, you can't do it. It's a requisite part of it. So I think it's important that we look at that. I still don't know that we fully know what hybrid means yet, though, right? I mean, does it mean that they have the option to come to class, and be there in person? Does it mean that, once a week or once a month they're in person? There's a lot of things that I think still have to be ironed out, and it's going to be unique in a lot of different situations, right? There are some courses, some subjects, some trainings that just make more sense to be face to face, and there are some that are easily teachable online, and there are some that kind of fit in the middle there. So I think it's going to be very unique. And so that from an ed tech perspective, what I look at is how flexible can the technology be to support all of these different models. Some of them are experiments, right? Some people are trying these models for the first time, and they're going to want to try them, see how they work. If they work well, keep going, improve on them, or if they're not working, then adapt and change. And so if the technology that sits underneath it is flexible, that really helps a lot, right? And then that's going to be an important part of how ed tech can contribute to this, because it's going to keep changing, right? I mean, your mention about the variants and stuff. I unfortunately kind of read the newspaper every night a little bit online before I go to bed, and we're still not fully out of COVID. I don't know that maybe we will ever be, but there are going to be periods of disruption, and then there are going to be people that find, online learning is actually better for them or better for the subject that they're trying to teach. So it's the technology has to be able to support all of these different models. And also those models can be different even within the same institution or the same company, right? Like some things may need to be face-to-face, some things may be fine hybrid, some things pure online. It's not a one-size-fits-all, even within individual companies or individual universities or schools. So flexibility is going to be the key. Adaptability is going to absolutely be the key.
Fantastic. Well, I know that you have a super busy day today, and I wanted to just give you the opportunity to say hello to everyone who's coming in. I mean, our room is filling up. I want to remind everyone that take a second in that chat if you are watching on YouTube, because that's the only place we're broadcasting right now. Tell us where you're from. I'd like to know. Are you in the United States? Are you in Europe? We had some people from Adelaide join us, from Australia. We know we have a lot of people in Latin America, Africa, the Middle East. Let us know where you're coming from. Although Tom Walpole, he has a comment for you here. He says he's on board that hybrid is as hybrid does. Not possible to pin down all the options yet. Anything that you want to leave us with, Phil?
Well, I mean, I think today is going to be a really exciting day. I mean, I've been an ed tech nerd now. You mentioned many years. I think we're at about 19, 20 years. I've been a bit of an ed tech nerd, and I've loved every minute of it, or almost every minute of it. I'm really excited to see what people have to say. I mean, I feel like this session, if we think back of these sessions we've had so far, we had the instructional design session, which was good and very practical. We had the instructor session, which again, I think very practical and some very good hands-on stuff here. I hope that we see both some practical stuff, and I think there are some sessions that I saw, and you may have your favorites picked out already, Stephen, but that are kind of more forward-looking about not like what are we just doing today, but what could we do, or what might we be able to do if technology continues to evolve in that way. And so I'm hoping that today's session actually kind of stimulates people's thinking on a go forward basis instead of on just a hands-on what can we do today basis, because some of the stuff around AI, some of the stuff around analytics, those things are still emerging, right? And we don't know exactly what those are going to turn into yet. So I'm excited to hopefully have people's thoughts pulled forward into the future a little bit. So
fantastic.
That's how I'm thinking about it.
Well, thank you very much. I know that our next speaker has both you and I beat in terms of his tenure in the EdTech industry. We're going to bring Al Kingsley on the stage here in about 30 seconds. He is the CEO of NetSupport, and he's going to be talking about the challenges that we've overcome, but then looking towards the future about what EdTech can hold. So stick around and we'll see what he says.
Hope everybody has a fabulous day. Enjoy the sessions. Let us know if you've got questions, comments, ideas for how to continue to make this a great session for everybody. But have a great day. Stephen, I know you live for this. You've been probably drinking coffee and getting all pumped up for it. You're ready to go for a long day.
Yeah, but it's right here. It's hidden on the side. Open. It disappears when I do that. So yeah, no, there it is right there. I'm ready to go.
Get caffeinated. Here we go. Let's light it up.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Bye.
So yes, folks, coming on the stage, we have Al Kingsley. So Al Kingsley is the CEO of NetSupport. He has been around this business for the last 30 years or so. He has spoken at a million different conferences. He has he's been on our eLearn podcast before, and I'm really excited to welcome him to the stage to talk about what challenges have we overcome and where we're going right now. So without further ado, hello, Mr. Kingsley.
Good afternoon. Lovely to be here.
That's right. It's good afternoon for you. Where do we find you again? Remember?
You will find me in a very sunny Peterborough, just north of London in the UK. And when I say sunny, we broke an all-time record yesterday with over 40 degrees in the UK.
Yeah, I guess so. Phil was right that actually it is hot everywhere. I actually and honestly, I saw some news reports as well of like people sticking their heads in fountains in the UK and whatnot. Like it's just absolutely ridiculous all over the world.
We're not used to coping with. We're good with cold, but warm is a bit more of a challenge. But we're getting by.
Fantastic. I wanted, before you start, there is a comment in our chat here from Tom Wupple about a way to access the former sessions. There is, Tom, and if you just stick around for a little bit, we'll be talking about that throughout the day, about how to access all of the sessions from today, the previous sessions, and the summit in previous years from 2021 and 2020 as well through the All Access Pass. But I don't want to take up any of Al's valuable time. Al, I want to give you the stage and to share your slides here. I'm going to add them to the stream, and away you go.
Look at that. Thank you very much. So yes, first and foremost, pleasure to be here. Looks like there's a cracking lineup of different topics being covered. For those of you that don't know me, my name's Al Kingsley, as introduced by Ladek. Last 30 years in the EdTech sector, wearing two hats. So on one side, Chief Executive Officer of NetSupport, who develop a range of solutions for schools. And on the other side, I am chair of a multi-academy trust, I guess equivalent to a school district in the UK, supporting a cluster of schools in the east of England. I also chair an alternative provision academy, which is a school for young people that struggle in mainstream education. And to complete the circle, I also chair our Special Educational Needs and Disabilities Board for the region. So education is something I'm very passionate about. And what I try and bring is a perspective from both sides. And sometimes that is a really useful way of feeding in not just what sounds like a great idea, but whether it really translates into practical application down the line. So for the next 45 minutes or so, I am going to take you on a bit of a journey about EdTech, how we take our ambition. So creating that vision, that strategy, how we move it forward, talking about some of the things that I think are hot topics. And fortunately, it looks like some of the things I've identified are things that some of us will be talking about later today. So few on that one. And then probably one of the most important ones, with such a broad range of choices when it comes to EdTech. And let's be honest, the options and choices are ever growing. How do we actually choose wisely? And that links around the idea of evidence-informed EdTech. So I hope you'll enjoy the session. My social media details are there at the end of my contact details. Always happy to connect and have a chat with like-minded people. So please do reach out. So let's kick things off. There's my name, as if you didn't need to know that. Let's start with digital strategy, digital vision, thinking about digital within our schools or districts. As a general rule, when I start talking about EdTech, there tends to be a bit of a line that's drawn down the room. Half the room think this is going to be exciting, innovative, going to talk about some new technology that we can use to unlock potential in our schools. And probably not surprisingly, the other half of the room think, that sounds a bit daunting, not sure about that. How on earth are we going to fit that in with our existing pressures and time commitments and so on? And so really part of the process when we're thinking about our digital vision is not just what we'd like to achieve, but actually making sure we've got the right stakeholders involved so we can have the conversation of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and ultimately how we're going to measure that impact. I tend to use a little bit of a simple sign, and I've stolen a line there from good old Vanilla Ice, which is we need to stop, collaborate, and listen. And what do I really mean by that? Well, over the years, often when it comes to planning our digital strategies in our schools, often the catalyst has been the finance team. We've got this much budget that's available this year, or we've got a deadline that we need to invest in. What do we think we should do? And it's always been my argument that actually we need to bring all the right stakeholders around the table to decide on our digital vision, to look at what we've achieved so far, to be reflective, and I'll come on to that, and that when it comes to finance, finance should simply dictate the speed of the journey, not the destination. And when we talk about stopping and collaborating and listening, there are lots of stakeholders, and we can think of it in the sense of a virtual Venn diagram. At the center, I sincerely hope, will be your children and your teachers, who will be shaping the direction of travel, the potential, the frustrations, the opportunities that exist, and making sure at the heart of all the classroom decisions, we've got that kind of pedagogy focus. But around that, we will have lots of other stakeholders. We'll have our senior leadership, the key staff within our schools, who will be wanting to feed in some of the priorities in terms of our school's development plan. Where are our areas of development we want to set top of that list and priority? Alongside that, we'll be wanting to make sure that our IT team are at the heart of the discussion. Not always leading the discussion, but at the heart. So when we talk about the potential for potentially introducing new technology, we've got a little bit of a validation as to whether that's going to have an impact on the infrastructure that we have in place. And also being mindful that that infrastructure goes through its own life cycle of upgrades and therefore costs associated. Alongside that, we've also got to make sure we're mindful of some of the upcoming topics, trends that are really prevalent right now, and for good reason. So that can be everything from data privacy considerations when we're looking at new technology, as well as, frankly, reflecting on our current infrastructure. And I'll talk a bit more about that in due course. We'll be thinking about our online safety, our digital citizenship. The more technology and the more we provide access to tools that are out there in the cloud, the more we need to be mindful of our statutory responsibilities to keep our learners safe. We'll be thinking about accessibility and equity. We want to make sure by introducing new tools, we don't broaden the divide when it comes to accessibility. We'll be thinking about that broader governance within our schools and districts in terms of how we're going to have those checks and balances, that the decisions we take are good use of public funds, and we've got good rationale as to why we're doing it and what's happening. Then we'll have that finance team talking about the challenges, the barriers to the speed of that journey. And I would argue, wrapped all the way around the outside, we then have to consider our professional development. One of the biggest lessons we've learned, tech can be amazing. Tech sometimes isn't amazing, but the real lever to success with technology is confidence. Staff having confidence in using a tool, why they're using a tool, and how to actually measure its impact. And far, far, far too often, professional development is a snapshot of a few hours at the start of the academic year, and then staff are left to find the time. And so there's lots of strategies that we approach when we're looking at that. Often that comes down to identifying the flag bearers, the go-to people for different applications or particular skills within our school or district, and making sure they're signposted so people have confidence to try things with that safety net of who else to go to. So there's lots of things when we talk about building that vision. And the idea, of course, is the more voices we bring together, the more likely that our plan will be convincing and sound. And also with any project change, if you actually give people a voice, get them a chance to buy into what you're trying to achieve, they're much more likely to come along on the journey with you. So something I find super reflective in education, I use the phrase, sometimes you have to look back to move forward. And in reality, what I mean is when we talk about digital strategies, digital visions, there's a natural persuasion to immediately think we're talking about spending some money. Now, of course, ultimately, that may well be the case at some point. But the first part of the conversation should be to reflect on what we've already got and how effectively is it being used. It doesn't seem unreasonable to me to say, actually, if I can identify what works really well in my schools, what's having a real positive impact on learning or learner engagement, then I've got a much stronger argument to go to the people who control the purse strings and actually make a good recommendation as to why I want more of that. Equally, I'd like to know now if I've got technology deployed across my district that is underutilized or could be better moved somewhere else and get more value out of it. I'd want to understand what technology is upgradable versus replaceable. And I'd probably, if I want to think about that reflective approach, I'd also want to know what different applications and subscriptions we have across our school or district and whether they're all being fully utilized. More often than not, when we reflect back, we find there are duplicates or triplicates of tools. Some are being used now because they're in favor, and others are legacy tools, but we're still paying for those subscriptions and renewals. So using that reflective practice, and I said it's something I really embrace within education, because to be honest with you, in the commercial world, if I was talking about coming up with something that worked really well in my business, I'd probably be inclined to keep it a secret as my competitive advantage. And yet here we are in education, where when things work well, we share. We share with our peers within our schools and district, but we also share outside online with our PLN. And we also share what didn't work well without fear of judgment, but recognizing that they're just simply stepping stones. Stepping stones to success start with making mistakes. And one thing we absolutely have learned over the last couple of years, the catalyst may have been the pandemic, but we had a mandate to take risks. Not significant risks, but risks in the context of actually being empowered to try new tools, try new approaches, the way we did things. And in trying new things, for me, that's always going to be the springboard to innovation. The more we accelerate that process, as long as we're realistic, we measure impact, we hold our hands up and recognize when things don't work, then to me, it's always a positive process. So let's say we've had a conversation. We've got all our stakeholders together. We've got a sense of the different things that we want to focus on within our school or district. We've reflected on what works well, and we've reflected and identified perhaps what doesn't work well and really needs development. Where do we go next? Well, we could pass it all to the shoulders of one person and say, run with that project and make it happen. But actually, what I find has been much more effective, schools around the world, has been when they've created and constructed a digital strategy. And certainly in my schools and many others, we work around the concept of pillars. Now, the pillars that we've chosen are, one, a focus on innovating learning. I hope that's not too much of a shock. 2, developing students' digital skills. 3, fostering and developing teacher skills. 4, technology and infrastructure. 5, effective communication. And last and absolutely not least is focusing on everybody's well-being. And why do we have those? Well, on one level, they're all different skills, they're different focus, which means that we can actually have different people who are accountable to moving those different strands of our strategy along. We can have different stakeholders. That means we've got resilience and we've also got more of a collective voice. Clearly, if we talk about our professional development, if we talk about that pedagogy being at the center of our conversations, then one of our clear focuses with the effective use of EdTech, and I stress the effective, is that we want to utilize technology to innovate learning. And that's a huge umbrella, whether it means the terminology in the sense of we want to extend our learning from within the classroom to outside, whether it's the way we want to utilize different technologies to perhaps engage better with our disengaged learners, whether we want to look at ways that will actually help close the feedback loop and stimulate or stretch and challenge our more able learners. But alongside that, we also need to make sure that our students develop their own digital skills. And one thing we've absolutely learned is just because a young person is confident with the use of technology in a social setting, it doesn't mean they automatically have confidence with the effective use of the tools that we choose within our schools. So making sure we develop those digital skills, and alongside it, something that I know won't be a surprise to any of you, is making sure we also consider the broader implications of digital citizenship. Making sure we're really focusing on how children can access content safely, how they can research and challenge the validity of information, how they conduct themselves online with their peers. Something we often talk about is that digital disinhibition. That's a bit of a mouthful. But in essence, digital disinhibition is the behavior where we tend to react differently in the way we communicate on a digital sense than we might do face-to-face with somebody else. Strand 3 is recognizing those teacher skills are key, that continued professional development, providing the right resources, support, nurture, and time, where possible, to foster and develop teacher skills. The more those skills develop, the more likely the technology is going to be deployed and utilized on a regular basis in the classroom. Technology and infrastructure speaks for itself. We can't build on sandy land. We've got to have the right foundations in terms of our infrastructure. We've got to think about where our data is stored, how it's accessed, the physical connectivity infrastructure in our schools, the Wi-Fi, the access points, the security, thinking particularly now about the increased risks of cyber and so on around our technology, and much more. Effective communication is something that many schools around the world have said has been a real positive during the pandemic. On one level, many schools already, whether they were Google or Microsoft, they had those tools in place, but actually didn't really utilize them effectively. The number of schools I've been to that had Teams but thought of it as nothing more than Skype, that suddenly now, over the last 18 months, have developed all sorts of channels, both with students but also with staff, that breaks down those physical silos of coming into school, going into your area, your classroom, and not really engaging with your peers consistently during the day. Whereas now there are opportunities to leverage that and provide not just effective communication within the school, but also utilize many of the new range of solutions that are available to actually foster greater parental engagement and broader community engagement. If we think of our younger learners, certainly when we start the first 3 or 4 years of their education journey, the significant impact that having strong parental buy-in and engagement to a child's learning can have is huge. And we've seen that's been another one where we can really develop. It's different in every country, I acknowledge. Certainly in the UK, we have a routine every term, so 3 times a year, where parents come into school for what we call a parents' evening, a parents' conference. And often we find that there is a subset of our parents who are the harder to reach parents that don't engage effectively. Switching to an online platform, we had a much higher level of engagement from parents that either didn't feel confident discussing their child in a more open setting, or didn't have the travel flexibility or work commitments that allow them to engage. Now we look at a blended model, a combination during the year of face-to-face and virtual meetings. And that in itself feeds into the last strand, everyone's well-being. Suddenly staff have an automated scheduled virtual parents session where each session is timed. When the time's up, it moves to the next one. Staff can conduct it from home rather than staying late into the evening at school. And well-being is a broader sense. In many schools, probably pre-pandemic, in many schools, and certainly not all, well-being was a tick in the box based on an email telling staff to consider their well-being and where they could phone if they had any personal issues. But actually, well-being is much more than that. Well-being integrates into a digital strategy by us actually thinking about, well, are there tools that can actually reduce teacher workload? And that's a key, whether that workload frees some of that excess capacity and demand we're putting on staff, or if we're fortunate, provides capacity for them to do more of the things that we know will have a more positive impact. And so thinking about technology that will actually support and enable teachers to spend more time doing what they're best at, for me, has to be a key. So that's really where we've focused our key strands. There's no hard and fast rule. As was alluded to in our introduction, schools are all very different, and it will depend on where your school's at on its own digital journey, what mixture and cohort of staff you've got, and how confident they are with the technology they use. What I wanted to do next was just talk about some of the things that seem to be, as I'm going to refer to them, as the movers and shakers at the moment when it comes to EdTech. So first up, I'm not sure if my picture I chose was the most effective, but it was the term digital strategy. I'm not sure it was that common a term if we go back more than 2 years ago. There were plenty of schools that were thinking about it and doing it. In my personal experience, it was acknowledged, but it was never a priority. There was always more important things to do. And actually credit to the teaching profession that suddenly we had a pandemic. We had to flip in a matter of days to deliver some form of online experience and continued engagement with our learners. And suddenly this thing that we never really had time to really dedicate quality time to, we were able to start to adapt and integrate as part of our discussions on top of everything else. And so now we're starting to look, whether we call it digital strategy, setting a digital vision, or simply interweaving it into your curriculum plans and focus, we're now starting to think not just about what we're doing today, but what the implications of choices are today for things we might need to do in the future. And it's lovely to hear, because I'm going to talk about it later, but that thing about thinking about solutions that are platform agnostic is a great idea. Just because in our schools we use a particular platform right now, we don't want to be locked into that to prevent us engaging in future opportunities. And in many cases, who knows what those solutions will be in 2 years' time. But we want to make sure we've got the flexibility and the scalability. And part of that starts with having that digital strategy, which I might add is a constantly moving beast. It's not a one-time right and now we follow it. It's something that should evolve based on experience and feedback throughout. So that's the first one on my movers and shakers summary. Next up, and I'm not going to go into too much techie detail for 2 reasons, because firstly, I've already reviewed the schedule for today, and I can see there are people far more able than me to talk about AI in more detail. But what we've absolutely seen is a recognition that there are solutions entering the market within the EdTech space under the umbrella of AI that have the potential to play a significant role, and in some cases are starting to. I always try and take a yin and yang position and talk about it. I've seen some solutions presented as AI that fundamentally aren't. And I've seen some solutions presented as AI that quite clearly are. And so part of it's recognizing what we're trying to achieve with the solution and how we think it will add value. If we think about the last 18 months, a popular phrase we had in the UK and in many regions was the concept of catch up. how we would mitigate the lost learning for our children that had not had that full-time one-to-one tuition. And one of the ways for doing that was to look at solutions that offer a personalized learning experience. And one of the benefits, of course, of any AI or rules-based system, and we can debate the nuances or the cutoff point where one becomes the other, was really focused around the idea that actually alongside what we're doing in the classroom, we have tools that allow each child to undertake questions and challenge around curriculum topics. If they're able to answer them successfully, the solution can adapt and stretch and develop their knowledge onto harder topics and build layers. But just as importantly, if they struggle, can take them back a couple of steps to make sure they're secure in their core foundations of that knowledge and bring them on. Alongside that, we've seen plenty of solutions that AI pathway also starts to introduce more of a gamified approach where we actually get greater learner engagement, because somehow it doesn't feel quite the same as a teacher testing you when you're actually doing it in an app or on a laptop, Chromebook, and you're actually getting scores as you achieve different levels and complete certain aspects. The other area, and it's not unique to AI, but I think it's really important to tie in with, is also there's the opportunity with a number of the solutions now for personalized learning to really use them to improve the feedback loop, to actually speed up the feedback to the child as to how they're doing, what they need to focus on, and what's next. Starting to see, probably linked a little bit into well-being as well, but we're starting to see solutions now that don't just say, thanks for submitting your answers to those, here are your results, but actually start to stretch the child with questions. What did you learn most in this topic? What are the areas? Give us 3 things that you can take away from this. What's one area that you'd like further information on? So really encouraging a child to reflect first before they actually get the results of what they're doing. And then the other part is this sudden debate, which I think is a false debate, which is, AI is replacing teachers. Well, maybe others will have a different viewpoint. My viewpoint is no. I think the fundamental of teaching and learning is the human interaction between teacher and students. It's much broader than simply the acquisition of knowledge, as is the relationship and dynamic student to student. But absolutely, AI solutions can add and enhance to the traditional teaching experience. And I think this is an area where there's absolutely massive growth and potential in the coming months and years. Next up on my movers and shakers, who doesn't love a dashboard, eh? All that data, those pretty graphs and charts, looks fantastic, doesn't it? The problem is, without context, data will never become information or intelligence. It's always the context that shapes data and makes it usable. And without a doubt, and I'm pleased I'm on message because clearly that was another point raised as part of our introduction, there is without a doubt a much greater focus on the effective, that word keeps cropping up as I share through these different slides, the effective use of data within a school setting. Looking at systems, so as part of our acquisition, that are cross-compatible so that data can be pulled from multiple sources so we can consolidate and then use data in an effective way, fundamentally, so that the outcome of seeing that data allows us to shape interventions with our students as opposed to simply looking interesting. So I think there's a whole area of development, both in terms of within individual tools, but also that aggregation of data from lots of different sources to give us a real sense of where a child's strengths, weaknesses, areas for development are, and perhaps across a cohort where there are gaps in learning that we can revisit and build on. And so I expect to see more and more focus on the effective use of data. Lots of schools already are, many Microsoft schools are already pulling their data together with Power BI or similar solutions, the same with Google settings. But again, being able to pull data together, it still starts with the context. What information do I need? How will it help me and support me? And actually, fundamentally, even from a very high level, overall strategic school leadership, a report I often quite like to draw down on is we refer to as a SOAP report, school on a page. Give me the highs and lows, the areas of strength, the areas for weakness and development across this school, so that if I'm challenged about the school context, I've got all the key indicators to hand, and it will also shape my conversations when I'm talking with leadership. All this data, this sharing of data, this online access to new resources where we're sharing all of our personal information, we're tracking the progress and development of our children. Not surprisingly, another really important strand. It's, again, that yin to the yang. The more we want flexibility and access to data, the more we all have an obligation to be mindful of how that data is held, stored, and so on. Now, in the UK, we tend to focus around good old GDPR. I'm sure it's a term you've come across in the US as well. You know, in the US, if we're thinking medical records, we might be thinking HIPAA, but otherwise we'll be thinking FERPA and COPPA and so on. And you've got state-based responsibilities as well. But we do need to be mindful of educational information, personally identifiable information, anything that relates to a child. Now, the approach that we tend to take in our schools is undertaking what very catchily is called a DPIA, a Data Protection Impact Assessment. It doesn't have to sound that technical, because in truth, what does it mean? It simply means when we look at data, we first of all need to consider what information do we store, where do we store it, who has access to it, how long does the data stay there, and ultimately, if any of those variables somebody was to breach, what are the potential risks? And then we can start planning the risk mitigation. And we can also identify whether the risk outweighs the benefit when it comes to us utilizing data for our legitimate education interest. And I think we have another obligation, which probably aligns as much with EdTech vendors as it does with schools, which is about being that transparency in our data processing agreements, actually transparency in what data we gather and store in our solutions. If we share it, and fingers crossed in most cases we don't share it with anybody else, how long we retain it, who has access to it, and so on. And then alongside that, schools and districts having transparency with parents where appropriate of the data that is used and the third-party systems that they use. I firmly believe there is as much fear as there is practical risk often communicated around data privacy. And the best way to mitigate is to focus as much as possible on transparency. But increasingly, there's so much opportunity. The level of data that's available is increasing. We really, really need to be mindful of, do we need this data because it actually has a purpose, or do we have this data because we can? And hopefully that's nothing that's going to surprise anybody listening into a few of my things to look out on the radar. As if by magic, the hybrid world, blended learning, we think about lots of different ways of how we're going to do our learning. And of course, we're trying to reflect on the highs and lows of the last couple of years. Well, the first thing is there's more technology than ever in the hands of our learners, courtesy of government funding in lots of different regions. And alongside that, we've got access and hopefully an elevated level of digital competence within our schools. Not by any means suggesting that all schools are fully competent or comfortable, but we're developing that level of confidence. So it seems reasonable to me to say the first thing we should be thinking about is making sure, as I would rather clumsily say, we don't lose our muscle memory. We've acquired skills, we've acquired confidence in using new tools that give us that flexibility in how we deliver, both blended learning, hybrid learning, and so on. But actually, we want to make sure that we build on those skills. If we don't use those skills, we'll forget those skills. There are things that we naturally might say, well, what will the future hold? We don't know. So let's sit in a pause or a holding pattern. But actually, we've only got to look forward and recognize that ultimately we're equipping our learners for their futures in the workplace or further education. The workplace in the last 2 years has made the decision. It's flipped. Around the world, people are working in the office remotely from different continents, and that flexibility of a hybrid environment is here to stay. If we look at our learners who step away from school and head to college and university, actually most of the teaching is done in a hybrid way with checkpoints in for lectures on key topics. Very much, I guess, the flipped classroom model really, which is to undertake that remote work and research first of all, and then come into those lectures for that additional stretch around the topic. And so with that in mind, the die is being cast. Ultimately, that is the trajectory that we will be developing and the skills we need to make sure that our learners actually develop so that they're fit and able to be as successful as possible in their next stage of their careers. With that in mind, I think there's a whole area that we can look at. A really good example locally, we've been using Teams for delivering a hybrid experience with our learners. And then suddenly we come out of lockdown and we're back in the classroom. And it comes for us to our Easter break. And our students are at home for 2 weeks, but we have lots of revision classes ready for their end of year exams. And our students came into school for their revision classes. And we posed the question, why? Why didn't we do it online? Why didn't we record those sessions so that the 30% of students that didn't engage, didn't attend those classes in school during the holidays, could actually access it at a later date. Why didn't we think about staff well-being rather than traveling into school? And the simple answer was, we didn't think. It was just done because that's the way we've always done it. Much the same as our parents' evening or our school board meetings, that we've actually recognized that by doing a mixture, some in person, some remote, we actually get greater engagement and support from. So I absolutely think we will see an ever-growing trend between how we deliver our learning, between in the classroom and at home, whether that's synchronous, asynchronous, recognizing that there will be, as was mentioned as part of our introduction, there will be a slow shift to recognize for some topics, for some subjects, learning doesn't need to take place face-to-face all the time. But I will always argue, in support of the teaching profession, that there will never be a scenario, and that's a pretty bold statement, but there will never be a scenario for young learners where teaching and learning can effectively happen without the face-to-face environment of the classroom. So much of a child's developmental skills are supported by their relationship and dynamic with their peers in the classroom, the nurture and broader developmental support that teachers provide for young people. That to suggest that we could completely do away with the bricks and mortar, for me, I don't think offers any benefits. As we get older, the debate starts to happen. And when we start to think of schools that perhaps can only offer limited courses as part of their curriculum choices for older students, then suddenly we start to think, well, could those courses or that choice of courses be broadened by allowing some courses to be delivered online from alternative providers whilst the child still stays on roll? So I think the cogs are whirring. We're thinking of the ideas, we're building on the things that we've developed, and I think there's definitely opportunity. Digital equity is my next one on the list here. I'm really conscious chatting away to you. We're probably going to end up talking for 3 hours, so I'm going to keep a focus on the clock. All this technology, all these new applications, all these new ways of leveraging the power of EdTech to support great teaching and learning. We can't forget digital equity, that consistent connectivity and accessibility. One of my biggest concerns is the more we introduce amazing new enriching resources, there is a risk, rather than closing the digital divide, we actually open it for that proportion of our children who don't have consistent and reliable access to technology or connectivity when outside of school. And when we see the socioeconomic pressures, a recession in the UK, for example, when people lose jobs, often things like data connectivity devices tend to be the first things that get squeezed. So we need to be mindful of that. Getting towards the end of my link of movers and shakers is the metaverse. And I don't pretend to be an expert on the metaverse. I'm not sure if there are that many people that are, because frankly, the goalposts keep moving. But I'm a big fan of AI and VR and how that can absolutely engage with some of our disconnected learners, how it can develop learning and a love of learning in different ways with different cohorts. For me, it's more of a question or a challenge for everyone to take away. For me, the metaverse provides fantastic opportunities for us to deliver rich and engaging learning experiences, and also access to opportunities that would otherwise be impossible. Visiting virtual museums, experiences from around the world that our cohort of learners potentially would never be able to engage in. The risk, the reason why I put the balance together, is always going to be thinking about that digital citizenship, online safety. Who's controlling it? Who's managing the environment? Who's making sure that there's controls over conduct, preventing bullying, harassment, inappropriate conduct, data protection? With all these opportunities, there comes challenge. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to not only be open-minded to embrace the opportunities, but also to be mindful of thinking about how there may be challenges that we need to refactor into the way that we keep our learners safe with any of their digital experiences. I did throw in, because I can, and it's a bit late now for Ladek to cut me off, a quick slide here just talking about how we moved and shook. Within Net Support, those of you that have come across us, 30 years in educational technology space. And during those 30 years, we've become pretty well established around the world. Just over 20 million licenses for classroom instructional technology, online safety, and IT management. And we had to recognize at the start of the pandemic that the landscape was moving. And what we needed to do was give people a choice. A desktop-based solution worked flawlessly and effectively in schools, but maybe when it came to delivering any kind of hybrid experience would provide a barrier. So we took all of that experience over the last 30 years and created a brand new solution with the best bits of all, which is called Classroom Cloud. Classroom instructional tech, about online safety, intelligence, and at the same time, the IT management, all in a solution that can be used in the classroom, but flex outside. And much like anything, when we talk about digital disruption, I think the strength of character as a business comes when you are able to look at your own technology and say, you know what, we need to do something different. Not to replace, because I believe firmly in the option for choice, but to give schools and districts a choice of the right tool. And actually, the most important thing we probably learned was ease of use, practicality, accessibility, and security trumped the finite number of features of a product every single time. So we've re-engineered very much around the concept of ease of use. And we've had pretty good feedback, as you can see so far. That's my one slide talking about what we've been up to, but I do believe it's important to practice what you preach when you're talking about EdTech. We're in the home straight. We've reflected on all these opportunities. We've got our digital vision. We're thinking, what next? How do we move that forward and actually get some solutions that we want to add to the mix in our school or district? Well, we could just put a pin on a brochure and pick one randomly, or we could take the tried and tested method of actually stopping and thinking and looking for evidence. And we've got different types of evidence. Some we're traditionally used to, but some we're now refining a little bit. So we've got the anecdotal evidence, talking to peers, to friends, our contacts on our PLN, what works well for you, what products have you got, and so on. We've kind of got the descriptive evidence, thinking a little bit more about things like white papers and case studies where technologies, that solution's been used in other schools or districts, so we can actually validate from a third party that it really did have an impact. We can do some correlational evidence, get yourself an evaluation trial copy, and compare the impact on one class using that technology than another that isn't, and see if you can see any benefits. It might be from a pedagogical point of view. It might be from a time-saving point of view. Depends on the solution you're looking for. And then the last one is that causal evidence, where depending on the nature of the product, if we're thinking much more about certainly the pedagogy side of things, we might start looking at solutions that have got independent external evidence and research to actually support and validate that the solution really does have the right structures and approaches to the way that it will impact. And I'm going to show you a little bit about a rubric that I've adapted that I think is something that I think helps when you just want to focus in on the key bits to focus on. There's a very handsome cartoon chap there that you can possibly recognize, although I may be doing myself a favor there. But just talking about that external validation, there's all sorts of organizations within the US and around the world. One very respected one, Education Alliance Finland, they will take educational technology products and use them within their schools and actually evaluate and validate them against their education standards, provide a really detailed report on the effectiveness of a solution, both from a pedagogy point of view and a broader learning goals. It's a win-win. It provides great information for schools looking to buy solutions that have been independently assessed. And actually, if you're open-minded, it gives great feedback to a vendor on how you can adapt and further enhance your own solution. So always look out for those kind of external validations and accreditations on solutions. And if they're not there, ask. I've been quite surprised nowadays, certainly the last year, how many more product vendor sites will have a page that says evidence. And it will actually show you some of that kind of research, the feedback, all pulled together in one place. Let's assume we've gone through the process. We've got the details. We've seen some friends comparing stuff on social media and so on. This is a rubric that really says, let's have a think about the process for choosing EdTech software. And let's split it into two strands. So you'll see at the bottom, we've got technology. And it starts with asking that simple question. Does the item effectively work with our current and future devices? Again, we're coming back to that point about thinking about technology that's device agnostic. We don't want to buy something that locks us in and forces us to stay on a certain platform and maybe miss other future opportunities. Does the item effectively work with our current infrastructure? Okay, so we're looking at something that's got fantastic capabilities, rich learning environment, but actually we're going to have a significant update on our access points around our school in order to have the sufficient bandwidth and capacity to utilize it. Then we're going to think about school privacy policy. We call different things in different places around the world, but think of it as our data protection consideration. Who makes this product? Where's it based? Where's the data going to be? Is the data going to be in the US, the UK, Mongolia? Does that shape the decision of whether it's appropriate for us? And maybe from a time-saving point of view, we're going to think about, if it's student-centric, can we actually roster data in via Clever, ClassLink, School Data Sync, whoever you choose to use, rather than us have to manually maintain our student cohort within the system. Now, that's one strand. There's a completely separate strand in parallel, and it might be different people making those considerations, which is from a curriculum perspective. Does this solution, and let's assume it's curriculum aligned, does it actually align with our curriculum? Are we happy that the resources it has are compatible with what we currently teach? Then the next question is really about, have we done any kind of content questionnaire? Have we got a checklist of things we're expecting or we need for this solution to make sure that it's going to be fit for purpose? The big one, which comes back from that reflective, what have we already got, is, are we sure we don't currently have an existing program that we're paying for that can do the same thing? And sometimes the answer is no, but actually you'd be surprised how many times the answer is yes, we've got something else, but we're looking at this because either the other one doesn't quite do everything, or actually we didn't know they had that. That was in a different department. And that's where that joined up approach can really, really help. And then the last bit is, do we actually have an understanding of the instructional purpose? Do we know what we're trying to achieve with this? And that will then feed into how we're going to measure during an evaluation process whether it works. Now, the reason they're sat together on page one is because I'd argue, before you waste any time downloading software, getting demos from vendors, trialing software, if you don't pass that first part of the test, there's no point going any further. You may as well just put it to one side and move on. If, however, you're fortunate to find that it does tick those boxes, and then you can move on to the next phase. And that next phase is really about, has it been vetted by educators in your school? Has the vendor done a presentation? Have teachers tested it out in the classroom? Have you those teachers that actually tried it and piloted, did they actually think it was beneficial for teaching, learning, whatever its purpose? And only then you can make a recommendation for purchase. So the idea is just to simplify that thought process of the things to consider as part of that journey. We're on the home straight. Last but one slide, measuring impact. I know you're all immediately going to say, we absolutely get, we can measure impact, we can have a look and see what the impact is on student outcomes. That's often the holy grail. That tends to be the way that we're hardwired in education. We measure it based on student grades and outcomes. I'm just going to pause and say, as well as that, from the lessons we've learned over the last couple of years, could we also strategically add some extra measures of impact? Should we be considering the impact on staff well-being? Or more importantly, even top of that, staff retention. If we've got the right tools that support, reduce workload, allow better collaboration and feedback, provide better information for staff, and we pick tools that are easy to use and have low overheads in terms of adoption, maybe that will help with staff retention. They'll see that they're being supported in part of the learning journey and the pressures of somehow being mitigated. Maybe we'll think about the impact on well-being in our school, and that actually this might not have an immediate impact on learning outcomes, but it absolutely will be beneficial to staff. And so there's another way to do it. Maybe our focus will be about the benefit for our communication with our parents and families, as well as, of course, if it's a pedagogy line solution, does it do what it says on the tin? Will it actually deliver benefit and impact for teaching and learning? And finally, as they like to say at Warner Brothers, that's all, folks. That's a really whistle-stop tour through some of the things that are on the horizon, things to think about. My contact details are there. I did pen a book all about my EdTech journey, so please check them out. And yeah, anybody got any questions, please feel free to reach out and connect with me.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. This has been a whirlwind ride through your recommendations about how to develop an EdTech strategy. Really appreciate it. There is one question right off the top that I'd like to make sure that we get to, and that is, what is your number one suggestion for keeping momentum with blended learning and not returning to full face how we always do it? And that's from Jennifer Van Wagner.
Well, normally the barrier to it is schools that take a prescriptive approach of saying we all do one thing or another. And this might sound really simplistic, but for school leadership, the best way to actually keep momentum going is firstly to actually allow autonomy where possible for staff to adapt depending on their student cohort, because they will know which learners will benefit more and will be more engaged with that process. And then the second thing I'd say is, more often than not, when we think about what our lesson plans and our curriculum content is for the year, there will be certain topics that will be more aligned to suiting blended learning and others that won't. So sometimes it's about adapting and prioritizing the order of certain things where you can. Obviously, sometimes you can't because you're building on layers that you can actually factor into that. We've actually found the other really important one has simply been about staff confidence. The more we connect staff, whether we have in-school teach meets, tech tip meets, and so on, to build confidence using the tools. The greater the confidence level, the more likely staff are to take that next step and utilize it more regularly as part of their teaching and learning. So I think it's a combination of those, not forcing on everybody, because then you get pushback and it doesn't work. Equally, you miss the opportunities for some staff who could do it more so with their learner cohort. Thinking about the content that will leverage best from it, and then finally making sure you don't leave staff for the next 3 months not familiar with it, and then suddenly try and reignite it and find that you're having to step backwards before you can move forwards.
Fantastic. I want to reach out to everybody who is listening still. I can see, we've got 50 or so people in the room here. I'd love it if you just throw into the chat which of the mover and shaker slides that Al put through, which one spoke to you most, and it could be more than one. Was it AI, blended learning, bringing meta in, privacy, any of these things? I'd love for you to just throw it in the chat there so we could give some feedback to Al about which ones of those movers and shakers that you are seeing in your district, in your practice, in your institutions, those kinds of things. Al, while I still have 2 or 3 more of your minutes with you, I'd really love, and this is going to be something that comes up later in the day as well, but you mentioned several times effective data use, right? We know EdTech, we just, there's so much data coming in and it's on the back end. We're starting to collect it and pile it up, but like so many things, evaluations and reports, many times it just either gets set in a server or set on a shelf. Can you give us 1 or 2 examples of how you've seen effective data use in your districts and through your business?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I suppose the first simple rule I'd apply is when you see a piece of data, is it interesting, or does it create an opportunity for action? So when we look at our learners, we'll bring in data, for example. When we think about our younger learners, we start off with data that's very observational. So it's captured evidence of children developing confidence and security in particular skills. And as they get older, we tend to test and capture snapshots during the learning process. So the first thing we look at for data is perhaps looking at where there's consistency in gaps of learning across a cohort of children. That immediately triggers to me, not that one child struggled with a topic, but if a group of children, perhaps with one member of staff, have got a consistent areas where there's less confidence in their learning, lower outcomes, then it will link into revisiting the lesson plans or how that was taught and delivered. It allows a catalyst for an intervention. One child, it's a spark to go and revisit and build on that with the child individually. But if we think, depending on where we sit on the leadership scale within our schools, we're looking for patterns that provide us with an opportunity to target an intervention. And as always, when we've got a finite capacity, those interventions will be which ones will have the most impact and be most effective. So that for me is interesting. And that's where data can be really useful when we start to compare and contrast different classes within a cohort and their different gaps in terms of where they're reaching attainment. Where data starts to get a bit less interesting for me is when people are impressed by the size of their dashboard and the amount of information. And you look at the information and you say, well, that's great, but what can I do about it? And more often than not, the answer is, well, nothing really, because it is what it is. And I'd argue, well, actually, that's not what we really think about in terms of data. We want data that shapes actions, influences other things. And that's where I think there's a huge potential with joined up data from different applications where we can look at common trends across cohorts for different subjects, different approaches to learning, and start to see if there are common strategies that might fundamentally change the way within our school we shape our teaching and learning experience. Are we finding consistent disengagement from the same cohort across all, or are we finding some classes there's greater engagement? And oh, hang on a second, those classes are the ones that tend to be more technology heavy. Those are children that aren't as engaged in learning, but actually find learning through play and environment and activities. They don't see learning with a personalized learning system as quite as academic. They see it more as fun, you know, and it's looking at different ways and patterns. And that's what I think for many people looking at data is you're looking at patterns and trends that you can validate first and foremost to make sure they're not just blips, but secondly, that actually serve a purpose, give you the catalyst to make a change.
Thank you so much, sir. We have unfortunately come to the end of our time with Al Kingsley. Al, I cannot thank you enough for this presentation, putting your thoughts on the table. As everybody knows, you can see your, I think it's that your Twitter handle there at alkingsley_edu. They can contact you there. And obviously we'll be sharing the slides with everyone who is registered for the event as well. So your contact information is on there as well. And then of course, obviously you can get an all access pass to see this presentation and all the other presentations today. But believe me, you'll be getting a couple of emails about that as well. But Al, it's time to bring up our next speaker, Felix Oswald, onto the stage here. But thank you so much. I wish you a great afternoon.
Take care.
All right, everyone. I'm just going to give us a few seconds here for everybody to stretch your legs for a second and, get ready for our next speaker, who is Felix Oswald, who is the founder of GoStudent. I can see him here in the green room here. I am just going to be bringing him onto the stage here in a few minutes, and we will get started with him. So while we're waiting, again, just want to give a huge thank you to our sponsors for this session this year. IntelliBoard, our gold sponsor, who is a data analytics provider. Class, a new provider of a learning management system that sits on top of Zoom. iSpring, a content provider for e-learning content. Respondus, which is a online proctoring system. Open Sesame, which is also another fast-growing online content provider for online learning, and also Sumati, which is an online proctoring system as well. So we have arrived at that moment where it's time to bring Felix on the stage here. Hello, Felix. Can you hear me?
Hey, great to see you.
Very nice to see you as well, sir. Let me ask you this. I see Anna and Christine in the background here as well. Are they helping you with the presentation, or are you flying solo?
No, I will share the presentation myself and start in a couple of seconds, I guess.
Excellent. I want to let everybody know that you are the CEO of GoStudent. You founded the company together with Gregor in 2016 while you were still a student. And as the CEO, you're responsible for the strategic direction and acquisition of investors together with the management team. And as we can all see, you're also the company's spokesperson right now. And we're excited for you to talk about AI and the future of EdTech. So with no further ado, I encourage everyone to remember, as Felix is speaking, please put your questions, your comments, your observations in the chat so that we can have a live conversation when he's done presenting. But Felix, if you wouldn't mind sharing your screen or sharing your slides.
Yes, let me do that right away.
Shazam.
Awesome. Do you see the slides?
Yeah, we do. And away we go. So have it.
Thanks a lot for the quick intro. Yes, just very briefly about myself so that you can also understand the background even more. I grew up in the beautiful city of Vienna in Austria. And as mentioned before, in the year 2016, together with my co-founder, Gregor, we founded the business GoStudent. What are we doing at GoStudent? We are building an online tutoring platform that connects children in the age of 6 to 19 to world-class teachers in an online learning environment. And the main reason for building that company 7 years ago was that one of the most fundamental problems in the overall education industry is lack of access to great teachers. And each and every one of us kind of still has this like personal memory while growing up of a really enthusiastic teacher that shares this enthusiasm and passion for the subject with you. In my case, my grandfather, for example, has been a great influence in mathematics and science, and that also influenced me later on to study mathematics at university and after building the company. And I'm sure each and every one of you also had this personal experience whether it was a family member or personal teacher that shared this enthusiasm with you. Now, the interesting part about education is education has not really like changed over the last like 200 years. Like since the time when education was basically nationalized in the 19th century, the way you experience education when growing up was very similar to your grandparents, to your parents experiencing the typical classroom setting. And now, after building GoStudent over the last 7 years, we do the service 100% online. So we connect one child with one teacher in a one-on-one online setting. And when you do this online, you are also able to collect a lot of valuable insights into the teaching experience between the child and the teacher. And the presentation today with the title Shaping the New Generation of Education, I actually want to give you a brief snapshot what we at GoStudent do in order to get a better understanding how to improve the teaching experience. And I also want to give you a general snapshot and better overview what will be one of the biggest changes and drivers for innovation in education in the next couple of years. And the big topic, the big underlying topic about shaping the new generation of education is measurability. Yeah, in order the tools of the 21st century, they allow us for the first time ever to really measure learning outcomes, to measure what makes a great teaching experience, and we can use these learnings to improve the overall education system. So let's start right away with the main topic. What do I mean when talking about measuring learning outcomes? How does this look like in the concrete world? Well, there are different measures how to actually measure learning outcomes. There are indirect measures and there are direct measures. To give you an example of indirect measures, graduation rates, right? Based if you are a university and you offer a certain program, based on the graduation rates, you can create an opinion, you can create some information whether the course has been successful or not so successful. Another example, typically grades in schools, right? How the faculty evaluates certain grades and assigns them to the people. It's another example. A third example, typical surveys, right? You can just ask university students or high school students, did you actually improve? Do you feel more confident in understanding a certain concept in mathematics, for example? And then you have direct measures, standardized tests, of course. Yeah, for example, like an SAT test in the US or like a PISA test that is conducted on a global scale. But you can conduct a variety of standardized tests to measure that. So there's a big set of tools available that can be applied to actually evaluate the outcomes of learning. Also, we at GoStudent, by the way, we actually use a kind of holistic approach to that. So it's not just one single thing that we do in order to find out whether the kid actually improves. It's like a combination of certain measurements that you take in order to understand whether you get better or you get worse. The holy grail actually in that, because everybody wants to improve learning outcomes, right? So any sort of like teaching experience that you provide to children, the ultimate outcome should be that you want to empower kids to feel more confident in the subject and to maybe also develop a passion for that. There has been, by the education psychologist Benjamin Bloom in the 80s, he formulated the so-called Bloom 2 Sigma problem, where he did a really interesting experiment. Benjamin Bloom, he conducted an experiment where he put a sample size into 3 different groups. You have people who experience one-on-one teaching. So I put one child with one teacher into a classroom. There has been a second group, what he defined as mastery learning, into like a group session. So one teacher, 30 kids. Mastery teaching means you basically repeat the topic so many times, or as a kid, you have to do certain exercises, and only if you pass, if you get above a certain threshold, you get to the next topic. And then you had a third category, the conventional setting, where you have just one teacher teaching some material to 30 kids. And the interesting result of that experiment at that time was that the kids who experienced the one-on-one teaching, they achieved the best scores. Yeah, so 2 standard deviations, they perform better than the other control groups. And then he formulated, and that's why it's called the Bloom's 2 sigma problem. He formulated the question, can we actually find an alternative teaching method that is not one-on-one, but that actually delivers the same outcome as one-on-one, but is much more cost-effective? Yeah, because I think it's clear to everyone that one-on-one teaching is super effective because you have one person that is fully dedicated to you and only you. But at the same time, the cost of one-on-one teaching is also much, much higher than small groups or larger groups, of course. So can we find a way to improve the teaching experience so that the learning outcomes actually perform as good or as close as good as one-on-one teaching? The underlying problem, as discussed before, and this is a global problem, is lack of access to great and inspiring teachers for children in the age of 6 to 19. So if you look at a market like the US, for example, but also in a market like Europe, you have at the moment about 1 out of 2 people that currently require some sort of private tutoring, that use private tutoring, or they have been using private tutoring in the past school year, or they're currently actively looking for private tutoring. So there's a huge amount of people that are actually not satisfied with the typical classroom setting, with the 1:30 ratio that kids experience. And because of this disconnect, or because of some issues there, people tend to look for additional support in the afternoon. Interestingly, when you look at a statistic where the skill set of the teacher, how the skill set of the teacher correlates with the performance of the students, what you find is a direct correlation. So teachers that perform better on certain like standardized teacher tests, you see a direct correlation between higher skilled teachers and at the same time the student performance. So what can be like one angle to look at that problem that Benjamin Bloom wants to solve for is, if we find very well educated teachers, and if we find technology that enable a teacher in a classroom setting to really individualize the lessons, then if we look back at the mastery learning curve, maybe you can even find a way to improve that mastery learning curve to go closer to the one-on-one teaching method. So when we think about the new generation of education, the way I look at this today and the way we also in the company look at that is, first and foremost, you want to understand what are the learning outcomes you want to optimize for. Second of all, you have the technological infrastructure that allows to measure for these things. And then thirdly, once you have the data foundation to measure learning outcomes and to do this on a dynamic level, you can use these learnings that you made there and help and enable and build tools for teachers to better individualize in a classroom setting with 30 kids. And using that angle, you can get closer to much more effective outcomes, as close as one-on-one teaching. So the way we, for example, collect this information, and I will show you in a couple of minutes how that looks like and what can be done actually in that sense. The way we collect information today is we have built our infrastructure where we first, when a parent reaches out to us that has an interest in private tutoring, we first do an assessment. So we first give a phone call to the parents. We offer like a trial session where the child can first meet up with the teacher. We do an assessment in this trial session. During that assessment, we try to evaluate, well, where are the weaknesses or the strengths of the kid? Is the kid, for example, preparing for an upcoming central exam? Is the kid maybe lacking basic knowledge, fundamental knowledge in a particular subject? And then based on this first assessment that we create, we can also match you with the right teacher that we have in the database and that has availability, and you can start taking the live online lessons on a regular basis. So in our case, on average, a kid and a teacher, they meet up 2 times per week, 8 times per month, and they meet up for on average about 50 minutes per lesson. Yeah, so they spend almost 2 hours per week. They do the lesson online, and then also during and after the lesson, we collect continuous feedback in an indirect and in a direct way. And then after a certain amount of months, we then create certain correlation matrices, whether the performance, the learning outcomes of the kid developed into the right direction. To give you one very concrete example of artificial intelligence in the classroom, let me show you one picture here. Teaching has always been like a black box, right? Everybody, each and every one of us agrees that some teachers have this like kind of ability, seems to be like somehow inherent in them, that when they enter the classroom and when they start talking about something, that the room just listens, yeah, and where you create this like magic experience. And everybody has this like gut feeling, everybody feels that, but nobody never really quantified it, like try to measure it or try to better understand why is this teacher better than a different teacher. And I want to show you here it's just one snapshot out of it, but it's one part of the equation that helps us to actually get a better understanding of the teaching experience. When we do this one-on-one lessons, we still use, for the majority of our lessons, we use Zoom. So when we use Zoom for conducting the online tutoring lessons, we also have the option, with the consent of the parent and the kid, to actually measure the emotions of the face between the kid and the teacher. And then based on the facial expressions that you show on your face, you open your eyes, you smile, you move your nose, you show some wrinkles. Then based on the combination of facial expressions, we can create an emotional profile of you during that lesson. Often this emotional profile gets classified with a so-called valence score. So a positive valence score means that during the lesson you show more positive emotions. A neutral valence score means you show like basically neutral emotions, and a negative valence score means that you show negative emotions. And that actually works quite well. So there's a public algorithm available called Affectiver that is trained on a couple of million of faces. So the accuracy of that algorithm is actually quite good. Also things like engagement. For example, if you can measure engagement during the lessons with how many times you blink your eyes. If you blink very often with your eyes, it's often a sign that you are a bit more tired. You all know that. You try to keep yourself awake. If your eyes are more open and you don't blink so many times, it's a sign that you are actually quite focused on something. And then what you can do is you can create these correlation matrices over time between the teacher and the kid. And the interesting part is, for example, on the right-hand side, it's quite small here now, but you see that if you look at the x-axis, where you have the kids, and you look at the y-axis where you have the tutors, for example, a positive V, so positive valence score, correlates with a positive valence, so a positive valence score of the kid correlates with a positive valence score of the tutor, which means when teachers show positive emotions during these classes, it also reflects and correlates with positive emotions on the kid side. And again, this is something every one of us would agree with, right? Everybody says, well, if a teacher is like, very positive and you really feel this enthusiasm when the teacher talks about, for example, history or a certain physics experiment, that this passion also swims over to the kid. The thing is, what you can see here for first time is you can quantify it, and that's the exciting part about it. The gut feeling that every one of us has, you can, for the first time, you can quantify it, and you can actually get quite a lot of interesting insights. Just to highlight a couple of examples here. So far in the groups that we have measured, positive emotions dominate. So positive emotions of teachers correlate with positive emotions of kids. Latin, which is not sure about it right now in the US school system, but in Europe, for example, we still have a lot of schools where Latin is being taught, and that is the subject of anger. So Latin creates the highest amount of anger among students. There's also a correlation between anger, I think, in mathematics and anger in Latin, because Latin is a quite logical language. So kids that struggle in math, they also most likely struggle in Latin. And math is the subject of extreme. So either it produces the highest amounts of engagement or it produces the lowest amount of engagements. There's also some other interesting insights that you can deduct from that. No tutoring on Mondays. So actually on Mondays, it has the most negative valence score. And yes, maybe this is related because first day of the week where you visit school, and then in the afternoon, you don't have so much energy to do like another session of tutoring. But also there's a timing component to it. Actually, ideally, you do the tutoring lessons right after school and not very late in the evening to show higher engagement levels. At least, again, you also have to look at that on a country per country level. There are some differences. There are some schools, for example, are like full day schools. In some of the European countries, you have half day schools. So there's a couple of topics that relate to that. There's also related to that one example of one of the surveys that we of one of the one result of one of the education reports that we have created. Acceptance and usage of artificial intelligence is still in its very early shoes. So if you look at the first statistics, 18% of schools in Europe offer adaptive learning and AI during classes. And also these 18%, if you do like a deep dive into that, in most of the cases, also in these 18%, it is still really in its infancy and only very rudimentary. So that shows also the potential, right? Because as mentioned before, in order to make education affordable, we need to have a setting where one teacher is teaching several kids, because the one-on-one teaching is too expensive. So everybody, I think, can agree on, in order to make it affordable and accessible to as many kids as possible, we need to have some sort of group setting. But we also all agree on that a teacher that teaches 30 kids cannot focus individually on each and every kid. But with the usage of technology, you can enable teachers to much better understand the individual needs of the kids and use also the technology to make certain recommendations. So we are basically right now still in a moment of really like very early state of what is possible. Yeah, this is just one other example of the education report that was based on the tutoring stuff. So most of the times when the kids actually receive tutoring, they also have like a better understanding of the subject, and they get better grades and they feel more confident about it. So bottom line is, I think, high quality, highly personalized education, but being affordable, that's like the answer, right? That's the holy grail of education that everybody aims for. And it has to be like a combination between the public and the private system to get there. Another example of where AI and machine learning, for example, in our ecosystem is currently being applied is here in a company called Seneca Learning. It's a business we acquired last year in the UK. It's a tool that allows teachers in schools to assign homework digitally to kids, and then it also has an automated correction function. So it basically helps to save a lot of time for the teacher in the class by assigning exercises digitally, and then the kids can do these exercises on their smartphone or tablet or computer. They can even print it out if they want. And then based on what the answers they give, the system recommends you to do follow-up exercises. And it also helps. They also have a feature where you can give open answers. So they ask you a question like to the kid, can you explain photosynthesis? And then the written answer gets corrected based on a database of previously similarly answered questions. So it can save a lot of time to the teacher, and it's very powerful if applied in the right way. It's currently used by about 3.5 million kids in the UK, which is like close to like 50% of all the UK student population that is using Seneca. One example I want to show you here, especially when it comes to the learning outcomes, like how are certain learning outcomes measured. I showed you one example with emotion analysis. You can use emotion analysis to measure things like engagement during classes. That's one part that is already in place. I want to show you here another example where we do standardized testing to actually measure the outcomes. So Seneca created an experiment where we have again 3 groups. We have the software group. That's the group of people that is using Seneca. You have a spacing group. They use actually the PDF version of the content. And then you have the mass practice group. The mass practice group is the one that is using just the regular way of learning, where they highlight and summarize certain content. And then they also created the pre-testing, right? So on the left-hand side, you see that the group in the pre-testing, they all performed very similarly on the exams. For all schools, so the start, the foundation is all the kids are at the same level. And then what is interesting, once you conducted the test scores, after the test scores, you clearly see that the kids in the software group, they actually perform 2 times better than the kids in the mass practice group, in the selected schools, in the non-selected schools, so in overall schools. So by using a piece of technology that helps teachers, first and foremost, saving time with the correction of homework, and secondly, helping kids to better individualize the journey and the upcoming exams, you clearly have higher learning outcomes than in the regular setting. And that's exactly, if we go back to the famous Bloom curve, right? That's exactly one incremental improvement that allows us to come to the results of one-on-one teaching, but do this in a much more affordable way, by using technology that enables teachers to perform better. But in order to do that, you need to be able to first and foremost understand what is it that you want to measure, what kind of learning outcome do you want to measure, And do you have the right technological framework in the background that allows you to make these measurements? So bottom line is for when we talk about, or the way we view this is, when we talk about shaping the new generation of education, the new generation of education is all about personalized education. We can use technology enabling teachers to become better teachers. Also use technology to bring teachers from an average level to a level that is above average. And at the same time, we can lower the cost for kids and for families to make usage of that. So that's by having companies all over the world working on that, you can make like a big step towards that. So yeah, I hope I was able to give you some insights of what we already do and how the future might look like. Maybe one last thing before I finish, and we can looking forward going into the Q&A. Education overall, the way I view it is also all about hybrid. You want to combine the online world with the offline world. Yeah, it's not realistic to believe that the kids, especially the younger the kids are, that they will spend the whole day in front of the iPad and have the online teacher. It's much more realistic to basically use technology to enable the offline traditional education infrastructure to be able to be much more innovative and work more personalized. So also for us as a business, for example, we started as a one-on-one online business, but one of the big next steps for us as a business going forward is also expanding into physical centers where you can bring kids together. You push and support the social intelligence of the kids, but you can apply technology in the classrooms that provide them with a more affordable solution than simply the one-on-one online solution that we have. So in that regard, yeah, thanks a lot, and looking forward to the questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Felix. I really, really appreciate that you came to this session with extremely meaty data, and I want to kind of maybe pull apart some of those things that you put on the table there. Again, I'll remind everyone who is watching right now, if you do have questions for Felix, please put them in the chat, and we'll be able to answer them right now live. Mike might want to start off the questions for you with, one of the things that you put on the table there was the AI kind of sitting in the background and being able to perform these functions. But one of the slides that you had, it was one of the bubble slides where you said that, I believe it was only about 5% of parents are able to have technology or use technology that has AI or is driven by that. So a two-part question for you. One, how would parents know to choose, first of all, any platform or technology that has AI in the background? And then secondly, like, how would they follow up with that? Like, what would they do, sort of, you put your student into a tutoring platform like this or some other learning platform. How do you keep tabs on that? How do you see like the progress and then say, hey, look, are we going in the right direction?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. So I mean, first and foremost, we have to, so when we do this, the stuff around, for example, emotion analysis, we have to always ask for consent. So before we actually can do any sort of the analysis, we actually show families how it works and what we want to achieve there. Our feedback we have received so far, first, very skeptical. So the skepticism is super high among parents, but then once you explain to them what you want to achieve and how much it can help you to also improve the experience for the kids, the mindset changes 180 degrees. I think over the next couple of years, any sort of education platform that has a bigger reach will need to implement some of these things. Otherwise, you will just lose out delivering higher learning outcomes at affordable cost. So this is a bit how we think about it. That's why we also want to work on it today, to be able to be in the pole position when these things get more widely accepted than today.
Can you give us a sense, the one thing that you didn't put on the table was what's the scale of GoStudent that you're talking about right now? How many students are you serving either on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis?
So today we operate actually in 22 markets. We started in the German-speaking market in Germany and Austria. We are today the largest valued education business out of Europe. And together with the platforms like Seneca, we have acquired a business in Spain, a school communication platform in the German-speaking areas. Overall, we are already serving about 5 million children on a monthly basis. In the core business of the tutoring business, for this year, we are serving about 100 to 150,000 kids that are actively taking tutoring lessons on a monthly basis.
Okay, so when we're talking scale, like 150, let's just say it's 150,000 students on a monthly basis. When you're deploying this type of technology to be able to serve that, give me a sense of what the infrastructure looks like in the back end in terms of forward-looking development to continue it going, monitoring what's happening, and then understanding outcomes. So, do you have like a team of data scientists sitting in the background there, like working on this? Like, I'm really kind of interested in understanding what's that infrastructure behind the machine that you then deploy.
I would, to be really honest, I think the infrastructure is still very early. So as it's also like in our case, still I would say in the really, really early case, because we could not, for example, with the sheer amount of kids and lessons that are being delivered on a monthly, we don't have the infrastructure today to apply that to every session that takes place on the platform. So also when you see these results that I have shown before, this is just from a small group of all these 150K students, and from that just also for like a particular type of subjects, and a lot of the stuff still is manual in the background. So to be also realistic in terms of timeline, it would still take another at least a year, if not a bit longer, to have the right infrastructure in place to do a lot of the things in a much more automated way. But yes, we have a team of, for example, on the emotion project, that's something everyone in our data team actually likes to work on. So the way we have it is, the way we do it in the company is when we have like interesting projects like that, then every person in the data team can also use certain amount of time to work on these things. Really on a full-time basis, you have like 3 people that are spending time on that. So yes, it's still also, and that's the exciting part also, because we see that it's still so super early. We can improve so much more. We can automate so much more there. We can get so many more learnings. That's what excites me about the next couple of months there.
My next question for you is to talk about, we are early days, and even though machine learning and automation have been a part of our lives for many, many years now, especially in the education business, you find yourself at a crossroads where the speaker before you, Al Kingsley, one of the quotes that he said I found really interesting is that education has a mandate to take risks, right? Which is a very interesting thing for him to say. He's been in this business for 30 years. I'm going to run with him, but education is traditionally a conservative space, right? It's a slow-moving conservative space. So how, as you're looking forward, what are some of the fears that you are hearing from parents, from other businesses, from partners around using AI and machine learning? And what are your strategies for mitigating some of those fears?
So first and foremost, I fully agree with the previous speakers. Has a mandate to take risk. I think that's a very good slogan, because if you don't take certain risks, you can never really improve and you can never really innovate in that field. But it's tricky because education is such an emotional topic, right? Everyone has not every person is very strongly opinioned about education because you went to kindergarten, you went to school, so you experienced it. Not everyone is maybe strongly opinioned about electric cars because not everybody has ever driven like an electric car, right? But when it comes to education, everyone experienced it and everybody has a certain opinion about that. So that's just a side comment. But to your question, like how do you mitigate that fears? To be really honest, is by showing what is possible. So you can talk as much as you want about how AI can be applied in education and what good it can do and etc. But you need to show to families like what is really the value out of it. Like, can you show me that, for example, the usage as shown with the Seneca platform, I can show to you like concrete research that if you use that platform in the right way, your kid is actually performing better than if you don't use it. So if you can show that the learning outcomes that you can deliver on them, that you can promise there that this is performing better, this is how you win them. Yeah, because otherwise people are also at first a bit maybe scared, like what does it mean? I don't want that all of these things get tracked about the child is the most precious thing of a parent, so you want to be also careful here. But when you can clearly show how much more value it brings, this is how you can win over this and mitigate these fears.
You've talked a lot about, you said that your target market is within the 6 to 19-year-old age group. Is there a plan? Is there a vision? Do you see an application for the adult learner, lifelong learner space? Many of the people who are joining us today, and we'll listen to this later on the replay, are from the corporate training space, are from the lifelong learning space. Is that a part of the vision that you see at GoStudent?
Yeah, I mean, the vision of the company is building the #1 global school, and every child, I think, fully convinced deserves to have a great teacher. And I really like the K-12 space and also the pre-K space 0 to 6, because these are the very precious years. That's where where you shape also the interests of the kid, the character of the kid. I think there's a lot of potential in that space that is still very much underdeveloped. So to answer your question, yes, in the overall global vision, definitely we want to expand both to the younger kids on the one side, but also to the older kids on the other side, and better prepare them then for the future work and for the skill sets that they need to bring into today's workforce. But today we try to be laser focused on the core market, K-12, 6 to 19, and even in that age range, the average age of a starting family is of the kid is like 12. So stay laser focused today, and in the future build out that vision on both ends.
Fantastic. Felix Oswald, you're the CEO, the founder of GoStudent. I really cannot thank you enough for taking the time out of your busy and I'm sure crazy schedule to show us your vision for how AI is going to be working in the future. And I will encourage everyone to reach out to you, and I'll go check out GoStudent.com for all of their tutoring needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and all the best for the presentation next. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we've now arrived at the point for our first break. One of the things, the feedback that we have received over the years here is that we actually need to give people a break. You might need to answer an email. Maybe you need to go, a little bio break, or, maybe just go grab a little quick snack. But we have our next speaker coming up, Medhi Tunsi. I hope that I have pronounced our speaker's name correctly. I have this bad habit of butchering them. He will be presenting at the top of the hour, which will be 2 p.m. Eastern in New York, if I have that correct. Yes. And so just about 15 minutes. During that time, if you are, you get your break, come over and join us over at elearnsuccessseries.com/community. Join, we've got over 2,000 people in this community. They're designers, they are teachers, they're professors, they're instructors, they're EdTech nerds, they're data scientists. And it is not a platform that is focused on open LMS. It's a platform that's focused on online learning in general, distance learning, remote work. So come over and join us there and continue the conversation. But we will be back in just about 15 minutes with Mehdi, and we'll go from there. Thank you very much. All right, everyone, we are going to be coming back from break here in about 1 minute when I will be bringing Medhi onto the stage with me. I can see him here in the green room. He's all back there. He's got his presentation ready. But I'm going to give just a minute or so for people to come back from break and come back into the room here. As you come back from break, if you wouldn't mind, if you're just joining us now, tell us where you're joining from. We've had people from Turkey. We've had people from Argentina. Just dialing back up to the morning here. We've had people from, I'm in Colorado, Romania, New Mexico, Texas. So, truly a global audience, which always excites me. I just think it's absolutely fantastic. And we'll be finding out where Medhi's sitting as well, because, he is actually the Senior Regional Director for EMEA at Open Sesame. So we'll find out where he's from. As a matter of fact, it is time now. So it is 2 o'clock Eastern. So let's bring Medhi onto the stage. And I've probably been saying your name wrong this entire time. Is that right?
It's Medhi. Yeah. You did great.
Okay, cool. I got it. I was, you take a guess. Medhi, it's so nice to meet you. Where actually are you sitting?
Pardon me?
Where actually are you based right now? Where are you sitting?
I'm in beautiful sunny London. Where it's not exactly sunny because it's evening time here, but we've been having like a series, at least for us, a serious heat wave with actually our hottest day yesterday. So for those who do Celsius, we were at 41, and in Fahrenheit that's about 106, which for the UK is very, very hot.
Are you still 106? Wow.
Yep.
That's more than a little hot. For the UK, that's more than a little hot, my friend. That's
it's the first time in recorded history that we had such a hot day. So it was indeed, which explains why I enjoy the comfort of being in the office and having AC, because most houses in the UK do not have AC, so you don't want to be at home when that happens.
Well, other people that are joining us right now can share their experience as well. Jennifer Van Wagner, you're saying you're from Ohio. Welcome. Philip Lingard, you're from Malta. Very nice to see you. And also Denise Hall from Belize. Awesome. This is one of the things that it gives me shivers still. I mean, it's almost 2023, and it's just so cool that people are dialing in from all over the world. Medhi, you are the Senior Regional Director for EMEA at Open Sesame, a content providing company for e-learning solutions. But you're going to be talking today about AI and machine learning for talent management, which I find really intriguing. Our last speaker looked at AI as a way to start providing that many-to-one solution, or that one-to-one solution across a broad selection, a mass audience. I think that's the correct thing. So I'm really excited to hear what your presentation is. We already have your screen shared. So are you ready to go?
I believe I am. I hope I am. So I'll try my best in any case.
Fantastic. All right, we're seeing your screen on the stage here, and so away you go. Reminding everybody, as Medhi goes forward, please make sure that you put your questions or your comments in the chat, and we will either answer them along the way, or we'll take a few minutes at the end of his presentation to have some live Q&A as well. Go for it.
Thanks a million, and a good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. I'm very impressed that people would be joining us from Malta or Turkey, who are a few hours ahead of us. So I really appreciate you making the time. As mentioned, my name is Medhi. I manage the EMEA at Open Sesame. I'll quickly tell you about Open Sesame, but more importantly today, I'm hoping to share with you more about how AI and machine learning have direct applications to talent management and human capital at large. So I guess it's a good segue from the previous presentation on the mass impact, I think you said, on AI. I hope I'm not messing things up. Just to tell you quickly about what I'd like to cover today. So really AI and machine learning in a nutshell, and going through maybe some definitions so that we're all in agreement in terms of what they mean. Some of the AI applications nowadays, and then I'll dive into a concrete example with a case study on how AI and machine learning can be used in the context of talent management. I guess before we dive into that, just a quick disclaimer. I'll probably say some of you would probably think he sounds very weird, and trust me, I'll hear that a lot. Apologies, don't hold it against me. I'm French. I had no say in the matter, and therefore, I live in the UK. and I've lived in a few different places, hence probably a weird accent. So if you do not understand me, I totally appreciate that. Sometimes I'm hard to follow. Feel free to just put in the note, maybe slow down, or what do you mean by that? And I don't mind the interruptions, or the opposite. I'll probably put you to contribution at some point during the presentation. I'm hoping that it's going to be as interactive as possible. I'll welcome any comments and questions as we go along. So let's get started. First of all, just a quick, and I promise it's the only slide I have about Open Sesame, but for those of you not familiar, Open Sesame is an e-learning marketplace. We're a content aggregator, and what we do is we aggregate content from some of the best publishers around the world, and then we curate and create learning paths based on that content to suit organizations, depending on what competencies and skills they're trying to push towards their learners. That's all I have to say about Open Sesame. If you have more questions, I'll be happy to answer them later. But I want to talk about AI and machine learning because it's fascinating, because it's more than happening at the moment, and there's a lot around that. And I'll start with a very interesting report I was reading recently, published by Oracle, that mentioned that 64% of people would trust a robot more than their manager. And I'll have to pause here for a second, because for me it's staggering. 64% of people would trust a robot more than they would trust their own manager. And what is fascinating about that piece of data is when you scratch behind the surface and you dive further into the data, you realize that there is some work to be done, and technology might have just really taken over. And when the respondent to that survey were asked, okay, what do you feel your manager would be better doing than a robot? So again, comparing what the manager can do better than a robot, only 45% of people felt that their manager will be better at understanding their feeling. Now, I just want to pause here for a second, because if my math serves me right, that means that essentially there's 55% of respondents that feel that a robot will be better suited at understanding their feeling. And if we're put that into the context of the past 2 years and the pandemic we've gone through and all the terrible things happening at the moment around the world, I'd say that's a bit scary. And another piece of data from that report, it's, if I'm not mistaken, 33% of respondents felt that their manager would be better suited than a robot at coaching them. Again, look at it the other way around. That means that more than 2/3 of respondents feel that a robot will do a better job at coaching them. And then the last point is 29% of respondents felt that their manager would be better suited at creating a good work culture than a robot could. And for me, that says a lot. That says really that, well, I guess from a human capital learning and development standpoint, there's a lot of work to be done to gain back that trust from the people, but also that a lot of people are putting more trust and faith in technology than they are in people. And I'm going to dive into that in more details, but I wanted to start with that because I did not realize how many people had a lot more faith in that aspect of technology, if you will, than people and dealing with people. So why AI, artificial intelligence, and why machine learning, and why now? That's another piece of data that really scared me when I read through it, especially if you think like the years and years we spend going through school and learning about history and things of the kind. Over 90% of the world's data has been created only in the past 2 years. The pace at which technology goes and how much computers can process has outdone us in a way never seen before. And what that means, and why I'm talking about AI and machine learning, is because we're seeing that in the world of business with many organizations reinventing them. And for those of you not aware, and I would assume but I'll still ask, and feel free to put in the chat, that most of you would be familiar with Domino's Pizza. So I'm just quickly, so if I'm changing, I have two monitors, I'm not being rude, I'm just trying to see if everyone is commenting. So I'll trust most people will be familiar with Domino's Pizza. Well, Domino's Pizza nowadays defines itself as a tech company that happens to sell pizzas. So you probably, depending on which part of the world you're in, but you probably know that now they use things like what do you call them? Sorry, the word escapes me. But they don't just deliver the pizza by using drivers. They use drones. That's the word I was looking for. And they use drones to deliver pizzas depending on the areas where people are based. So they are a truly technology-driven organization, and it just happens that they sell pizza. And another example of why AI and machine learning, and why now. For those of you who are fortunate enough to drive a Porsche, and in fact, I'll be quite curious to see how many of you here drive a Porsche. So if you drive a Porsche, please just put a quick message in the chat mentioning that you do drive a Porsche. Any of you have the joy of driving a Porsche? And I'm simply asking that because I was reading how Porsche is also reinventing itself through the use of technology and AI and machine learning. And what they have now in their latest model, just to make sure, Porsche is a luxury sports car company. And in the latest models of Porsche, now what happens is, as a driver, as I sit, if I pick up my car in the morning and I'm about to drive to work, as I sit in my car, there's all kind of sensors that will measure my heart rate, my stress levels. And based on that, there's a set of massage devices in the seat that might kick in and just give me a massage. Based on my heart rate, the AC might decide to push in specific essential oils to help me relax, and my GPS will calculate the optimal route to get me into wherever I need to get in the optimal conditions. So if I'm going to work, how to get me to work in the most relaxed way possible by taking maybe a scenic route rather than the normal route, and avoiding too much traffic to avoid me being too stressed. And so that's what currently is happening with, for example, Porsche. And then the last example I have of why we're talking about AI and machine learning now is McDonald's. And McDonald's uses technology now to really not only be able to anticipate what you would want to eat, but to be able to upsell to you depending on what specific route you have been walking through before you order, so that based on that, they'll know exactly what kind of burger or sandwich, or I don't know, I don't eat at McDonald's, I'm sorry. But what type of food you're more likely to order, and what would complement it in order to be able to upsell to you. So they'll have a whole set of data to be able to really entice you even further towards the order you'd be placing. And that's to say that AI and machine learning is part of our everyday life, whether we want it or not. It is here, and it is available everywhere. And oops, sorry, I'm trying to move to the next slide. So let's start maybe with our definitions, so we're all on the same page. AI, so artificial intelligence, it is really any device or system that perceives its environment to take action that maximizes its chance of successfully achieving its goal. So in the context, and I'll come back to talent management in a bit, but that's a platform being able to do the hiring to retiring life process of an employee. But it's any device that will essentially be able to optimize and anticipate and do some kind of prescriptive actions towards successfully achieving its goals. So I said I'll put you to contribution. I'm going to be monitoring chat here. So I'd like to see if any of you are able to work out what this is for, what this formula is for. And I'll give you let's say 30 seconds. So if anyone wants to have a go at that. And it's funny, in the meantime, I'm checking the the chat. And Stephen, you drive a Honda. That's good. I'm not. Maybe Honda will do a similar thing to Porsche. Eventually, they'll be able to scale that. So anyone has a guess as into what this is a formula for? In fact, that's a formula for an algorithm, but for something that I would expect many people will be familiar with. I'll give you another 20 seconds. Okay, going once, going twice. Anyone wants to? Jennifer, that not far. Chess. You're almost there. It's way simpler than chess. Way simpler than that. But you're on the right track with chess. It's well done, Rory. We have a winner. So Rory worked out. It is tic-tac-toe, which actually, for the record, in the UK is called cross and knots. But it is actually a formula for tic-tac-toe or cross and knots, depending which part of the pond you're from or how you used to call it. And the reason why I want to share that with you and just for speaking your brain is very much because it is a basic algorithm. So Rory, it is tic-tac-toe rather than checkers. So machine learning. So machine learning is actually a subset of AI, and it's essentially algorithms whose performance improve as they are exposed to data. And the more data you can collect, the better the algorithm, because the algorithm's got more data set to learn from and be able to get to wherever you want to get. So in the case of tic-tac-toe, or actually even chess nowadays, this is why you can't beat a computer if you're playing chess against a computer, because it's using machine learning and has collected a humongous amount of data that just allows it to be able to review all options possible depending on what you have played, and then from there choose the best option possible. So I'm expecting some of you will be familiar with that. I'll happily confess that I've only gotten into Stranger Things very recently. In fact, I was in Portland, Oregon last week at our headquarters, and I used the time on the plane to binge watch Stranger Things. But that's not why I'm sharing that with you. Not to try and promote Stranger Things. Rather, it's just to show you actually a good example of how Netflix uses machine learning. You might have already noticed that depending on the show, sometimes you're getting different thumbnails. And the reason why you're getting different thumbnails is because what Netflix is trying to do is work out what thumbnail you're more likely to engage with and click on the show depending on what the thumbnail has. And they have a whole set of different thumbnails for every show, and based on the demographic and where people are and their age and their gender, you name it, they will try and figure out, okay, what are the best thumbnails based on that demographic to try and get them to engage with the show. So that's why for the same show, you can have, in this case, 9 different thumbnails. And if you put that across geographies and languages, you can imagine that it's quite a set of different thumbnails for more often than not the same show, but to try and really engage and create a trigger reaction from the viewer, in the case of Netflix. But that's a perfect example of what machine learning is. Oops, I think yes. Wearables. So I want to talk about how we're talking about AI and machine learning, and it's really into our life. I'm sure most of you all have an Alexa or Siri at home that we ask for, what's the weather like? Can you switch on the light? Can you switch off the light? What's the capital of Azerbaijan, or whatever that might be? And more often than not, it's nice to be met by the right answer. Sometimes, however, Siri or Alexa doesn't know. It would simply tell you, well, I do not know that. However, they will collect the question and then figure out the answer whenever the answer would come across them. And that's a good example again of how machine learning is being used. But it goes further. So I'll mention especially the eco frame, not to necessarily promote Amazon or any other brand for that matter, but it's a good example of what we call deep learning, which is a subset of machine learning. But the eco frame are a device, a portable, so a wearable device, just like many of us probably have a smartwatch that help us with keeping or trying to keep fit, or in my case, pretending to try to keep fit, and provides all kind of measurements, and based on that, try and motivate us to do this or that. The eco frame have been created to actually help visually impaired people to be able to find their way around the environment. So they essentially send all kind of signals to the person wearing the eco frame, as into being able to understand and recognize what obstacle they come across in their environment by being able to scan the environment and then communicate what that person might be coming across, if there's a piece of furniture or whatever that might be, but really to make life a whole lot easier for people. So another great application of how AI and machine learning helps in our everyday life and enhances most people's life in general. Now I have that because I believe I'm a keen linguist. I'm fortunate enough to be a polyglot, and I really enjoy languages. I'm lucky to speak fluently 4 languages. I'm always trying to learn more languages, and up until fairly recently, probably the event of AI and machine learning, felt quite privileged to speak different languages, because as you travel and you speak different languages, you find yourself sometimes at a advantageous position, because there's not necessarily that many people that are able to communicate in as many languages. And wrongly, people would assume that I'm smart, and I being vain, I really enjoy that. Okay, yes, true, I am smart. But the reason why I'm mentioning that is because I wanted to show you another example of machine learning and AI in action in regards to languages. So I'm hoping this is going to work.
Malaria isn't just any disease. It's the deadliest disease there's ever been.
Se dice que ha matado más de la mitad de la población que ha existido.
بليون مليون تان مرتقي.
وما زالت تقتل طفلا كل دقيقتين.
Mais nous pouvons y mettre fin. Nous savons comment, nous en avons la possibilité.
हमें और अधिक कार्रवाई की जरूरत है.
我们需要让世界领导人关注.
Hivyo tunazindua kampeni ya sauti.
Omwele bawari upi malaria.
Speak up and say, malaria must die. One voice can be powerful, but all of our voices together, then they will have to listen. Malaria must die, so millions can live.
So the reason why I wanted to show you that and share that example with you, because it's a really good example of how we can use technology essentially to. So for those not familiar, this was David Beckham, a football player, proper football, not American, for those not familiar. And the reason why he was a really good football player, maybe not the smartest cookie around, and definitely not a polyglot. So he wouldn't be able to speak all those languages, those 9 languages you had in this video. But by using machine learning and AI, you can have him speaking those languages. In fact, an application of that, I think it's McDonald's has recently acquired an AI-driven technology company for order processing in multiple languages, where anyone who speaks any language could turn up and order in their native language whatever they need, and automatically the machine, the device, will understand it and then process the order on their behalf, so you can understand and speak any language. So that's one of the applications we're seeing nowadays. I'm not going to be too geeky with you, because I just want to really come back to the talent management aspect. But just to recap, really, so artificial intelligence is the main header, and then you have machine learning, which is a subset of artificial intelligence, where it's essentially algorithms that use data, and the more they collect data, the more accurate they become. And then deep learning, which essentially mimics like neurons to try and process, which is a subset of machine learning, and try and process that. What I wanted to highlight, because especially if you're in the talent management space or the human capital space, and when we talk about the Great Resignation and the war on talent, and some of the skills that are very sought after at the moment are around data scientists. So all of those subsets of machine learning and AI, so statistics, data engineering, BI and visualization, are part of the data science, and that's where there is a big requirement for people that have those specific skills, because we're using more and more AI for all kind of operations. And the more we have people that can help us automate, and essentially that's what AI is here for, to be able to automate a lot of processes that might still be done manually, and that makes it very hard to scale them if they're done manually. So, and by the way, I'll be sharing the presentation, so happy for you to go through that in more detail, same as the report I mentioned at the very beginning. So how does that apply to talent development? How do we use AI and machine learning in talent development? Well, first of all, you have to look at the ecosystem, where up until AI came around, or machine learning came around, a lot of the operations within organizations were siloed. You had your intranet and maybe corporate email, and then maybe you had an LMS or an LXP or a content management tool. You also often, and still is the case actually, had a dedicated tool just for performance management. And then you probably also had another HR system or an employee information repository. And all of those were quite siloed. They didn't necessarily work together. They did not link things together. And where AI comes in, it really allows us to be able to break down those silos and have a flow of communication, and almost a mix and match between those different elements around the employees and the employee growth or life cycle within the organization. So I said I'll share with you a case study, and case study is based on actually the very model that Open Sesame has, which is, say, a very large library of content from different publishers, and then customers wanting us to be able to do two things: to map out their learners' learning style preferences, and then map that out against a specific set of competencies or skills they have. So they'll have a competency framework, and we need to map that out, map out a specific set of courses against their competency framework. And the challenge is, the larger the customer, the larger our base of courses, the tougher the challenge is, because it's a very tedious manual process to go through the different courses and then the different competencies and the different skills and try and map them out. And that's the challenge we had. On top of that, not everyone within the same organization agrees on what is good or what is not good. And here's an example of actually two learners within the same company and within the same department comparing or rating a course. And you can see it's very different. So on one hand, we have someone who thinks that the content is great and the approach is engaging, and then on the other hand, we have someone who thinks that that's too kitschy and that doesn't work. And if you'll allow me, the analogy I'll often make is around food, and it's the same thing with food. Some people might like, I don't know, I'll take something as basic as pizza. We talked about pizza, and up until a few years ago, I honestly believed that everyone in the world liked pizza, and it was not possible not to like pizza. But I've worked once for a manager who did not like cheese, and being French, I cannot even fathom that. Not having cheese or not liking cheese, but a pizza without cheese, because then it turns up to be just a piece of bread with tomato sauce on it. But that's a personal thought. But it's just an example that even pizza, you can have people that might think this is a great pizza, or not at all, this is not my cup of tea. So that adds another layer of complexity. So in order to address that, we've created what we call smart lists. And and please bear in mind what I've explained about AI and then machine learning and all that data. And what we did essentially is identifying like similar customers, or customers belonging to like the same industry, for example, and then looking at okay, what typically people from that industry like in terms of courses. What are the courses that they like? And then breaking it down even further, trying to like find courses that are likely to be used by similar customers, and then based on all that data collection, be able to have recommendations to build a curriculum of courses that is aligned with different customers from like the industry. And the more data is being collected around, and I'll take an example out of the blue. So I work in engineering and I'm based out of Germany. So it's being able to identify, okay, so typically people that work in engineering like those courses. And then people who work in engineering and are based in Germany, like maybe that subset of courses. And then it's being able to say, well, people who work in engineering and live in Germany and are looking at diversity and inclusion as a skill, like that subset of courses, in order to like go even further down and really narrow it down as much as possible. And the idea with the smart list is to use machine learning to make recommendations that are as accurate as possible. And obviously, the more you use it, the more accurate it becomes. But it's a highly dynamic process whereby, as I'll start with the first list, and then I'll say, well, actually, I'm going to remove that course or that course from the list because I prefer the list with or without those courses. Then again, the algorithm, the machine learning is going to learn from it to be able to then recommend, well, if we're looking at that and for that organization and for that specific job role, then here are recommendations that are even more aligned with what you prefer. So it follows that process I've explained of essentially AI, but sort of machine learning and deep learning to be able to make the best recommendations possible for a specific group of learners. And what that translates is really essentially, and again, I'll come back to, if you allow me to like that food analogy, is being able to, once we understand like what people prefer and like we put that on a platter, and we just increase like how much like they'll be consuming, what they'll be eating, but also the engagement rates in terms of what people will consume because it's more in line with what they prefer. And you, I was going to say, and you'll end up with empty plates, because if people find what they need when they need it, and based on their appetite, they're more likely to finish what you have provided them with. Now, I wanted to finish with a very interesting case studies, and some of you might be familiar with it. And no, the case study has nothing to do with Terminator or with Arnold Schwarzenegger or with I think it's James Cameron who did the movie. I can't even remember. But no, it's not related to that. It's almost a ethical, philosophical thought around AI and machine learning. So if you allow me, for those of you familiar with American football has been collecting data on players for a very long time. So for over 20 odd years, they've been collecting data around kids that played football, how fast they run, how high they jump, year on year, all the way to college and then the draft time. And going back a few years ago, there was a coach that had come across a kid and said, that kid's got something special. But the data said, nope, that kid is average. Based on all the data points we have, we can anticipate that kid would be average. And the years went on, and the kid was decent, but nothing to boast about. And the coach kept on saying, well, I think that kid has something special. But the data, was that kid is average. All the way to college, and then came the time of the draft. And if I'm not mistaken, I think there's 6 or 7 draft, and each draft has, and please correct me, because It's not the money. No, Stephen, it's not the Moneyball example. It could have been the Moneyball example. That would be another good AI and machine learning example. But no, it's not. It's not Moneyball. It's American football. Moneyball was baseball. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's 6 round of draft for the football. So, and each draft has, I can't remember if it's 399 or 499 picks. But anyway, came time to college, and first round of draft came in, and the first round of, or is it 99? Maybe it's 99. And sorry if I get my math wrong. I'm not familiar. But the point I'm trying to make here is, first round came, hundreds of kids got picked. That kid was not picked, and you had that manager at the back that said, "But for years had been saying that that kid's got something special." Second round of draft came, again, hundreds of kids picked. The kid was still not picked. Third round of draft came, lots of kids picked. He was still not picked. Last, I think, fourth round of draft came, and that kid was picked last, which is, I want to say 99th, but he was the last draft of that specific pick. So he came after hundreds of other kids. Now that kid is called Tom Brady, which, if I'm not mistaken, was the most successful American football player ever in history.
Not the most successful. He is. Sorry, I. This is the beauty of being the host. You can just jump in on. Yeah, Tom Brady, 144th in the draft. And then he went and said to Bill Parcells, he says, "You just made the best decision of your career." And yeah, now he's seven Super Bowls, and love him or hate him, you got to say the guy is GOAT, right? Sorry, I had to jump in. I love football.
No, Stephen, I love that. I love that, because my point, and that's why I wanted to mention that, because I've been in the learning industry many years, but I love the fact that the technology and the data was saying, no, I mean, he'll be average at most. History tells us that, as you mentioned, he's the GOAT. And I think that's a very important point, because I think technology, AI, is an amazing thing. It's definitely enhancing our lives and will enhance our lives. I don't think that it replaces in any way, shape, or form human judgment. And then the reason why I wanted to mention that is in contrast with the survey I shared with you at the beginning, where 64% of people would trust a robot more than they would their manager.
I think
here we have a, yeah. Please.
I don't want to steal the thunder of your presentation at
please.
all, but another piece that this speaks to is that the data maybe at the moment was correct, right? What we still don't have a algorithm for, may never have, is luck, circumstance, whatever, right? I mean, Tom Brady is a great quarterback. You cannot take that away from him. But then there's all these other factors of other players that got injured, or how other teams played out, or so his career arc, and you could say that about an artist's arc, or any sort of student, or any career arc is an amalgamation. It's a compilation of all of those factors, right? It's not just that one person. And so how do we bring all of those factors together? That's really, this is the beauty. This is the art of life, right? And so data is
I think you're spot on.
And we're getting better at it. So sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think you're spot on. And obviously, of course, there are many factors. Well, from my standpoint, what is important is not to leave everything just to the technology to decide. And I think, if we take away that ability we have to be able to read people and appreciate people and inspire people, because I don't think there's any algorithm or machine learning or AI will ever be able to do that on our behalf. Being able to, I personally don't believe, as much as I'm very excited about technology, and I think has enhanced our lives so much, and it carries on to do so. I think there are still many things that make us very much human that we won't be able to replace with technology. And it's just having that balance of understanding, yes, we can use AI and machine learning for prescriptive learning, for example, and being able to, I'm a kid in college, and here are different like routes. I don't have to be limited by the fact that I studied maybe that topic, but I have a set of skills and I can develop other skills that can allow me to be a fireman or a lawyer, whatever it is I want to be.
Yeah, and all Tom Brady had to do was break his leg once, and that the whole career would have been. It's again, this is math. There is a great question for you from Catherine Johnson, and she said, "Can you give more specific examples of how courses can be changed for students during the course?" She interprets this as during the taking of a class in situ, not the duration of course over the term. Or she's wondering if she misunderstood that slide. Do you want to bring that slide back up?
No, yeah, of course, yeah. And it's a very good question. And in fact, what is it here? I think it's this one, if I'm not mistaken, or this one. So two things, and my bad for not being specific. I'm talking about online courses. So I'm talking about asynchronous online courses where, as a learner, I can work on a course on any topic at any given time, in a flavor or style that would be more aligned with my preferences, versus a group learning situation where the course will be delivered to in a live context to a larger group of learners. So we're talking about self-paced online learning, e-learning, for individual asynchronous. And I hope that clarifies and help answer the question. But yeah, in the case of synchronous learning, I do not see how that could happen. So here we're very much in the case of asynchronous learning and individual courses being taken by learners, and then courses being able to, or the ability to swap courses based on learners' preferences or learners' need in terms of competencies and skills, and at any given time. And that's why you have that flexibility, because it is asynchronous.
How does this play into adaptive learning? We have lots of different terms for these things, right? And
yeah.
I bring it back to choose your own adventure, right? Where you're presented with a simulation in one of your works. And I mean, are we calling this machine learning now? Are we recognizing that there was an algorithm there that you could choose one of 3 scenarios, and then there's a branching scenario? So that's technically an algorithm that it could do, or
no, you're spot on. It is, and one could argue maybe it's a basic version of it. I'd say where adaptive learning meets with so some of the newer technologies that are used, especially for soft skills training, are use also VR. So being in a VR learning environment where you have adaptive learning, and where the outcome, the scenario of what I'm learning will change depending on what I pick, and then you can have multiple amount of possibilities, then it becomes really exciting. At the moment, from what I've seen in the market is you have some good asynchronous adaptive learning courses, online courses, where so I've done one at the beginning of the year around anti-harassment, and then you have to choose one of the options, and based on the option, you get into a different set of questions and different settings and not different videos, but that's still asynchronous. And then you have better and better content that developed so a lot of the VR content has been around for a while, so it's not new, but a lot of it was initially developed mostly for technical training. Things like you work in a nuclear station. Obviously, we want you to be able to, be able to learn how to operate the control room without the risk of, creating something terrible, or fire safety, for example. Now, what we're seeing is some really good courses that use a lot of neuroscience points around coaching or mentoring or diversity, for example. And it's the whole notion of walking a mile in my shoe, because it is such an immersive experience that when you measure impact to behavior, when you do any kind of training course, the use of VR drastically reduces that. So you're no longer calculating that in terms of how many weeks and how many repetitions do I need to be able to essentially rewire that learner's brain around a preferred behavior. And when they use that kind of VR environment to be able to do a course on coaching, and it's almost immediate. It's literally within a few days you have an impact to performance and to behavior versus your more traditional approach.
Fantastic. I want to round this out. Catherine had a follow-up. She's just wondering, do your current courses offer this through Open Sesame?
Do they offer what?
The adaptive nature of, you know,
so
being able to customize via this pathway that you put out there.
So yes, for the simply, it's not simple, but the adaptive learning, yes. The VR bit, it's coming later this year. So I'm super excited about that because I think it's not a unique. I don't believe there's only one way of learning. I think it should be a blended approach. In fact, there are lots of data that really shows, especially with your younger generation. So your Gen Z, for example, even more than millennials, there's a big ask around like coaching and mentoring, and so there is a need for that interaction and guidance as part of the work or learning journey, which means you can't just do everything online, and thank goodness for that. But it's impressive to see what the VR tools are allowing us to do and tackle for learners.
Mehdi, thank you so much for taking time out of your evening to present for us today. This has been a fantastic talk around AI and machine learning, especially as it relates to customizing and, you know, essentially adult learning at the end of the day. And I'm really excited to see where this adapts and where it goes to in the future. Thank you for everyone for participating during this presentation. As he mentioned earlier, we will be sharing his slides so that you can follow up. But obviously, you can find him over at Open Sesame as well. Merci. I think that's...
Merci beaucoup. Thanks a million, everyone. Have yourself a lovely day.
Which is French your first language?
Yes, my mother tongue, yeah.
So what are the other three? Well, what are the other two besides English?
So once upon a time, I had the aim of being an international hobo, if that's such a thing, because I felt what a better life than just, and I figured at the time, that's going back 25 years ago, I figured that if I speak French, I learned Spanish, Arabic, and then English. I didn't like my English teacher, so that came last. But I learned motivation is crucial. You can't learn if you're not motivated. It's just that simple. You need that added incentive.
Well, then we'll say, okay, let's see if we can do them all. We can say thank you. We can say merci. We say shukran.
Yeah, very good.
Say muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time today. We're going to bring Irene on the stage here in just a second, but thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
My pleasure. Thanks a million, everyone. Cheers. Bye.
All right. So next up, I can see her in the green room here. She's excited. It's great. I'm probably going to destroy her family name. I apologize. Irene Koulianos, which is decidedly, I don't know. We don't know. We'll find out from her. But she is from Vector VMS, and I'm excited to hear she's going to be coming and talking to us about DIY building of a solution here. And I apologize to everyone who's in our session today about whatever bot has decided to attack our YouTube channel today. Apparently, I'm not going to repeat the name here, but that, you know, we keep trying to delete it and we're trying to figure out how, but this is the beauty of bots, right? They seem to figure out how to keep changing. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Irene onto the stage here with me. Hello, Irene. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you?
Our last speaker, it was from the UK. We've actually had two people from the UK. Where are you sitting today?
I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Raleigh. So. Are you also in the heat?
It's not 106 degrees, so I guess I can't complain too much. We're cooler at 95 degrees, so.
Fantastic. That's great.
Yeah.
You are going to be talking about, well, first, let me introduce you. You are the Solutions and Learning Engineer at Vector VMS, and you've been doing this stuff for a decade or so.
Yes.
And you kind of stumbled into the learning space as far as I know.
Yes, exactly. So I'll be doing a little introduction of myself, and you nailed the last name, so you did a great job. And it's Greek.
I didn't want to assume. It's fairly obvious, but I didn't want to assume. So anyway, do you have your presentation ready to share?
Let me get that shared.
All right, fantastic. I'm going to add it here, and I will let you get off and running. So
great. Thank you. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to chat with you today. As Stephen mentioned, I have been in, I'd say, the contingent labor space for the last decade and made the transition over to the technology side of contingent labor, joining Vector VMS. My presentation today is called How I DIY'd, and I tried to be clever and make the end part like ED for education, building a functional learning program from within. So a little bit about myself, in case you aren't as familiar with the contingent labor space, that's basically any part of the extended workforce. So whether that's an Uber driver or a contingent worker or somebody who falls within IR35 or an independent contractor, anyone who isn't a full-time employee of an organization is considered part of the extended workforce. And so much like some applicant tracking systems you may be working with, maybe you're familiar with Workday, other types like that, they manage the full-time labor. Well, Vector VMS specifically manages the contingent workforce. So just like learning, I sort of accidentally fell into contingent labor. I had graduated during the 2008 economic crisis in the US, so that was really neat. And got a job as a recruiting coordinator and was just excited to have a job. And so learned that industry and decided to come over to the tech team or the tech side about 3 years ago. So it's been really fun. And part of my role and what I originally was hired into was providing solutions to our end clients. And so we work directly with corporations, and then we also work with resale partners as well. So that'll be important to understand a little bit later on when I explain why I started getting into the learning and e-learning arena. And now I've transitioned more into a program manager role, still retaining the e-learning and learning piece of my job. But Vector VMS is part of Learning Technologies Group. So OpenLMS is one of our sister brands, as well as a couple of others that I'll be talking about today. And just today, I'm really sharing my story. So I'm a person who had taken e-learning courses, who had been in learning environments, both in education as well as in adult learning and corporate world, and saw a need in our organization and decided to take a leap and teach myself how to do it, which kind of leads me into DIY. So what is the definition of DIY? And it looks like love technology. I tried to share my slides from before, but I think this is a slide deck that was a little outdated. But anyway, the definition still remains the same. It's somebody who's not a professional who tries to learn something that a professional would typically do. And so for me, that was, I'm going to actually stop sharing that for a second. And actually, so you can see my fun. There we go. Since my marketing team did help me with this, I want to make sure that you get to see their fun slides. So I don't know how many of you might be obsessed with this, but I love watching home improvement shows. I watch HGTV, and I'm always interested in renovations. And for me, I guess that applies to my job because I'm often looking at where there's a gap with some of our clients or something on their contingent labor program that needs fixing or renovating, and even looking internally for how we can create better solutions for our clients. And so I really took that DIY approach of not being a professional learning designer and basically building our learning from within, from the ground up. So what needed renovating? So when I first joined the Vector VMS team, we were probably a year into being acquired by Learning Technologies Group. Majority of our sister brands had to do with learning, either technology or content services. So we were on the side of understanding that we had a technology to offer, but it wasn't necessarily tied directly to learning. And I think where there's a really big gap in our industry altogether in contingent labor is the commoditization of contingent workers or the extended workforce. So a lot of organizations think that they're just bringing somebody on board, and why invest time, why invest resources, why invest learning? And I think what's changing in the market and the trends that are happening today is that the contingent labor space is just another sourcing avenue and another way that companies can be successful. And so it's important to look at how to support and develop them from a learning perspective as well. So some things that I noticed was our current training portfolio, while it was great and informative, had some previous UI iterations. There were some previous branding on the training that we had, the ability to have that training collateral. So what did we actually have that our end users could use to learn and become certified in the application, but also stay current with our new releases and updates? So I saw a little bit of a gap there. And then trying to add value for our clients, right? So we're in a highly competitive market. While there are not a lot of other players in the US, I'd say there's probably more in Europe. It's always about how you can keep your brand current and stay and create differentiators. And so I think that was an area where, our organization was looking for ways that we can add value for our clients, but also for our current clients, but also creating opportunities for enhancements with our differentiators and what we can offer to prospects. And then kind of something that everybody's interested in is creating those efficiencies and time saving opportunities. So while our teams could, and even pre-COVID, imagine this, go in person and host a learning session or a training session or do a virtual one, there are, as I'm sure everyone here understands, is there's a lot of people who learn different ways. So maybe, a training session that's live, whether it's virtual or in person, is helpful. Maybe somebody learns better through reference materials and reading about how something is done. Others may, I'm more of like a visual and I need to click on things and kind of learn that way. And so we wanted to be able to offer quite a lot of different options for our clients, whether they had the time to sit and take a longer learning session, whether they want to do a self-paced, or if they just needed quick bites of training collateral. So that's really kind of what, after I had some time to observe and go through the training process myself, to understand kind of what we needed to renovate internally. So once I figured out what we needed to renovate internally, I started to try and think of ways that this could be done. And what really sparked an interest was we were doing some cross-brand activities, right? Learning who the other brands are, what they did. And I started working with colleagues both at Instilled, which is a hosting platform, and Gomo, which is an authoring platform. And, when I learned about what those two organizations did, I understood that this was something that I could leverage, them being part of the LTG, under the LTG umbrella. And if somebody would just give me access, maybe I could create this on my own. So kind of as you progress through a DIY project or a home improvement project, you start off with trying to figure out what you want to renovate, right? And so maybe there's quite a few projects and you narrow it down, and then you try to figure out what tools you need, and you start researching and trying to understand how exactly am I going to get this done. So I started off with, let's start off with what I had available. One was sheer determination. Had I ever built anything before? Had I ever used an authoring tool, a hosting system? Absolutely not. Was I pretty good at Googling things, clicking on buttons to figure out how things worked, testing and repeating and learning the hard way? Absolutely. So I knew I had the determination that I could work with these other brands, work with these other technologies, and sort of figure it out as I go. The other thing I had, a market need for us to provide training and learning solutions. So I already knew the need was there. So I wasn't just creating items that would go into kind of a dark hole or a black hole. I actually knew that this would benefit some of our clients. I also had access to instilled in GOMO. I could reach out to their managing directors. I could reach out to their operations teams, their help desks. I had an internal track as well as really great resources that they provided. So special shout out to GOMO. They have not sponsored me to say this, but attending their webinars, attending their, reading their blog, using their help menu, all of those things, like all of those additional resources that help me to learn how to use an authoring tool. And then, as I said, online resources. So my team will laugh because I'm always the one that's like, well, just Google it. Or they'll be like, how did you find that answer so quickly? And I'm like, well, I Googled it. And so I started Googling things and getting onto learning platforms and learning programs and just trying to understand what exactly I needed to do to start building these resources. So that's what I had. What I needed. The hosting platform, something that would be easy for our clients to use, right? They're already logging into multiple technologies. They're logging into our technologies. Some of our clients are the actual vendors who submit candidates. And I had been a vendor, so I knew how busy my day would be. So I needed something where I can access it quickly and I could pause what I was doing, do other work, and come back to it. I needed an authoring tool. I did not know what that was called at the time. I initially thought I was going to have to just record videos and string them together. So luckily I stumbled upon GOMO. And then I was going to need some help and guidance. And I will say the internal stakeholders across LTG were really great. Whether it was my mentor who is in eLearning where they develop content, whether it was the users in Instilled and GOMO who sat down and took time out of their day to really help me understand how I could set up, how users could authenticate into the application, and ways that I can make it super easy for everyone. And then, so when I kind of thought about what I had, when I thought about what I needed, and all of that started to come together and I lined everything up and the research was there, how did that all come together to then create the products that we have today? One, there was a lot of trial and error, so much. So, and there's stuff even today that if I have a whole other e-learning course that I'm going to start designing soon. And I've learned so much from the other two that I've created and from other training opportunities that I know now what I would do differently. Client advocates. So we had current clients who were interested and willing to take the training themselves, make sure their end users were having access to it, and increasing their users to actually use the training and found it helpful. Colleague support. So even within my internal Vector VMS team, I have people who were going through and QCing the authoring and clicking through screens and taking my assessments and things like that. So it was really great to have their support as well as my leadership support to actually, this wasn't part of my regular day job. So allowing me to take time to put forward and support me in this initiative. Self-paced learning. So being able to go into LinkedIn Learning or Udemy and try to understand exactly the different philosophies around designing learning for users. And then working with the different stakeholders across Vector VMS, GOMO, and Instilled to understand how we can get this out to our end users and make sure everything around compliance, security, our proprietary information, all of that was safeguarded and assured. So now that I had all of this, right, like I understood, I had all my tools, I knew what was going to happen, I did my research, and kind of the next step in the process for any sort of renovation or DIY project, I think, is creating the plan. So this is where I started to put all of that online and self-paced research to good use. It really started with me creating scripts, trying different platforms for recording videos, what sounded the best, what looked the best, different lighting, things that I had never thought of because until I looked back at videos or others looked back and they're like, yeah, that didn't look great. And so the plan really came together where I created kind of a traditional project plan that was both waterfall and that I guess it went in sequential order and I had a go live date, but also was agile because at every iteration, I kind of set it up every 2 weeks. I was going back and making sure that that portion of what I completed within my sprint looked great. It was reviewed by coworkers. It was correct. It was functioning in the GOMO application, and I was being able to author it. And so what was really cool is that GOMO also had a template for storyboarding. So what I was able to do, and I found this halfway through actually putting together. So now I use that storyboard for every type of e-learning course or learning that I use, but being able to storyboard each section and understand how users might interact with the screen and things that I should take into account, both for visuals, video, closed captioning, all of that was starting to go into the plan that I was creating. And so I think for me, the creating the plan part, can be really laid back until I'm very type A. And so the creating the plan kind of gave me some structure and some ability to then really understand and execute my vision while continuing to learn as I go. And then with every project, there's the contingencies, right? This is the thing on like Property Brothers or any HGTV show where the budget starts to go up or the timeline starts to get increased because there were aspects that you didn't take into account in your plan, because no matter how much you put together in your plan, there's always going to be something that comes up. And I will say now, typically you have like a buffer that you put into your project plan to absorb these contingencies. And I will say that was a learning aspect, having to push my go live date back because I hadn't kind of taken into account some of these things, was a really good learning experience, because then I had the ability to create, now that I understand that for the project that I'm working on now, I'm going to be building in time to my project plan for these contingencies. So for this initial project, the first one was permissions. So how was I going to get everyone to access this learning? Were they going to log in directly into Instilled? Is this something that would go directly into our platform? I didn't want to have to register or upload users. So that was one thing that I worked with both the Vector VMS team internally and the Instilled team to understand the best way we could get our users to get into the system and access the e-learning, as well as how to make sure that they were permissioned properly to see the materials that were relevant to them. Reporting. So I don't know why I didn't think about this from the onset, but people were going to want to see the metrics afterwards. It's funny, like in my regular job, like I knew that reporting was essential, data analytics. And so that was something that, kind of learned on the back end how to differentiate users the right way, in a way that makes sense with our, like, we use org IDs. So how can we assign org IDs and instilled and make sure that the reporting comes out so that we can actually use the data to understand who's accessing our learning and if they're passing their courses, etc. Testing. So I had realized that I was going through this every day. Like, I was clicking through the screens, I was reading through everything. And there's that phenomenon where, you know, if you read the same thing over and over again, especially in your mind, you, even if things are misspelled or the letters are out of order, you're still going to read it the way your brain thinks it's meant to be on the screen. And so I realized a little later in the game with my first e-learning that I was going to need some of my other colleagues to click through, make sure all the buttons were working, like make sure it made sense, and that if there was any, you know, grammatical, spelling errors, misconstrued sentences. And so my team really saved the day and came through and helped me test and make sure that it was ready to launch to our end users. And then the last piece was accessibility. And I will say, as somebody who I try to be really cognizant of all types of individuals and try to kind of get outside of my own privilege, including like ableism privilege, to understand like how we can make things more accessible, or you know, but it's something that I have to admit that I did not think about until I was at the very end of my e-learning building for this particular course. And so what was really great is that Gomo had things that were already part of the application that I could apply to different areas to ensure that there was accessibility needs met with the e-learning aspect. So that was my contingencies. And luckily, like, I'm the type of learner too that will literally just click on things. So I think what made it really nice is whether you use Gomo, Instilled, whatever you're using, like, my advice is to make sure that it's intuitive. So what was really nice is I could easily see the, you know, on one side of my screen when I was building, I knew exactly what the different pieces of collateral or buttons or creation, I knew, like, and a lot of it was just me clicking on things, testing them, playing around with them, reading through the help website. And a lot of that made sense. And so I think that's really critical too. If you're kind of in that stage where you're teaching yourself, then it's really important that the tools you're using are also intuitive, and that you can just go in and click and not be afraid that you're going to break something or have to redo all of that. So, and it's really cool to also see in the comments, I have to comment for a second, like, about all the other, like, I would love to know how many other people are DIYing, because even Laddick will tell you, like, when he first approached me about this, I was like, I have imposter syndrome in general, but I was like, wait, will people care that, you know, I taught myself, or I like learn this on my own, or is like there going to be all these people who have studied this for years and understand? And it was great to learn that there was a good mix of things, and good mix of like people who were kind of figuring it out on their own, like me, and others who may have had more extensive experience. So I will say, if you're DIYing it like I am, just make sure.
I think it's safe to say that the last 2 years have been like the most massive DIY educational experience ever. So you're in really good company. But I second you. I know Josh and Rebecca and a couple other people put their experience there. I would love to hear in the chat anybody else who feels like, yeah, I had to cobble this together, or I had to learn this on my own, I had to figure it out. Please put it in the chat there so that we can comment on it.
Yeah, that'd be great. And I'm still learning, so if you have any other tips, like, happy to hear those too. So great. So now that we figured out our contingencies, which again did extend my timeline the first time around, but what was really cool is, like, now I understood them. And when I went to build my second e-learning course, I knew to anticipate those, and then more contingencies came up. And then I built, I'm getting ready to build my third e-learning course. And, I'm sure more things will come up, but definitely have learned from the previous items as well. So the results, I put in all this work. I taught myself. My colleagues spent time and energy helping me both internally at Vector VMS and at the other, at GOMO and Instilled. And so what can I say? What were our results of this? And I have to say I'm pretty proud of them. And I'm not the only person who contributes to this. So one thing that we did start doing in addition to our 2 self-paced courses is we started a monthly webinar, live stream series, whatever you want to call it, for our clients, where we would take different aspects of either our application, new product releases, or other services that we offer, and create a monthly series where we go through that with and open it up to all of our clients. And so all of those items are available at an on-demand library. So we have 70 plus resources that are increasing every month. And what's great about Instilled is I can include things like the actual recordings and videos, the slide decks, handouts, quick reference guides, and all of that information, which makes it, again, for all types of users. No matter if you can attend live or not, you have an access to this searchable library of resources. We're probably up to closer. We're at 14 hours. I think I've added a few in the last couple of days. So we might be up to 15 or 20 hours of recorded webinars and training videos. And the other really cool thing is, while this was designed and executed for our clients and end users, our internal Vector VMS team has also benefited from this. So I think that's something that organizations can forget sometimes, is that, yeah, you should be doing things to help your clients and bring, make your clients happy and loyal using your product. But it's also important to make sure that your internal stakeholders and your internal team also have access to learning and training opportunities. So in addition to offering this to our external clients, and we have also started a learning series internally, whether that's the Sales Academy that we've created for onboarding new sales resources in our organization, if it's onboarding in general. So any new hires have a full suite of learning resources and videos that they can watch, as well as at Vector VMS, we did a big transition from Outlook to Google Workspace. And so we were able to do an entire, I think over 4 or 5 months. I did a monthly internal series going over best practices, ways to use Google, ways to transition into Google Workspace, and that's all available on demand as well. So something that originally started off as one small project for a subset of our end users is now, the scope has now expanded to our entire client base, as well as our internal team, and then the ability to also then take that to the next level and see how we'll go from there. And I will say the last time I ran the numbers, I think was a few days ago, we had around 600 users within our instance of Instilled. Say probably 75% of them are there for the certificates, both for our vendors and business intelligence. So the adoption rate has been really high, but that's, again, another learning experience, right? So how do I break down the data? How do I break down those numbers? How do I understand and get feedback? And those are some things that I've been learning from my learning design courses and other e-learning training that I've been taking. Is it's just as important to get continuous feedback on your learning offerings as it is for your product. And so that kind of leads me into kind of the next stage in evolution. So we've kind of seen how I took my initial renovation project, how I created did the research, gathered my tools, created a plan, found out there were some contingencies that pushed my renovation date back, and then was able to deliver results. But I think probably many of you are like me, and it's like, okay, cool. Well, I've learned that, mastered that, or not so much mastered it yet, but feeling good about that. How do I take this to the next level? How do I continue to grow and learn myself so that I can continue to make sure that our e-learning offerings are staying current and competitive? So I just want to talk through a few of our future projects. So the next course that I'm going to be the next e-learning course that I'm going to be designing that will be a certification course is for our system admin. So there's a lot of great opportunities here because it will allow during implementation of our software there to be a recorded training that people can do self-paced and earn a certification. And then our implementation team can then create a more structured and specific live training for those end users for their particular instance of the application. Our monthly live stream training has been really, really popular. So we're going to continue that. And so I'll be myself and other members of our team will be building the 2023 training schedule. And I have to give a shout out to my colleagues as well for participating in these monthly live streams. So it's not just me delivering it or one of my other colleagues. We've taken SMEs from across the organization who've devoted their time in an already busy schedule to deliver these trainings to our clients so that they can have access to this on demand. So it's been really great to have the team support and help with this as well. Language translations. So we, as an application, are in multiple countries, multiple languages. Being somebody who is primarily English speaking, English is my first language. That was really what I developed my training in. But I think to take our learning to the next level, we want to make sure that we are able to include anybody who's using our application. Now, as an English speaker, I understand that we are really lucky and spoiled that the rest of the world knows multiple languages, including English, and we do not. But so I think it would be important to make sure that whether those language translations are full translations or included as closed captioning, going to take a look at how we might differentiate and what could go to market fastest for that. Client specific training. So everything that I've done so far has been to a broader audience. It's been the generic version of our application or out of the box version of our application or maybe standard. But there's a lot of features, functionality, configurability that we offer, and each client may look and do things a little bit differently, have different processes. So I'm going to be working with my fellow teammates on the account management team to understand how we can leverage Instilled and Gomo to create specific learning that's accessible only for that client. A really cool thing in the orientation and onboarding. So one of the webinars that I watched from Gomo was how one of their clients actually used the authoring tool to create a onboarding experience for their new hires. And that's something that I would never have really thought of to use. Like, I was kind of like blinders on, it's e-learning, it's just for learning. But if you think about anytime you started a new job, that's also a learning process and being onboarded. And so what I would like to do is take that use case where they created the orientation and onboarding for their new hires, and see how we could apply it and offer it to our contingent workers who are starting new with clients, to our vendors who might be onboarded and working with our technology and our clients for the first time, and just really understand different ways that we could use learning, authoring, and hosting applications that go beyond just what we might consider traditional e-learning or learning. And then my own training. So again, I'm about a year into this, maybe a year and a few months of doing and building and learning design. And so I think I myself am my own future project as well. So really listening to my team, gathering feedback, continuing to understand what other areas of the house need renovating, and creating a plan for how we can execute on that, while I continue to learn more. I mean, I started a LinkedIn learning course on learning design a couple of weeks ago. And so now I'm having all of these epiphanies like, oh, there's actually methodologies, and there's this acronym ADDIE, and I can understand how to maybe pick one of these methodologies and apply it to how I'm actually designing this, and not just kind of winging it. So it feels a little bit more organized and methodical. So that's really kind of sums up my journey. And curious if anybody has any questions on what I did or how I did it, or thoughts or comments. I'm happy to chat more about it.
What I love the most about this presentation is the honesty of it.
Thank
right?
you.
At the end of the day, and, you know, Chris put it in here as open LMS. He's like, he was wondering if, you know, bring your own EdTech would be a good idea, but if, like, we've all been doing this, and as I mentioned earlier, I think over the last 2 years, there have been so many people who have made it up as they have gone along. Here's my question for you: is, do you feel like I'm interested in how you feel as your own personal evolution as a learning professional now over this experience? Like, do you feel like you've kind of shifted into a whole new career path? Has this opened up a whole new universe to you? Like, how has Irene evolved?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I would say yes. I would say that kind of like I accidentally fell into staffing. I feel like I accidentally fell into like the learning and learning design space. And so I think for me personally, it has opened up a lot of opportunities, even within my group company, to evolve my role from what I was originally hired for. And luckily I have leadership team that supports that and is like, yeah, go for it. Figure it out. You know, we'll help you. We'll support you. We'll get you connected to people. And so I think, yeah, it's definitely opened up a career path, one that I didn't know a lot about to begin with. So I've learned the different roles and the different aspects of putting together training, e-learning, designing, content creation. And I think it's opened up kind of a new pathway for me to figure out if this is something that could be, you know, a part of my career, and an area that I never thought I would really go into. So
cool. So
yeah.
So as a follow-on to that, you just said that, you know, you've had a really supportive leadership and colleagues and those kinds of things. Mostly, I'm always interested in the challenges and the fails, right? So like, where did you find resistance? Was it, you know, you obviously between the LTG companies, just even getting access and raising your hand and those kinds of things was an issue. But like, where were the real challenges, especially from humans? And then was there ever one or two times where you're like, oh yeah, I totally designed this, and then, you know, something you designed and you were sure was going to work, but now that with what you've delivered, it's either disappeared or it's something totally different? Like, it was a complete fail.
Yeah. So I will say
you're not supposed to sigh that.
I know. Listen, and my leaders will tell you, sometimes I get in my own way or I overcomplicate things. And so there were times where I was like like I was building things in Gomo and not like it took me like a month to realize that I could test each portion of it, and I had forgotten to actually make it so that you can click between screens. So then I had to go back through like tons of content that I had created, and just like as simple as like it took me hours to just realize that like I needed to go back through, and it's something as simple as like it would have taken me so much less time if I had done it in the moment. So I think me myself and learning and that part was probably the biggest challenge, and kind of some of the fails. I think sometimes just having the time. So my colleagues are really great and they will literally bend over backwards to help you do stuff, but I would always, like you feel bad like, hey, in addition to all this full 8-hour day that you have, could you also do me a solid and take this e-learning training? And so I think that was, working with my team, and that was probably my biggest success, honestly, was everyone had instilled at Gomo, even like right up to the managing directors would sit down and be like, all right, let's help you solve this, or let's help you figure it out. I think some of the challenges really came into play too with like the authentication. So like the systems, like while we're part of the same sister brands, we're not all from the same company. So trying to figure out how we can plug and play, I think was a lot of good learning experience. And because you want to make it easy for the end user, right? You don't want to have to have, they don't want to have 50 million logins. They don't have to go to a bunch of different places. So us trying to figure out, and we're continuing to evolve that, right? So there's products now that are really going to help us to create an interface where our clients can access the learning directly from a dashboard instead of having to log in separately. So it was really cool. What started off as a challenge and trying to figure out how we get people to log into 2 different applications, which people did. I mean, obviously we have like 500, 600 users. People are using the app, both applications, and using the e-learning, but even evolving that into making it one step easier and available to our end users, by being able to put it on the dashboard. I hope that answered it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Irene, we have unfortunately come to the end of our time here. We have to bring, actually, we have to give our participants a break.
Yeah,
because
that's
they've
fair.
specifically asked for that. But I can't think, this has been one of those, as you said, at the beginning, when we first started talking about this, it sounded like a really good idea, but it was an especially good idea to have you present, because as we're discovering, like so many of us, this is how it comes together, right? We cobble it together. So many of us are just sort of figuring this out on our own or in a really small team. And I really, really appreciate you sharing your story over at Vector VMS. And we'll share your slides and your contact information so people can reach out to you if they want to connect and those kinds of things. But thank you so much for taking time.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Have a great day.
Thanks.
So everyone, now is the second break that we have planned in our session today. It is a longer break. It's a half an hour. For those of us who need to go get some lunch, maybe you gotta go pick up the kids. If you're on the other side of the planet, maybe this is the time to go grab a glass of wine. But we will be coming back at the top of the hour, which will be at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, New York time, to have Josh Novell join us from Warner Music Group about digital learning solutions. And this is, I'm not gonna lie, one of my favorite talks, because he's going to be talking about a learning ecosystem that has no LMS. There's no learning management system in there. And so we will see you in about 30 minutes at the top of the hour. Okie dokie. I think we're coming back from break here in about 3 minutes. Just letting everybody know that we'll be getting started again in a few minutes. If you want to come back, I see there's still quite a few people in the room with us. We're going to be having Josh Novell from Warner Music Group up in just a few minutes, so stay tuned. And we're back. Welcome back to the EdTech session of the eLearn Success Series. My name's Laddick. We're kind of coming into the second half of this session. We've had 4 great speakers already today, from Al Kingsley to Felix Oswald of GoStudent, Al Kingsley of Net Support. We had Irene Kunulonis. Oh man, I totally just pushed her name, of Vector VMS. And we had Mehdi from Open Sesame. 4 excellent speakers await you still here in the next several hours. I guess it's really kind of 3 or 4 hours still that we've got to go. And without any further ado, I'm excited to introduce you to Josh Novell. And Josh is the Director of Digital Learning Solutions at Warner Music Group. And you may have heard of Warner Music Group. I mean, as you'll hear in the presentation, this is Madonna's label. It's a global company. Worldwide solution, been around for quite a while. And the thing that is most fascinating about this particular presentation is that it is talking about how we have a no LMS, or no learning management system, EdTech solution for such a large company like this. Before we kick it off though, I want to just give a shout out to our sponsors who make this series possible. IntelliBoard, our gold sponsor, a data learning platform, a data learning analytics platform that's been around forever. Class, a new technology platform that is a learning management system that sits on top of Zoom. iSpring and Open Sesame, that are content providing or content solution companies, so content curation or content creation. And then Respondus and Sumati, which are also both proctoring companies. So I really encourage you to go check them out. IntelliBoard, Class, iSpring, Respondus, Open Sesame, and Sumati. One little caveat for this particular presentation is that it is pre-recorded. So Josh did tell me that he had unfortunately some scheduling conflicts for this particular day, and so I was able to catch him and record this session. And so what we're going to be doing is playing the session right now. Josh did say that he was going to be able to jump into the chat, so I hope that's the case. If not, please do put any questions or comments that you have in the chat, because we will see them either on the replay or we will be able to send them to them so that you can get your answers. So without further ado, I will put this in the screen, put it into full screen, and away we go. Christian, if you wouldn't mind starting us off. Oh, and we cannot hear it. And Chris, we're gonna have to try again. Can you try resharing the presentation and just make sure that that piece is checked? Sorry for a little technology glitch here. We're going to reshare the presentation and make sure that sound is shared at the same time as well. Still not getting it. All right, one more try. Oh, nope. Chris, I'm gonna try sharing, and we'll see if that fixes the problem.
Yeah, so we essentially started a digital learning journey at One Music Group when I joined. We had pretty much nothing except, you know, the odd stereotypical compliance courses flowing around out there. So your really traditional click next, hour-long, mostly regulatory text kind of e-learning modules, the creme de la creme of our industry stuff that you have floating around out there. So my job was to kind of compile all of this stuff, and we obviously we put in some various analytics and some tracking platforms, so an LMS or an LXP or whatever you want to call that nowadays. And then from that, we started putting in things like a bulk library, because being a global organization like us, we had requests coming from all over the place. We had China saying, I want to be a more effective Python developer. We had Australia saying, I want to be a more inclusive manager. We then had the US saying, I just want to be really Excel type thing. We were drowning in this stuff, and we're a small, finite team, pretty much. So essentially, we were like, we've got to partner with a bulk library here. We personally went with the LinkedIn guys because I know them quite well. I trust them. They're timely. They also have good accessibility. They have good localization offerings and stuff like that. That was why we chose those guys, and we kind of use that as a sieve and a filter. So whenever learning requests come into us, we essentially say, like, here's some stuff we've got, without really having to do the analysis or the value add and stuff like that. Does that solve it for you? 9 times out of 10, people are like, yeah, that kind of just does me. I just wanted to know, what does unconscious bias mean? That was kind of it. Or like, yeah, that's the latest updates on Python. So I'm very task-based, I'm very transactional. That's all I kind of wanted here. Okay, cool. Great. Why did we ever waste time in the past of going out to find external classrooms and think about travel time and lunch costs and all of this sort of junk that we used to have going along there? And then from this, we were able to kind of go, right, well, what's left? What are the learning things that are dripping through this thing? And lo and behold, 2 key questions kept occurring. There was, I don't know what technology I have access to. And when I do know what technology I have access to, I don't know how to use it. Now, the L&D person in my mind kind of went, oh my God, it's this system again. Because genuinely, when you approach that problem, you end up with 4 solutions. One of which is an absolutely wonderful webinar where you have some guy clicking around the screen, and then there'll always be this kind of, yeah, and then you just click this menu. My internet's a bit slow today, isn't it? Yeah, weather's lovely. Oh, there we go. The page is loaded now, so I'll continue the webinar. Or there'll be an absolutely wonderful e-learning course where it will be a screenshot from the system, but the e-learning developers put an interaction zone over the button that they click in the actual system. So, oh, isn't that so clever or something? it doesn't work, and then you suddenly go, oh, we've got someone with a screen reader here, and the whole thing falls apart on itself. Or you've got my personal favorite, my flavor of the month is the PDF with squares all over it. That is top class experience there. And the fourth one I generally find is when someone has done the original one, so done the webinar approach, and then they go, oh, we need something virtual. So they send you a recording of the webinar, and you host
of course, absolutely, 100%.
On-demand resource done. They're the four approaches of kind of on-demand system training, really. So what we started looking at is effectively partnering with organizations that do kind of app training on phones. So when you sometimes download a new app, it kind of gives you a bit of a product orientation piece. We were like, why don't we just do that for system training? So we started doing that. That effectively led us into a world where we started playing around with, well, hang on, we've put this over our HR platform and stuff. And you'd have someone come in going, oh, how do I book annual leave? How do I book vacation? And it would go, oh, you click here, you click here, you click here, then you click here, and you go down all these menus and you sign in here and then blah, 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 and then suddenly you get a calendar up in front of you. We suddenly went, well, this is 16, 17 clicks here. 14 of them are completely identical, no matter who you are, where you are, what language it's set to in the world. So rather than just getting this thing to say, you need to kind of click here, why don't we actually just take out all of those pieces and get a bot to do them automatically? So it takes you to the endpoint and says, right, you need to put in time, the dates that you want, and the reason you want it off. Everything else automated.
Awesome.
Now that's where it kind of, the fruit of it really started. From that into a world where we then started putting it across multiple platforms. So how do I submit an expense? How do I see Madonna's latest streaming figures? All of this sort of stuff. And we suddenly realized, well, this is great, but you have to still get to the platform. We haven't addressed that original question of, I don't know what technology I've got access to. So we kind of made an amalgamation bot that sits on the desktop, almost like a kind of old school Microsoft Clippy. It's everything Clippy should have been back in the day. And effectively,
I think there was some Microsoft engineer that said, this is everything we need. I think you are here 30 years later saying, this is everything we need.
Either that or there's some Microsoft engineer going, do we own the IP to this somewhere? Like, they're scraping through that sort of thing.
100%, yeah.
Like, what have we got here? Do we have them here? And effectively, that got us in a world where we are now. And that is effectively, you can say, I need to submit an expense. And it loads up the expenses system. It takes you through that in an automated place, which means we can go back to finance and say, this used to take them 18 minutes and it used to have loads of errors in it. Now, it takes them 3 minutes because the bot's doing a vast majority of it, which means it can screen at a point of input rather than you having dirty data in the output. Now, this brings us to that kind of the invisible system piece. What if you could simply just say, I need to book annual leave? And instead of opening a system and taking you through that journey, it just goes, what days? What if all of that output stuff can happen somewhere else? So what if all of these systems, these HR suites, these finance suites, these marketing suites, all this stuff going on that we've got, these CRMs and stuff, what if all of them can become fantastic tools for professionals in that area? What if they become no longer user experience tools? And that's kind of the concept we're playing around with at the moment. And it's a really exciting piece for us. And it takes me back to like a kind of piece of where I kind of view learning development really. And there's a quote by kind of Michael Porter, classic Michael Porter quote really. Everyone loves it. It's strategy 101 is about choices. You can't be all things to all people. And I think in L&D, especially in the digital line of it, we have primarily tried to be the solution for people. Whereas I fundamentally think we need to be about the first part of the sentence. We need to be about informing the choices. We shouldn't be the end point of it. We should be the actual, well, yeah, you want to do something really cool and fancy in Excel. Well, you could do this, 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 or this. You want to be a more inclusive leader. Well, great, you could try this approach, this approach, this approach, or this approach. There's no the gospel of Johari's window coming down the mountainside here or anything like that. There's simply just, here's your options. Now, there might be some pieces where regularly we need to say, no, this is the way. Like, maybe there might be some situations like that. But actually, it's about being those choices for people, I think. And that, for me, is kind of how I think we have started viewing L&D and more widely people technology slightly differently. What if we can actually just be the choice piece of people, and all this transactional stuff just disappears.
I am befuddled in the best way possible. Like, this is gorgeous. This is absolutely gorgeous, and I'm going to continue the conversation here because the first two off the bat. Then the very first question I want to ask you about it is, did you get this idea from elsewhere? Was it truly the genesis of this was inside Warner? Or did you go to a conference somewhere and you're like, hey, wait, holy crap, this is how Salesforce does it. We should do it. Did you get the idea from that? Or is this truly like, you kind of discovered it internally?
It's been an ever evolving journey. And I don't claim we're unique here. I don't believe we're the only ones doing it, but I don't believe that there's kind of best practice establishment. I don't think it's something widely done. And I think some people keep it as like their trade secrets, really. I think we might have stumbled into it on our own. I'm one of these people where I'm very much still with pride. Like, I will see good ideas and I go, that's a really cool idea. But it's about figuring out where to use that idea. It's not about just saying that's a cool idea, let's put it in our business, because it may work for Netflix, might not work for us.
Mm-hmm.
But it's about finding the right place, the right time, all that sort of good stuff that you have there. Yeah, I think there are other organizations doing this sort of stuff. I think we're in an organization in a space where, like, we're on cutting edge of a lot of stuff.
Sure.
Like, we're the people taking your 7-year-old's pocket money, selling them an Ed Sheeran t-shirt in Fortnite. Like, we're on some pretty cutting edge stuff nowadays. So I like to think that we have that kind of innovation mindset built in.
Well, then, which is gorgeous. Again, I love that, because now I'm thinking what you've just put on the table. I'm hoping for most people who are listening as well. In my mind, it's just like, God, this is all just so obvious, right?
You think so?
And now, great, hindsight's 2020. Right now that you've mentioned it, it's so obvious. But even just the perspective of, why are we asking to create user experiences around HR platforms and learning platforms, and why aren't we just sort of saying, hey, here the experience is, let's present choices essentially at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Tell me about the true time frame and level of effort behind getting to where you are today. Are we talking the last 5 years and $10 million? I don't maybe I don't know, £500,000. Whatever. I don't even know the conversion rate anymore. But or is it like, is this something that you've had to iterate? Like, because then my next question is going to be, how much frustration has your user base felt with it, in terms of change? I give you the mic.
It's been a really interesting journey for us, to be honest with you. We started small. Like, that's the first thing we wanted to properly test and learn this thing. This was a nugget of an idea in the back of my brain somewhere that I was like, I want to try this sort of thing one day. And this was the environment that I got the privilege to be able to do that in. And for me, we could have gone all guns blazing. This is the way we do system upskilling in the organization now. This is our mandate. This is our kind of curriculum. This is our approach to it. And kind of bulldoze everyone else out there. But I think you and I both know that's not how you win hearts and minds and win favor in an organization. So firstly, what we had to do, we had to drink our own champagne. We started off with this over our HR technologies. And really boiling down to one of two things. What's taking people longer than it should do? And secondly, from an administrative perspective, where is dirty data coming into our platform? But what's causing this knock-on downstream stuff that, you know, that if someone puts a new talk in as your city, like, you know, you're suddenly not going to get added to mailing lists, and you're not going to get added to like the benefits platform. You know, all of this downstream stuff that it's a simple typo, but yeah, it has so much downstream impact that it's almost intangible to try and measure just how much it is, let alone the fact of the employee having to ring up the service desk going, hey, why didn't I get enrolled to this? Why am I missing communications over here? That MVP itself, once we started figuring out which processes or which journeys we wanted to go after, we were able to implement it in about 4 months.
Wow.
And I'm not going to go into exact costings, but not much more expensive than, say, your average kind of externally facilitated webinar sessions would put you back, really.
Wow. Okay, that's affordable.
Yeah.
Wow.
But for us, the big winner was being able to go back to our CFO and essentially say, time is money.
Well, that's what you say, like, because that ultimately that's the conversation you're having, right? Because you're asking for a fairly big change, and you've got to be able to prove that not only you're going to get there's a lot of knock-ons here in terms of clean data, which is going to have a long tail efficiency effect, right?
Yeah.
Just the user interaction, right? How many hours are wasted in every large corporation like yours every day, and somebody just trying to figure out where's the leave policy manual, right? Like, oh my, yeah. It blows my mind. So let me ask that. So did you go to the CFO first for buy-in, or like maybe the head of people or something like that for buy-in? And then like, what was the process of sort of having that conversation?
So it kind of came in, like, it was one of those things where I was very kind of blessed because we didn't have the digital learning pieces in there. I wasn't undoing yesterday's bad practice. So where I was brought in to do this new thing, there was almost this kind of piece of, well, yeah, this I think this is how we should do that differently. And it was kind of an interesting one because I kind of almost felt sometimes that I was like, I'm not trying to sell you on like, this is how other people do. I'm being fully transparent. This is a punt. This is a gut feeling somewhere here that I think we could do something here that's a bit different, a bit more tangible. And I think it's worth a go. And for me, that's kind of where it's like. But in terms of like who approved and stuff like that, for the MVP, it was literally, well, doing something digital learning was already in kind of the HR mandate for that year. It's just and kind of say, well, this is something kind of digital learning.
There is a budget line item. This kind of fits in there. I like that.
Exactly that. Everyone knows we do that sometimes.
100%.
Yeah.
So once you've got buy-in, and we kind of see the sort of, you said 4 months. By the way, I've completely thrown your presentation out of the.
Oh yeah.
which is even better. So, I can imagine that there are in the audience right now quite a few people either at higher education institutions, a lot of other corporations are just like, look, I am either the head of L&D or I'm even in either the EVP or the C-suite. I don't even know where to start with this. Now, did you come to this as a digital learning specialist? Did you come to this with the knowledge that's like, hey, look, I know how to build this bot, or I know the people who can build this bot? Or was this truly like you were in the meeting, you're like, this is a punt, this is a total intuition feeling, and then you kind of made it up and you went and figured it out? Or did you come in with a lot of the pieces already kind of, I kind of see how this kind of fits together?
I think it was primarily an intuition piece. I think those people that would kind of know me or people that I worked with previously, they always say one thing, and it's radical transparency. Radical candor is definitely kind of part of my leadership kind of philosophy in an organization. So I think you've got, like, especially with something new like this, because there could be someone external that goes out to another big company that already has a far more established e-learning or digital learning environment where they've got 20, 30 instructional designers sitting under them, and they're like, hey, well, that's what success kind of looks like. And that could have come back and, like if I said that's how it's done in the market, could have really like derail the whole thing. So for me, I had to be hugely transparent about saying there is this sort of stuff that happens externally. I think especially for this sort of transactional training, I don't think it is training. I think there is a better way of doing and approaching this problem, rather than getting people in a classroom or throwing an e-learning module at them or throwing a PDF with loads of squares at them. I think it's fundamentally a far more engaging way of doing it.
So what is it? So now, what does it look like in terms of a rollout to the rest of the organization? Like you said, you're truly global. So, you know, China to Fiji to California. Like, how do you begin to pilot this and then socialize it? And then what does the actual experience look like for somebody at Warner? Like, you know, for every, you know, corporate laptop you issue, this sits somewhere in the corner, or like, what does it look like?
Yeah, effectively that. So if you are already within a platform itself, you wouldn't even know this is a separate tool. We brand it to, if you're in a Salesforce or a CRM or something, it looks like it belongs there. It's like, you think about your shopping websites, it can be like a little question mark down in the bottom corner that kind of says, hey, like, you're here to do something. But that's also the beauty of how this sort of thing can work. But because it's kind of overlaying on the system, you can also kind of train it to trigger itself dependent on what's happening on the system. And that's letting us do some really kind of quite interesting stuff. One of my favorite examples that we kind of do is, if someone naturally, without coming through my bots, without coming through my automations and stuff, ends up on the time off booking page, my bot just simply glances up and goes, oh, how many days left have they got? And then it looks at its little clock and it goes, oh, it's July here. And it goes, that number's a little high. So you know what it does? Triggers itself and goes, that number's a little bit high. Have you looked at this digital learning resource we've got over here about recognizing the signs of burnout in yourself?
It's just, yeah, the predictive, I want to put that here in this little square right here, because we're going to come back to that, because the predictive because usually learning is behavior change, but you see that sort of lag effect in the, this is actually push, you know, this is kind of a push mentality as well. But okay, so tell me about just sort of, I want to go back to that first question of socializing this. Like, okay, you kind of had your first success in the HR system, and you had something to roll out. Was it an immediate aha moment for everybody in the company? Did you have to social? Like, tell me about, what were the stumbling blocks? What were the mistakes? What can we learn from you so that anybody else who wants to do this can steal your idea and make a different clip? No,
100% steal away here. Like, but the only thing is like, find me on some socials, find my LinkedIn and stuff, because one day when you come up with a better way of using this, I'm gonna. I want I want to steal this right back off you. That's the condition here, pretty much. For me, it was a really interesting piece. So we worked very closely with our product owners, effectively. And surprise, surprise, most of them don't like doing these webinars. Most of them don't like maintaining these PDFs. So when we kind of went, this is a bit of an easier way to do it. And like, we as an L&D function would be snowballed if all of you came to us with requests. So why don't we just kind of teach you how to use this thing? And they go, yeah, cool. We've even had certain product owners use it as part of like QA for updates and rollouts and stuff. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't think about that use case. Like, they're using training material to check whether the platform's working as expected.
And so that, visualize this for me and the other listeners right now. They're able to, like, if I was, let's just say I'm either a product owner or I'm a service owner or whatever within Warner, and this is like, there is a bot or something, like a technology that I can go into and say, look, I want to create a new service, and then I train it, or how does that work?
Some of them, so there's a handful of these in the market at the moment. The one that we use effectively allows you to almost screen record, and it captures the elements that you are interacting with on the page. The elements that, for viewers that don't know, it's the building blocks that make up a website in the background, really. So rather than just kind of going, it's a blue button over here, it knows exactly what that button's purpose is. So even if you move that button from here to here, it means my help and support just kind of is sticky to it. It moves it around with it. but it's a kind of codeless thing to look after. I mean, you can go really, really bespoke and make custom JSON queries and all this sort of like really weird and wonderful stuff going on there. The most basic stuff, you literally have to have one person, one time, click through the process.
And so I think we're getting to a place where many people, including myself, so the HR system, the finance system, so your SAP and your in the America it would be ADP or somebody like that. None of that's disappeared. It's the requirement of the user interacting with that system that's disappeared.
That's what we're looking to minimize. Yeah.
Wow.
And it's exactly that. So these systems are still phenomenally important to us.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
We still need a HR database. We still need a payroll because hey, my bot ain't going to pay people at the end of the day. I'm not going to go into that world. Yeah. But if someone says, "Where's my paycheck?" or "Where's my pay slip?" why are they being taken to a random website through a single sign-on to through this, through that, when it can just go, there it is.
Right, exactly.
Like if someone says, like, more basic example, if someone says, what's the paternity or maternity policy? Why take them to an intranet site with a SharePoint backend with a file repository that says, well, here's the version controls. Oh, but you've got to scroll down until you find the one that says US. But because it's US, it's down at the bottom of the pile rather than the top. Like, no, we know you're in the US. Why not? There it is.
I just have to. My brain is screaming right now because of the number of forms that I filled. Well, and the one that kills me is just I love that you have said this a couple of times in the conversation, is that we know this, right? And as much as we hate, we have privacy conversations, all the time within companies, without, with the clients that the users and the clients that you have and whatnot. But at the end of the day, there's a huge worldwide agreement that there's a lot of knowns. There's an awful lot of knowns out there, especially if you're signing up to work for Warner Music Group right now, right? Like, there's going to be a lot of knowns. And why do we keep asking people to tell us about those things that we already know? It's just unbelievable to me.
I think for me, make a hypothesis. Size it, scope it, kind of go, if we were to do this, what would it do? If you can, bake it back to a financial matter. That's always the nicest thing. Like, efficiencies are very simple to bake back to a finance matter. And for me, that's kind of where it kind of starts. But to your point, like, we do know this stuff, yet we'll say, oh, we need to do learning needs analysis, and we'll need to do this, and we'll need to do that, when you need to just kind of go, well, look, we've got this thing here. Why don't we make a little MVP? If in 2 weeks' time, no one's looked at it, no one's interacted with it, okay, we were wrong. My gut feeling's been settled. I'm not wasting much time. Spin it out. Let's retire it.
Yeah. I just want to, for everyone who's not in the innovation space like yourself and whatnot, MVP, a minimum viable product. Yes. This is when you have that hypothesis, you have that idea generated, get to a place where you can actually use it and it actually functions.
Yeah.
And you can say, hey, wait, is this worth investing more time and effort in? Clearly, that's take me to a place. Again, we're going to get to that predictive part, but many people in the audience are really interested in skill development. These, we're mostly dealing with adult learners who need to either have that lifelong learning component, and then take me to a place where, like, this is, what are some of the critical skills that you need in Warner Music? I mean, is it everything from engineers to marketers to, I guess there's every job we can imagine there. You had touched on in the beginning of how you have removed learning content to a great deal, and I think you said you're using LinkedIn Learning to cover a lot of that. How does that process work? Because it's not quite so like, hey, I want to, gosh, and I'm trying to think of a good example, like some really deep skill. Would this work where there's some really bespoke skills, or okay, this is physics, or this is hydromechanics, or something like that? Or what's your thought on that?
It's a really tough one, and we are kind of experimenting with this as it goes. When it comes to the skill piece, one of the confusing things I always see in our market is you'll see being an excellent leader side by side with Microsoft PowerPoint in skills databases. That's never really felt right to me, because one's a very transactional tool. One of them, I guess some people would call a soft skill or an essential skill and things like that. And the fact that they almost treated the same thing in these skills directories.
Sorry, I totally had to visualize that. Like you're talking like on the screen, like here's how to do Microsoft PowerPoint. Oh, and here's how to be a more effective, inclusive leader. Yeah, totally. Okay, I totally get it. Yeah, I had to visualize that. All right.
It's a super weird thing when you really think about it, isn't it? It's like, no, like this, the term soft skills has always annoyed me, but for me, like, they are the skills of the future. Like, for me, one of the things I've had the privilege to be able to do is hire people from various different industries and stuff like that, because for me, there's one primary skill I look for when I hire people. That's curiosity. Don't stop about kind of, oh, that's why we do the things we do. Unless you can get to like ask why like a toddler until you get to a piece where you're like, all right, yeah, that makes sense. Or just keep going and then go, well, why don't we do it a bit differently? Like it can lead to some fascinatingly frustrating team meetings. I'll tell you that, but it means we're all on the same page about why we're going the way we're doing. It gives us a sense of purpose.
Well, then take me. I agree. And unfortunately, you're preaching to the choir, so I'm not going to. But I'm trying to think of what are the challenges that you faced, you know, before again, I want to get to that future because I feel like there's even more challenges because I'm sure there's plenty of people who are terrified when the bot comes up and says, have you considered taking leave recently? Because, you know, you've been working every day for the last 72 days. Like take me through, you know, if you think back over the last year or so, cultural pushback, you know, especially globally, but also just sort of organizationally culture. Where have things, you know, crashed and burned if they have, and, you know, people get frustrated with that system? Like what were some of the pushback or some of the challenges that you faced and how did you overcome them?
I'd say one of our critical pieces we wanted to be kind of hyper aware about from the get-go is what we're doing could be considered by some as a little bit big brotherly here. Like we're not quite to the big four stage of, hey, we're going to monitor whether your mouse is moving or not, but like some people could see how that could be done. And don't get me wrong, if you misuse a technology like this, it could very easily fall into that very, very dangerous camp. We've been incredibly, like, one of our guiding principles of this thing is it cannot be used for performance management. We have done it in such a way where you can see what is being asked, but not by who.
Ooh, interesting. So it's anonymized. Very cool.
Yeah. So we've effectively separated that. You can still go into the back end somewhere and you can see, has John been able to log in and stuff, just in case you need to troubleshoot and stuff. But you can never pair that with the things that are being asked and stuff. Because it's not about who you are, it is about what you are doing. And as you can imagine, especially being a global business, we've had to work very closely with things like privacy concerns and things like that all around the world to make sure that this is A-okay and it's not going to be used for malicious purposes and things like that. And that's led us to be hyper aware of how this sort of thing could be misused. So making sure we build those walls as high as we fundamentally can, and even lock ourselves away from it. There's no super user here that can suddenly bypass those restrictions and stuff. Like just that's part of our design philosophies and our design principles. That was, I'd say, one of the biggest, not kind of pushbacks, but as you can imagine, there's risk adverse cultures around the world that we've managed to put this thing in, and that was definitely something we wanted to focus on.
And how does it work? You know, you said that, you know, you've been surprised by some of the use cases that are coming up, some of the people who have started to use it. Does there has to be someone, or maybe it's yourself, who's watching these different learning algorithms being put into place, or that's the part I'm still trying to wrap my head around is, let's just say somebody's in Argentina and they're like, look, this is a really important system that we need to use here. Maybe it's not applicable, or maybe it is applicable to South Africa. I don't know. Like, how does it all just go into a giant sort of bot library that people can, you know, pick and choose from? Is it learning as it goes? Like, how does that figure out?
So we're not at the stage where there's any sort of AI happening here. Like, there's no hey, bots seen something that they think it could do, and bots developing.
So there's no machine learning involved at all, other than what a human actually tells it to do.
Yeah, not currently at the moment. That might be on our kind of future roadmap somewhere, but we're definitely in the space. We're still trying to build some super solid foundations for this thing. Yeah, there is definitely an insights piece of it that helps feed your journey. Like, if you're a platform owner, you can observe what I would kind of coin as digital body language in the platforms and stuff. So you can see kind of aggregated and anonymized, this is generally how people are using your platform and stuff. And through that, if there's a wide enough sample set, it will say, and 50% of the journeys are coming from Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
I go, oh, that's really interesting. Well, like, that's odd. Like, half my journeys are coming from Argentina, but half are coming from China. But I haven't translated this guidance because I wasn't expecting the Chinese employees to come and use this thing. So, well, hell, maybe I should do a translation piece there. So you can do all the translation stuff and all that sort of stuff, and then you can go, oh my god, like then the natural spread of this sort of thing has always been incredible from what we're seeing. And some of those could be the auto triggers, people walking into the things where it says, hey, this is something that I've been told to tell you at the moment. Some of them are just people naturally engaging with it.
So we're coming up to our time here, but I have a couple more questions. So let's go to the predictive part. Was it thought of from the beginning, or did you just notice it along the way that it could be a two-way street, right? Where any sort of click by click, process that you're asking some user to do, there are steps that you can remove, right? And so you can teach a system, and then you can say, hey, look, how much lead do I have left? Or, show me the options for digital marketing. I want to learn how to do digital marketing, and you can give choices, as you said. At what point did you realize there was a two-way street, and you said, hey, we've noticed that you're doing more and more marketing in your career. Have you checked out these courses that are available today to maybe up your game with social media? Like, talk to me about that.
Pure hypothesis. It was one of our crazy, like, hey, what if we did this? And I think if I remember correctly, it started off with I think it was in a dashboarding tool. So like your Power BIs or your Tableaus and stuff like that. Like, and we kind of went, well, what could tell us that someone is possibly about to present one of these? And we made a hypothesis. What if someone looks at it more than 3 times in 24 hours? Because that's what I would do. And that can be a dangerous assumption, but it's like, we were like, test and learn. Let's make a little thing that if someone more than 3 times in a 24-hour time period comes into this thing, it triggers it for them. It just kind of goes, hey, you looked at this quite a bit today. You by any chance about to present it? If so, here's a really cool LinkedIn course around telling incredible stories with data. Oh, thanks very much. I will click that. And just seeing that and comparing it to actually kind of use stats, and then obviously in the background we've got kind of your traditional LMS stats as well. We're kind of go, there's an uplift. That's interesting. But the LMS isn't a user experience tool in any way, shape, or form. There's no interaction with the LMS for the user. There's effectively, I've been given this little nugget. I've decided to interact with it, and the LMS, the LFP, the HCM, whatever you've got in the background hosting this stuff is essentially just the net. It's the catching of the data out the back of it. There's no expectation that it will be the user interface in any way, shape, or form.
So, oh shucks, I just had the question. I was just going to follow, but just completely leave my head. What are, if you're willing and if you're able to, are there some of the ahas in some of these, like anything that you didn't expect? Or, I mean, I'm sure that there's tons that you didn't expect, but like, are you able to share 1 or 2 stories about? I'm just thinking, okay, so we've been going through this pandemic. Like, wow, this really saw some mental health things that we were able to then serve up some resources for people, or wow, this was a sales thing that we didn't even see, but it came out of nowhere, and now we've found a whole new product to offer, a whole new service that is real. Like, as you just said, selling T-shirts on Fortnite. I don't know.
Unfortunately, nothing that astute yet, but I will give you a lovely little piece for us, which is one of the most popular questions globally for us. What's for lunch?
What's for lunch?
What's for lunch? And we simply just noticed one day that our canteen had a website that they would update the menu on and stuff. And I was like, that's an information point. I can plug into that. So we trained it on what's for lunch. And it rocketed through the roof almost instantaneously. Like we've got kind of digital signages in our office and stuff. So we started doing advertising on that to say, hey, did you know you could ask for this and this and this and this? So like, we try and highlight that sort of stuff. And we put it on, so saying, oh, you can ask it what's for lunch. Went through the roof almost instantaneously. So for me, it always comes back to that kind of like tribal nature of someone. It's like you can do as many cool things as you want. You offer food. It's straight. It's pizza parties going on there.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
So the last question I have for you, Josh, is what are, if you're willing to share, what are you looking forward to in the next sort of short term, 6 months, 12 months? Is there a new iteration of this? Is there another shiny object you're bringing into this? Is it bringing AI, machine learning into this type of thing? How are you continuing to innovate? What's on your roadmap?
I think for me, one of the big things I'm wanting to kind of look at is we are very quickly becoming the first point of call for almost everything. And I'm kind of thinking, well, that's all the how do I, where do I, what's the policy, all of this sort of questioning stuff. I'm there kind of going, what about document searches? What about all this other stuff? I mean, most businesses, they'll have Google Drive, they'll have Dropbox, they'll have SharePoint, they'll have this, they'll have that. It's all over the place. What if we can plug that data in as well? It's not quite a learning thing, but it starts to me getting into that kind of employee experience world, I think, where firmly I believe that a future of an L&D function especially should be focused on that core employee or people experience. And I think there's a few players in that game at the moment. I think sometimes you might find that an IT, a UX team is quite close to it. You might find that a handful of other places around the organization might be we're speaking about kind of content design, we're speaking about user behavior, we're speaking about all of this sort of stuff. That's employee experience stuff as far as I'm concerned. That's the bread and butter of what I think is being touted by many of our kind of industry leaders as the next big thing.
So now, I have to ask you then, does any of this bleed out into the commercial universe of Warner? So and I'm just trying to think right now, because I'm not sure if you would consider your business sort of B2B, B2C, because I think it has both of those elements in a lot of ways. But I'm trying to think, how would this then translate out into that? It's just like, I open up Spotify and I'm like, hey, I want to listen to the Alan Parsons Project, and it goes finds a whole bunch of options, right? So are you looking at an outward facing piece as well, or is this going to stay for at least for the time being internal?
For the time being internal, I believe. I think I kind of mentioned it earlier on, like we need to get such a solid foundation on this thing, because there are going to be unknown risks and unknowns coming into play here. It's, I don't want to say easier, but it's simpler to address and mitigate them and address them when you're not using externals and things like that, especially externals with as high priority kind of visibility as us. Like, it's
absolutely.
Not I've got a risk appetite, but hey, I don't want Madonna on the phone annoying.
I was gonna say, I don't want Madge calling me. Come on.
Like, I don't want one of our kind of global superstars being like, hey, that's the thing that's got in my way. No, thank you. That's I'll leave that to the professionals who are far more skilled than me. But you never know. One day perhaps.
Fantastic. Josh Novell, you are the Director of Digital Learning Solutions at Warner Music Group. This has been a fascinating conversation of the LMS-less learning and development, solution within a very large global organization. I can't thank you enough for sharing your expertise and your experience. I will make sure that everybody knows your socials so that they can connect with you, and hopefully they'll be able to teach you a thing or two as well.
I look forward to that. Thank you for having me.
All right, there you go. That was Josh Novell. Can't thank him enough for providing that interview and this presentation about Warner Music Group and their LMS Less system. But I see that Jim Johnson is already in the green room here. He's from PeopleFluent. He is their senior product manager, and he's going to be coming to talk to us about how compliance training fits in a modern learning strategy. And so without further ado, I'm going to bring Jim on the stage here with me. Hello, sir.
Hey, hello. So yeah, I couldn't follow up Warner Music with a more riveting discussion than compliance training, right?
Actually, I think it kind of really works in with the conversation, because he was talking about, like accessing HR materials and taking time off. But I love how we don't think of it traditionally as learning, but there's so much that we go through about how much time is, you're with PeopleFluent. How much time is spent teaching someone how to interact with the HR system, you know what I mean? Or this is how you file your time off, or this is whatever. Just that this kind of, let's call it a bot for lack of a better term. This bot that he and his team have produced save probably thousands, maybe tens of thousands of person hours every month, maybe.
I'm sure it was a fascinating discussion for sure.
And so when we're talking about the kind of training that you're going to be putting on the table, I think actually it's a great right there. So Jim, where are you coming to us from? Where are you sitting today?
So I am based in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Okay, fantastic. Right on. So we heard, Irene, our other colleague, is also based in North Carolina. It's not so hot. You're not going through the heat wave right now.
Not yet. Later this week, it'll be 100 degrees. Oof. Shudder to think of that.
Fantastic. Well, I know that we're a little behind time here. I want to give you all your full time for your presentation.
Appreciate it.
I will add your slides to the screen here, and I'll let you take it away.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate the time. As I said, my name is Jim Johnson. I am the senior product manager for PeopleFluent for our learning products. I've been with PeopleFluent for 3 years and been in this industry for nearly 15 years. So I've had some experience working with companies who have to deal with their compliance training. And as you know, so much has happened over the recent years that compliance is just a smaller and smaller piece of what modern companies are really looking for. So wanted to talk about how compliance training can still fit into that modern learning strategy. Today, real quick, just a preview of what we're going to go through. I have a fast-paced history session about the history of learning and learning management systems. We don't go as far back as Socrates and Plato, but we cover some interesting happenings over the past few decades. Then we'll talk a little bit about the evolution of learning systems and the things that have been added pretty much over the last decade and a half or so, and then talk about what we can expect in the next decade. And there's a lot of cases it's a little bit of a who knows, but we have some ideas of some things that are coming down the pike. And then finally, we'll talk a little bit about how to craft a strategy and where compliance fits into that strategy. First, let's talk about what do we mean by compliance, definition time. Wikipedia just talks a little bit about how compliance training is about the laws and policies and regulations that you need to know about when your day-to-day job responsibilities. And then training industry talks a little bit about the same thing. So it's basically compliance is things you need to know to make sure you protect yourself within your business, whether it's cybersecurity training or interpersonal training, or how to comply with government regulations. So my quick jaunt through history starts actually just in the 20th century. At the turn of the century, because of the Industrial Revolution, the United States government and other governments around the world started passing regulations on businesses. And some of them actually imposed fines for businesses not doing things a certain way. And of course, if a business has to do something a certain way, that means you have to teach your employees how to do it that way. So we really started to see compliance training, although it may not have had that moniker, going back into the early 1900s. And then as technology developed, we had a couple attempts to mechanize some of that with a couple of different teaching machines that would provide the ability to have students take a programmed pathway. And then in 1960, the University of Illinois created what might be considered a little bit of the first learning system, an interconnected network of computers on campus. And Plato at the university there worked for nearly 40 years. So even after the World Wide Web was up and running, university students at Illinois were still using Plato. And then in the 1980s, we got to the age of the personal computer. Personal computers came out in the late 70s, but it wasn't until IBM put a PC on every business desktop that we really started getting into it. And then, of course, Steve Jobs introduced the Mac, and we've been there ever since. Along with this, though, the advancement of learning happened. We had our first online degree in 1982. We had our first university-based, a little bit more less social collaboration, a little bit more learning focus with Echo in Norway. And of course, the Aviation Industry Computer-Based Training Committee formed in the 1980s to start finding ways to coordinate and come up with standards for their industry to provide training. And so we got to see some of the AICC guidelines in the late 80s. And then thanks to Tim Berners-Lee at CERN, we got our wonderful World Wide Web. And that shifted learning into the internet age. But the aviation industry was still the primary driver of the standards. The CMI standard, their HACP standard for communication, and their runtime all predated the other standards, but it allowed learning management systems to start to come up. And while the teleeducation in New Brunswick was one of the first business-oriented ones, it was the late end of the 1990s is when we started to see corporate learning management systems. Some of the ones we know today were actually started and launched in the late 90s. But it was the 2000s where we started to see the learning standards really take off, with the SCORM model introduced by the U.S. Department of Defense, and then adapted over the years, and then not replaced with, but succeeded by the TINCAN XAPI standard. We also saw the IMS LTI standard come to allow learning tools to work together. And then, of course, the AICC as a committee disbanded, but their CMI grew into CMI 5. So there's been quite a few changes throughout the history. But throughout all of this, why are customers, why during these ages were companies buying an LMS? And it is because the technological advancements made training easier and cheaper to deliver through an online system than to continue to do instructor-led training. Although a lot of companies still put their employees in classrooms when and where it's appropriate. But the biggest reason in the late 90s, early 2000s was companies found that learning systems allowed them a greater accuracy to track the training activities. And in the compliance world, tracking activity is really where the rubber meets the road. It allows for risk mitigation if you can prove that people are taking the training that they're supposed to be taking. But it's always been more than that, and learning and development has evolved beyond compliance in a big way, as we all know. If we just look at some recent budgets just in the last 15 years, Burson estimated that 30% of learning and development budgets were geared towards compliance-related activities, spending. And then LinkedIn, just a couple of years ago, estimated that number is down to 17%. And that's not likely because they're spending less on compliance. Quite frankly, they're probably spending more on compliance, but it shows that they're spending much more on some of the other activities in the learning and development space. And what those activities are a number of areas. Obviously, I know we have our soft skills, where companies like Mind Leaders and Element K from way back in the day started off as in-person trainers to provide those soft skills training, and they pivoted to an online experience, and were obviously eventually acquired by Skillsoft. But and a number of other content vendors rose up to provide generalized content, including compliance-related training to companies who didn't have the capability of creating their own training. And that training has even advanced into micro-learning content over the years. So there's still this content provision is still a key part of learning and development budget, obviously. And then social learning came into force. A little bit came along with us. Plato at University of Illinois, for example, was a bit of a socialized collaboration tool as much as a learning platform. But these types of tools grew, and learning management systems adopted them in a big way, especially when they were influenced by the social media as they grew up. And social media also became the impetus for a lot of user-generated tools that exist out there, from submitting video to being able to curate the content that's out there. The concept of a playlist probably wouldn't have existed in the learning space if it weren't for sites like YouTube and Spotify and Apple Music. But this is the type of tools that have grown to democratize our learning space. And while we're democratizing it, we're also recognizing that we need to be personalized and focus more on the learner. So we have learner journeys that start to come into play, and personalized recommendations that are geared towards specific employees based on their job or on their career path. And we all know how much fun compliance training is. So in order to provide more incentives for people to complete the training that they're required to take, as well as to continue to learn, the gamification tools came into foray as ways to try to make learning fun and capitalize on the competitive nature of most people. And then you can't do much with all these tools without being able to start analyzing the data. So there's a rise in analytics tools that can help companies analyze all the learning that's taking place within their walls. But the analytics tools need to make sure you can trust the data, which is important in a compliance world. And then it also helps if you can compile data from multiple sources into single areas to get you a better understanding of what's taking place. And finally, where we're really at today, and this is kind of the cusp, is we're starting to pivot into an area where skills and skills development is really a core functionality of a learning and development plan. You want to, with the Great Resignation or whatever we want to call the era we're in now, it's important to recognize that the skills that our employees have are important to their future career plans. I've seen estimates that some skills may only have a life cycle of a handful of years. As new technologies come out, different skills need to be learned, and other skills need to be set aside because they're no longer relevant to the jobs that people have. So that's today. What does our future look like? Josh Burson talked a little bit about the evolution from corporate universities to learning academies to capability academies, and then of course the metaverse. And while we don't know everything of what's taking place, we can be sure that some of these things will come into fruition. Johnny Hamilton has a good definition of skills versus capabilities, and that skills are tactical. They're the things you need to know to be able to do your job, whereas capabilities are much more strategic that help you and help the company advance forward. So it's ship more units or build more sales. After all, that's why we're all in business. And so it's the tracking of these capabilities and the building of these capabilities, both individually and collectively, that becomes a key component of a learning plan, a learning strategy going forward. Burson even put together a handy chart that shows a little bit of this evolution that I kind of sped through, from e-learning in the 1990s to learning in the flow of work today and the capability academies of tomorrow. But what are the capability academies will support is true talent mobility. Right now, the larger companies don't always know that they have a qualified employee elsewhere within the company, and that qualified employee might be interested in a lateral or a promotion to a new unit. And talent mobility platforms, EdCast was recently acquired by Cornerstone, for example, are ways to help companies identify their employees that have certain skills and allow employees to identify jobs that match their skills and capabilities. So this is going to be something that's going to continue to drive L&D strategies going forward. But with that, you can also work compliance training into those processes. The concept of performance-based compliance training can be an interesting twist on just the tick-a-box compliance training of yesterday, where specific elements of compliance training are worked in as skills that are needed for career growth. And so rather than have them as a required training on the side, it's possible to build them into the learner journeys or the paths or the capability components that are needed for employees to advance themselves. And it provides a little bit more engagement to the learner if they understand that they're taking specific training, not just to tick a box that the company is completed it, but to actually improve their knowledge and their capabilities. Learning in the flow of work is a big thing, and it's a rather interesting process. It's not just making sure your training appears in the Salesforce or the software that your company uses, which is one example and a good example. But it's also learning away from a desk. I know of a company, a factory-based company, where they on the equipment on the factory floor, they put QR codes so that an employee who isn't as familiar with how a piece of equipment works or needs to troubleshoot that equipment can scan the QR code and then be taken to an element of training, whether it's a video or some documentation right there. And then of course that's tracked back into their data analytics, so they know how many people are accessing that training, but they're not at a desk sitting in a classroom. So learning where the employees are at is an important piece of a strategy. And then of course we don't really know what the metaverse is going to be like. People have some ideas, and there are some examples now of companies building VR and AR training and utilizing them in a very successful way. The one piece to consider with doing any type of augmented reality, virtual reality is your employee base technically literate on how to use those new tools? Did they play, for example, Pokemon Go a few summers ago, which is most people's first introduction to AR? And then, of course, the technology cost. If you have to buy everybody a VR headset, or the cost of buying the devices that would be necessary to utilize and connect to the metaverse, that can be a decision-making point for you. Another thing we've seen that's trying to push through is using blockchain for shared credentialing. Companies like Workday, Cornerstone, IBM, and others are trying to find ways to be able to share credentials in a way that can be cross-platform. It would be nice to say that people who are certified get a certification in the technology or industry, if that certification can be trusted through the blockchain technology, and then imported and exported out of whatever HR and learning platforms are needed to retain that, because that could be an interesting dynamic that may not affect your entire employee base, but could be an interesting for those who are certified independently. And last but not least, when you're looking at the future strategy, we have to talk a little bit about politics, even though it's not seldom covered in conferences like this. There are two real aspects, and that you can see in the bullet points here. The first is obviously data privacy regulations will vary from nation to nation, and in some cases state to state. So there's those things have to be considered when you're looking at your broader learning strategy. And then of course within various areas, there are some political environments that are looking at the actual content of your training to ensure that it meets varying standards. So you have to consider the content that you're providing, if it's not just appropriate for your employees, but if it meets the requirements specified in various states or nations, depending on where your employees are located. It's just something it's a consideration. It's not by any means anything that will affect more than just your planning. Now, so what is a modern learning strategy? And obviously we know that cookie cutter solutions won't cut it. I like to think a little bit from Richard Branson, who tweeted at one point to train people well enough so that they can leave, but then treat them well enough so that they don't want to. And that's really what you have to think about: is you want a well-trained workforce. Everybody does, and in some cases you get people who arrive that have some great training. In other cases, you need to do some upskilling, and that's just the nature of who we are. So when you look at building your strategy, the first thing that I recommend is foster a culture of learning. It's really important to understand that we all learn every day, and we may learn in our personal lives, we learn in our work lives. We may not always recognize that we're learning, but we are lifelong learners. It's the nature of who we are. And so if you can foster that culture at your company by ensuring that people have time dedicated within their work life to learn about what they're wanting to do to grow as employees, I think that's really an important from a culture perspective, and it's important to actually say that and recognize what your culture is like when it approaches learning. And you also want to build a vendor ecosystem that fits. The previous solution from Warner Music talked about being LMS less, not necessarily needing an LMS to accomplish its goals, and that can be very true for many companies. You have to recognize what tools that exist that will help you achieve your learning strategy, and do you have the right mix of vendors. And then you also have to look at your content. You have to make sure it meets the needs of your audiences as well as the requirements of the business. Providing soft skills training may or may not be appropriate depending on the libraries you purchase from the content vendors. And of course, clearly making sure that your compliance training is updated if there are changes to policies or regulations or laws where you operate. And you also want to recognize that you need to balance both structured learning and unstructured learning. This is the mantra that was a few years ago of 70-20-10, right? So that in terms of how much learning takes place outside of a structured environment. And there are ways for you to ensure that unstructured learning that's taking place can still be tracked back into the various systems because you want to do what you can to capture as much data as possible. Data for analysis are only good if you have as much data as you can possibly get, which is something that happens when you have disparate vendors. It can be difficult to coordinate all that. So you want to recognize that you need to be able to capture as much data as possible for your analysis. And then finally, we always want to be flexible to new developments, new technologies that come around, new demands on your workforce, et cetera. So your strategy needs to be flexible and amendable. And I think that's a key piece. So with that, some key takeaways from here today, and then we can get into Q&A. I think the first takeaway is what is your company's learning strategy? And can you write it down? I think is a big thing. Prior to my introduction in this industry, I worked in politics and got my degree in politics. And when I was working on campaigns, we used to say, well, what's our campaign plan? And if you couldn't write it down, you didn't have a plan. So the reality comes down to is, can you write down and describe what your learning strategy is? You don't have to describe it briefly. I'm not saying, can you do it in a paragraph or can you give me an elevator pitch? But you should be able to write down what your learning strategy is in order for you to really understand how your company approaches learning. And then how important is compliance to you? There are some industries where compliance, they're not as heavily regulated, or maybe your business unit isn't responsible for compliance at that company. You're just a business unit that's providing additional supplemental training on a very, very specific subject area. And so compliance may not be as critical to you, but you have to still recognize and understand how important is compliance to you and your business and to fit your needs. And then, do you have an ecosystem that is necessary to implement the strategy? So you have to think about, okay, we want our employees to be able to share their knowledge, but do you have a tool that lets them do that, or are they doing that all on their own and finding and struggling with that? The better tools you can find, the less friction you can put on your users, the more likely they will to fulfill the strategy you're looking for them to fulfill. So just a real quick presentation here today, just to recognize that compliance training it needs to be a part of your modern strategy for most companies. But if you're not sure what your strategy is, then it'll be tough for you to really understand where compliance fits. So I want to thank everybody for your time today, and then we can move on to some questions and Q&A.
Thank you so much, Jim. And that was well thought out and well put together and lightning fast.
Yeah. I talk quickly. I wasn't sure how long it would take for 30 minutes.
No worries at all. I want to kind of go back to the last slide that you had there for just a second, just thinking through it. How important? So there's a real famous HBR article. Can you say what your strategy is? And that article purports that, this is about business strategy, that everybody in the company should be able to say, hey, look, here is the exact strategy, business strategy that we're employing. You're saying that, okay, you got to be able to write it down. Talk to me about the difference between, a 10-person company to a 100-person company to a 10,000-person company. Like, maybe walk me through, like, are there different learning strategies for different parts of really big companies? Should I be able to understand that if I'm a part of a really big company, like what it is, or what exactly do you mean by, do you know what the strategy is?
Yeah, so it will vary from company to company in terms of the needs, right? A 10-person accounting firm is going to have a different set of needs than say a 10-person ice cream shop, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the not just the knowledge that they would need to do their jobs, but the training and delivery methods and the amount of information that needs to be shared and tracked will be different, so there's no real right or wrong when it comes to the strategy. It really does depend a little bit on what are you trying to achieve. If it's a small hospitality hospitality industry, obviously you want to do two things. You want to bring in customers, as many as you can. Realistically, you want to keep growing that business, and you want to make them happy. And making them happy will, of course, get them to keep coming back and get them to spread the word. And so there are going to be the trainings that's needed to train hospitality employees on how to achieve that business goal. It might be a little bit different than, say, the how to make accounting. And so accountants, yes, they want more customers. Yes, they want to increase their sales. So that's the nature of business. But they also want to make sure that they're not making any legal mistakes, that they're not getting themselves or their clients in trouble. It's ice cream shop employees getting in trouble versus accountants getting in trouble. There's a different set of regulations that they fall under, and some have a little bit higher consequence than others, right? So that's it. So there's a little bit of making sure that, hey, you're learning. Now, licensed industries, accounting, law, medicine, all the ones that have credentials for the most part have continuing education requirements, where they as a profession, they need to continue to learn and grow year to year. But that's as much about skills development as it is about keeping up with the latest information within their industries. And so a strategy for those types of firms is going to have to take into consideration continuing development, continuing education requirements for the licensure, but also are they developing the skills they need to be a leader, to be a manager, to be and so those types of skills. So it will vary based on company size. And then when you have really large companies that end up with smaller business units, you might have needs where there might be specific, corporate-wide processes, policies, and training, for example, in sales. But then there might be regional or specific sales training that might be more technical, given a specific business unit that needs a deeper dive within a product line or service line, or perhaps even just different clientele. How you sell somebody in North America, how you sell somebody in Asia Pacific, how you sell somebody in the Middle East. Those types of variations may require different type of content that needs to be purchased from different content providers. So those are the types of things with strategy you have to think about, making sure those different pieces fit within the company.
You touched on an interesting point, for example, licensure. At what point does something cross over from compliance to continuing education to lifelong learning? Like, can you walk me through the spectrum of that? Like, how do we know the differentiation between those different types of things? Is it just simply, if this is regulated and there is potentially a legal ramification, it's compliance, or what is that?
Well, yeah, I mean, if we fall back to the definitions, right, the good old Wikipedia, if it's about a law, or regulation, or a company policy, you can consider it compliance. But the lines do blur quite a bit. As you said, it's a bit of a spectrum, right? Cybersecurity, for example, somebody who's in a front office role is going to need to know, not to click on a certain attachment if they're not familiar with, the basics of cybersecurity. Right? Use strong passwords. The stuff everyone's supposed to know that we would think by now would be common sense, and it's still not common sense. That type of thing it's not really. there's no law that says you have to take, other than very specific job roles and industries. I don't think there are very many laws and regulations. So that becomes company policy, probably as much of an insurance policy issue and risk mitigation as anything, right? Because ransomware can be very costly. And so it's as much about avoiding incidents when it comes to that. And so it becomes a policy thing. So it really is a blurred line. But at the same time, if somebody has an interest in cybersecurity as a career path, or if they want to, so they'll take their cybersecurity piece, but they also want to know more about it. If they want to go into that role with their business, or they want to grow into that part of the company, cybersecurity training now is not tick a box, make sure that your employees have all taken the training. Now it's part of a career path and lifelong learning piece. So it really, it's a very blurry lines between strict compliance versus career advancement versus lifelong learning.
How often, when you're working with clients, do you think they actually get what a strategy is? Like because I feel like many people confuse strategy with tactics a lot of times.
Yeah.
And especially when you get to the upper echelons of a larger organization, let's just say a mid-sized organization, and you're really cutting through middle management layers. Almost every meeting is strategic, right? Or talks about some kind of strategy. And so talk to me about that in terms of how do we make sure that we're really talking about strategy, not tactics, and then I have a follow-up to that after that.
Sure. So yeah, a lot of our customers are very tactical. They're the ones we work with a little bit more, and the ones I've worked with pre-PeopleFluent. A lot of them are very, very tactical. They're trying to achieve something specific. So they're trying to do a job, right? For lack of a better description. There have been a handful of companies who've taken the step back and said, okay, what are we trying to do as a company? What do we want to do? And those are the ones that have started down some of the processes with getting subject matter experts out within the company to do the content development, to find ways that they could share knowledge. So that's where the strategy comes in. Is like we have smart people out in the business. Let them be the ones sharing their knowledge about how things work and about what's important. And the companies that are starting to take advantage of that, they're tending to be a little bit more strategic. Some of those companies are also chasing a shiny object, right? A little bit like squirrel, because they've gone to a couple of conferences. They've seen one or two or three or five companies pitch a common theme, and then they've decided they needed to go buy that tool because it could solve a very specific point need. So they've got one pain point. A new tool will solve that pain point. So it's, again, tactical, not strategic. And a lot of that's just simply because in their day-to-day life, they're going through the things that they need to get done without the time they need to be able to take a step back and see what their strategy should be.
Yeah, our previous speaker, Josh Novell, was talking about how they've looked at many of these things, which could be tied to compliance or typical HR functions, these kinds of things, and how they've started to walk this out. A huge organization, Warner Music Group. What are your thoughts on that in terms of being able to take that step back and saying, you know what, we know that there are certain policies and safety regulations, those kinds of things. What are the ways that you have found when you're working with clients of, I hate to use the word modernizing, rethinking, taking it out of the, okay, we're going to send you an email and you go through the click by click, kind of thing, putting either some creativity or at least, rethinking how we deliver that?
Yeah, there haven't been very many. In a previous job, I worked. One of our customers was a large multinational company, and it seems that the larger the companies, the greater the chance that they're going to do that step back and be a little bit more strategic and recognize where things go, especially if they have keen leaders who are keeping tabs on what's taking place, not just in the learning and development space, but also within their company. Why are they losing talent? Are they losing talent? I mean, obviously, there are things that can't be controlled by the L&D type team, by a CLO, by the people team. When it comes to learning, they don't control the budget, right? So salaries that isn't a good reason. But if people are saying, well, I'm not advancing in my career, I'm not learning what I need to be able to do something else. If they're really listening to their employees, and they're also looking at what's taking place in the market space with the tools that are coming up, those are the companies that have that I've seen that have been able to really start they're not stuck with a 25-year-old system because they're stuck with a 25-year-old system and the cost of change is too much. They're starting to recognize that building an ecosystem is better than trying to fit what they need to do into what the tools they already have. And so smaller companies tend to be aren't as able to be as flexible with that. Partially, it's likely because of the amount of spending that they would need to do for the ecosystem. Right, some tools are much more expensive than others, and then they have to decide to what extent the solution solve. How expensive is the problem they're trying to solve versus how expensive is the tool that would solve it. And so in my experience, it's been the larger companies that have been more forward thinking than the smaller ones. Even some conservative companies can still be a little bit forward thinking in the way they want to approach things. And it's really about keeping talent. You want it's the Richard Branson model. We want you to learn because we want you to be a better person. We want you to grow as a human, and so we're going to give you the tools to do that. We'd like you to use those skills here at this company, but that's the type of culture. It's like we know that people leave jobs. It happens all the time for a whole lot of reasons. But if you can take off the list of things that they're not providing me with enough growth opportunity, that could be a big part of a big win from a strategy perspective.
Yeah, but that you've I hate to say you won when you start to hear feedback from staff or employees, whatever. They say, look, there are other opportunities, but I really like what I'm doing here, and I love this team, or I like where we're going, and that's where you kind of feel like you're really cooking with gas, I guess.
Exactly.
Have you seen, as you start to work with your clients and in your portfolio over PeopleFluent, is that sort of we're stuck in a contract, or we don't have, we have this old system and we can't seem to change that? Is that still really a thing? I mean, we're looking at 2023 now, or I feel like everything is SaaS and, sort of subscription based and whatnot. Do I have that completely wrong?
No, not necessarily. I mean, as we look at companies, both prospects on the sales side and our current companies, customers, the systems get sticky, and they get sticky for a reason, right? And it's any software. It's CRM software, ERP software. It's not just learning and development software, right? So systems get sticky because it's not the cost per se of one tool versus another, a subscription model or a licensing model, whatever. Those tend to be a bit of a wash. What really comes down to is no two systems in any industry really do the same things the same way. So you not only have to spend time transitioning all of your information and all of your data from one system to another, which is almost never easy, and then you also have to spend time, effort, and energy learning the new system. And so there's a little bit of a better the devil you know in a lot of cases, which is why a lot of companies, instead of scrapping a system, they'll buy a second tool or a third tool or a fourth tool to meet those additional needs, and then they'll get stuck in this loop of just buying another toul without doing the step back to say, okay, we've got all these tools. One, is there a way we could tie them together and then do something different in terms of from an interface, build some other way to get that data collected? Two, can we swap things out? Do we really, is this tool the best to solve the solution? Do we still have that problem? Do we no longer need the tool? And it really, I think from a stickiness perspective, it still comes down to companies just don't want to spend the time, effort, and energy to do the migration and learn the new system, and that just unless they get really frustrated, or what does happen in a lot of cases when companies like PeopleFluent offer a point solution rather than a suite. Sometimes you get like a vendor consolidation where we're working with the learning unit, but the HR unit wants to move to a different tool that encompasses everything, and so we lose a learning customer to a competitor because that competitor offers a broader range that fills more of that ecosystem than we do currently. So that happens with most and a lot of companies that are in this space.
If I'm a staff person, maybe not even at a management level, but excuse me, I'm thinking the team member level, and I want to basically manage upwards, right? Do you have some suggestions for things that you might say to them, or suggest about, look, here's how I could manage my own learning journey, or I could suggest about how things could be done better, or those kinds of things?
Yeah, it does come back to the company's learning strategy and learning culture, and in both cases, is the strategy succinct enough and communicated well enough that everybody kind of somewhat understands what their approach is to learning. For example, a manager might say, "I'd like my team to take some training on LinkedIn Learning." Now, if the company doesn't have LinkedIn Learning as a subscription model, that you have to step back and say, okay, well, that's a solution. What's the problem you're looking for? Well, you want your team to build some soft skills, build some skills that may not be currently offered. That's the kind of thing that is, from a culture perspective, L&D and HR teams and CLOs can say from the strategy is we want our people to be empowered to make recommendations about how to make their employees improve their employees and improve their skills development, and that can be a lot of different tools, right? It can be we want specific content from a specific provider, and it can be, hey, my colleague over at XYZ company is doing this with their team. I think I'd like to try that here, because people talk, neighbors, friends, etc. Different industries, but managers are managers, and so there can be some of that as well. But if the culture isn't, hey, let's find ways to get people to learn and invest in their learning, and if the strategy isn't one of let's look for solutions and let's think of things within our ecosystem and maybe outside our ecosystem, those two components are really going to determine whether or not that mid-level manager is going to be successful in managing up.
Jim Johnson of PeopleFluent, I cannot thank you enough for taking the time out of your day to present to us about the modern compliance strategy. We'll make sure that everybody has your contact information, and if you'll, when you send me your slides, we'll share them with everybody who is registered for the eLearning Success Series. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
We are now going to take our final break before I bring Rebecca onto the stage of Respondus, and then our keynote speaker, Tonya Riney from IntelliBoard, will be up as well. So we have a quick 15-minute break here, and then we will have our final two speakers. Been a great 6 sessions thus far, and now we'll have our final two speakers. So we'll see you at the top of the hour, which will be 6 p.m. Eastern time. So see you soon.
we look forward to visiting with you in a couple of minutes. My name is Rebecca Scotty, and I'll see you in just a moment. Okay, we're going to give that another shot and see if the audio is working a little bit better now. So if you missed, awesome, thanks.
Hello, hello, hello. It is coming up to 5:45 Eastern time in New York, Washington, D.C., Florida. What other places are in Eastern time? No. I can't really remember. But we're going to have Rebecca Scotti joining us from Respondus here in about 1 minute. So I'm very excited to see that we still have some people in the room. And we're going to be rounding out the day, not only Rebecca talking about a fresh look on proctoring and what that means from one of our sponsors here, Respondus, but also we're going to have Tanya Riney, who's our keynote speaker for the EdTech session here from IntelliBoard. And so before I bring Rebecca on the stage, I want to give a giant shout out and a thank you to all of our sponsors, not only OpenLMS, the company that I work for and Chris works for, but also IntelliBoard, who is our gold sponsor. Again, data analytics company that has been around forever in this business, kind of ubiquitous at this stage, but a really important player that you need to know. Class, let's call it a relatively new platform that's built on top of the Zoom platform, something that everybody knows, but adds an incredible amount of functionality that allows for a better learning experience. Respondus, as I just mentioned, Rebecca, our next speaker, actually comes from Respondus. They're an online proctoring platform. iSpring, which is a content creation company. Also Open Sesame. We had Medhi earlier today talk about AI and machine learning for talent management from Open Sesame. Really fascinating talk. Some great conversations around what AI and what machine learning actually are and how they're used in that process for content curation and personalization. And then our final sponsor, Sumati, which is another online proctoring company. They presented at our last session, our instructor session. Maybe it was the design session. I'm a little sorry about that if I messed that up. But I'm sure that we will be hearing from them again in our innovation session. I want to remind everybody as well that tomorrow we continue the learning with 4 sessions that are going to be in Spanish. So if you happen to be listening right now and you're a native Spanish speaker, that will be very interesting. And even if you don't speak Spanish, you can translate it on Google, I'm pretty sure. But there will be 4 sessions, and we talked about them, but I'll have Chris introduce them a little later. So without further ado, I hope that Rebecca's here. Let's see. Rebecca, are you here?
I'm here. How are you?
I'm wonderful, but I cannot see you.
Oh, I bet I can fix that. Like 2 seconds.
Shazam. No.
Maybe now?
No.
Maybe.
There it is. I'm going to do that too. Look at that. I disappeared and then I came back. Fantastic, Rebecca. Nice to see you again. How are you?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm wonderful. For everybody who knows, your name, but it is pronounced Scotti. Yeah, I figured that out. And you are here to talk to us about a fresh perspective on online proctoring.
Yeah, I'm excited to do that today. We're going to be talking about sort of online proctoring and what that looks like sort of after the pandemic and institutions evaluating different ways to use solutions. So if you're ready, I'm ready. We can get started.
I'm super ready. And do you have a presentation that you're going to share?
Yes, you bet.
Tee it up and then I will put it on the screen and we will get moving.
Awesome.
I get to do the Jeopardy music now.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, I got your presentation. You did just turn off your camera though. Did you mean to do that?
No, I didn't, but I seem to be having problems with it because the light is on and it looks like it's going. So I might come back and check that at the end just to save everybody some time if that's all right with you.
Sounds good. We will go with that.
Awesome. Hey everybody, it's so good to be here today. Thanks so much for the warm welcome and the awesome pronunciation of my last name. There's a couple of things I want to do before we get started. First and foremost, don't forget to enter to win a pair of Bose earbuds. There's going to be a link in the chat window, so you can use that to get out to our site and definitely enter to win. The other thing I want to remind you about is please feel free to submit your questions anytime throughout this presentation. Pop them into the chat window. We'll answer those live for you at the end of the session. So make sure you're doing that as we go throughout. With that, let's get started. Colleges and universities are taking a fresh look at how to approach academic integrity and online proctoring. We got used to technology and tools that got us through the last few years. And now we found new ways of incorporating those tools into our regular practices. We're going to take some time today to share how solutions from Respondus can meet your institution's needs for flexible exam proctoring. Now, before we get started, let's introduce ourselves a bit and explain what Respondus has to offer. Some of you may be new to our application or even online proctoring. So we're going to provide a brief overview of the solutions from Respondus. So Lockdown Browser, Respondus Monitor, and a new option called Instructor Live Proctoring. And then we're going to talk through different kinds of test environments and some of the tools and strategies that institutions we work with use to address integrity concerns. We'll also address some common considerations for proctoring solutions and share resources for learning more. And then we save some time for questions at the end. So again, just make sure you're posting those in the chat window. There's a great group of folks here that can also help with questions. So let's take a quick peek at an overview. Now, Lockdown Browser and Respondus Monitor are used by more than 1,500 colleges and universities around the world, with more than 50 million exams each year. And that supports many online testing scenarios at an institution, including fully online classes or remote learning, classrooms and testing centers, or hybrid and flexible classrooms. Now, Lockdown Browser and Respondus Monitor seamlessly integrate into Moodle. And these applications support a wide range of devices that students use. So not just Windows or Mac, but Chromebook and iPads too. Now, we won't go into a lot of detailed features here. So if you'd like to see a demonstration of the applications themselves, go out to our website. There's videos, feature list, and a lot of great information. For new users, you'll find our free in-depth instructor training webinars especially helpful. Now, Lockdown Browser is a custom browser, and it locks down the student's device during online exams. Lockdown Browser was designed for proctored settings when used alone, but it's the foundation of our other applications too. Now, when a student is taking a Moodle quiz that requires the use of Lockdown Browser, the students are prevented from sharing test content, visiting other websites, using other applications, and much more. In fact, Lockdown Browser is not just a plugin or a setting. It's a full, powerful native application that can stop many kinds of potential exploits that plugins cannot. Now, Respondus Monitor builds on Lockdown Browser. It's a fully automated proctoring solution available on demand. Respondus Monitor uses the student's own webcam to record them during Moodle tests. And it analyzes video and exam sessions and provides meaningful results to instructors. All of this is a very powerful deterrent to cheating. When students know this kind of technology is in place, they're less likely to succumb to the pressure to cheat. It helps ensure there's a fair test environment. Make sure students know the importance of doing their own work. Instructors have the video and exam data should they need to review those exam sessions. Now, we wanted to show you what Lockdown Browser and Respondus Monitor look like from both the instructor and student perspective. So here's a quick peek at the instructor settings. Now, this is the Lockdown Browser dashboard, and it's integrated into your Moodle course in the course menu. Instructors can find built-in training resources, video tutorials, templates, guides, and more. And this dashboard shows a list of the tests in the course. And here an instructor could select the settings for each of those proctoring options. So here I can select Lockdown Browser requirements, and then I'm going to see my proctoring options. So I can select Respondus Monitor, and I'm going to see a couple of other customizations for the exam. Instructors can require that students show an ID or scan their test environment. And saving the settings will now require the use of Lockdown Browser and a webcam for the test. Now, from this same dashboard, you can access the post-exam class results and exam stats. And this is going to show you a summary, the class roster, and our review priority ranking system. And that will help instructors quickly see which videos may require deeper scrutiny. Now, any student's results can be expanded to show the full video, timeline, flags, milestones, and more. And these thumbnail images allow instructors to scan a video quickly, looking for unusual activity or investigating segments of the video easily. The goal here is to make the review efficient but effective. Now let's take a look at the student perspective. The student's going to go to their Moodle course. They're going to launch the Lockdown Browser. And Respondus Monitor is going to have some pre-exam setup steps. So check your webcam and make sure that your internet is working properly. And you can see here at the bottom of the screen, there's an "It's Not Working" link. And that allows the student to go through some on-screen troubleshooting tips, embedded troubleshooting, and access our 24/7/365 live chat technical support. Now, instructors may have selected other setup steps for the students, such as this one to show an ID. Now, once the students completed these, they're in their Moodle test. So they're in the Lockdown Browser. They are focused on their exam. They can't get to other resources, other websites, or even other areas inside of Moodle. And once the student is done with the test, they're going to exit, and the video is processed for the instructor to review later, if they need to. Now, you heard me mention another option, and this is included with a Respondus Monitor license, and that's called Instructor Live Proctoring. And it uses Lockdown Browser to prevent cheating on the device, while instructors are able to observe and manage students in a video conferencing system. So think of Zoom, Teams, WebEx, Collaborate. There's a lot of those, right? And we're going to take a peek at those instructor settings. Now, from the same dashboard, the instructor is going to select their settings. They're going to require Lockdown Browser and Instructor Live Proctoring. And here they're going to choose their video conferencing system. And they're going to create a start code. And that ensures that students cannot start the test without being in the video session. Now, the quiz is going to require instructor proctoring and the video conferencing system. Now, from a student's point of view, taking a quiz with Instructor Live Proctoring is seamless too. Students would log into Moodle. They're going to join their class in the video conferencing session. When they're ready, they're going to launch Lockdown Browser. And here is where the instructor would provide the start code. And then the quiz begins. The students are focused on the test in Lockdown Browser, but the video session is running in the background, so the instructor can still observe and manage the class. Now, when the student submits the test and exits Lockdown Browser, they're back here in the video conferencing session. Now, we've touched on these previously, but we'll quickly go through some of the common testing scenarios and the tools and strategies for using each of those. In traditional face-to-face test, many instructors opt for in-person testing, when students are together at the same time and the instructor is observing and ensuring that they don't use other devices or unauthorized resources. This is where test settings like availability windows, time limits, IP address restrictions are useful to ensure students cannot take the test outside of the time and location. And a locked browser can help ensure students are not switching to other windows or files when the instructor isn't looking. Now, proctored testing centers are also common locations where Lockdown Browser is a powerful tool to prevent cheating. Proctors would be available to watch students and prevent the use of notes, other devices, etc. And there might be some situations in those testing centers where there aren't enough staff to proctor students, or institutions are looking at reducing cost. Automated proctoring like Lockdown Browser and Respondus Monitor can be used in those environments to ensure exam integrity. Students would use a desktop with webcams or bring in their own device. Staff could check in students, confirm their ID, or let students in using a test password to ensure students don't access that exam remotely. Now, students are still recorded, and proctoring solutions like Respondus Monitor will analyze the video and provide those results to instructors. That testing center could be quieter or maybe even more controlled than the student's own home. Now, whether institutions are fully online programs or instructors are teaching remotely, automated proctoring can also support remote test environments. Tests can take place at a set time or during a predetermined window using the online course test settings. What's important is that fully automated tools mean students don't have to schedule anything or wait for an available proctor. They simply start the test based on the instructor's test settings. Of course, there are times when instructors may want to watch students in real time during exams and still prevent students from cheating on their computers. And this is where a feature like Instructor Live Proctoring comes in handy. Students join the video conference and use the Lockdown Browser to prevent access to other resources on the computer. There is no recording or flagging because the instructor would manage the class and observe students during the exam. This might be ideal for small classes or maybe even makeup exams. And then there's hybrid, blended, high-flex environments where some students are in the classroom or maybe some are remote. If institutions or instructors need a bit more supervision of students, but still need to support students taking exams remotely, Instructor Live Proctoring is a great option for this blended setting. Instructors would simply set up the test to require Lockdown Browser and Instructor Live Proctoring, but only the students joining the class remotely would need to be in the video conference session. Lastly, we often hear that instructors want to be able to make arrangements for students who cannot be recorded, or maybe who prefer the on-campus environment. Maybe that's because the internet is stronger or it's quieter. And this is where Respondus Monitor includes a webcam optional setting. And that lets students choose between a proctored testing center using Lockdown Browser or the remote environment using Lockdown Browser and Respondus Monitor. Now I'd like to touch upon a few topics that are important to consider when developing an approach to how to ensure integrity in online exams. Respondus uses privacy by design, an approach that places privacy and security at the center of everything we do. For example, Respondus Monitor will only gather and store the least amount of data needed to effectively proctor and analyze the exam sessions. One important note here is that only the instructor can view the data and the videos from an exam session, and only when logged into Moodle. Respondus does not watch students during the exam, nor do we have staff who pop in on students. Students find that invasive, and it increases the risk that personal data can be compromised. Respondus Monitor has been vetted by countless institutions and some of the largest online programs in the world. For more details, visit our privacy center at respondus.com/privacy. Now, accessibility is another central pillar to our applications. We're committed to ensuring Lockdown Browser and Respondus Monitor meet the needs of all learners. So accessibility processes are built into our development and testing cycles. We work with third-party accessibility experts who audit Lockdown Browser and Respondus Monitor every 6 months. We also work closely with vendors who develop assistive technology to ensure their applications are compatible with Lockdown Browser and Respondus Monitor, and vice versa. These technologies include a wide range of screen readers, text-to-speech, voice-to-text, word prediction, and more. Visit our accessibility webpage at respondus.com/accessibility. And last, but definitely not least, Respondus is committed to the responsible use of computer vision technology. Respondus Monitor is systematically tested for fairness among users to ensure that skin tone, age, gender, and other factors don't impact proctoring results. We have a section on our website dedicated to this topic and a research paper describing our process for evaluating facial detection algorithms for fairness. You can learn more at respondus.com/algorithm-fairness. Now, the seamless integration with Moodle is just one way that we make Lockdown Browser and Respondus Monitor easy to use. Another way is to provide excellent resources for institutions to quickly roll out the new application or to allow instructors to get started. We offer several free training webinars for instructors every week and custom trainings for institutions who need it. There are many resources built right into the application itself, and that makes it easy to get started with frequently asked pages, free office hours with the Respondus trainer, tutorials, templates, guides, resources, and more. And students have built-in troubleshooting and 24/7 by 365 live chat technical support built right into the application. And best-in-class ticket-based support for support staff, instructors, and admins. There is many types of online testing that can happen at a single institution. Lockdown Browser and Respondus Monitor provide the flexibility needed for the entire institution, from fully remote or online programs to hybrid and flexible formats to classrooms and traditional testing centers. Lockdown Browser and Respondus Monitor maintain the integrity of the exam process, regardless of the test environment. Lockdown Browser and Respondus Monitor are scalable, whether they're from 10 to 10,000 students, and it's easy to use with the built-in resources and free training. Security and privacy are our top priorities. Respondus gathers and stores as little personal information as possible, and no proctors watch students during exams or review the recorded videos. Only the instructor views the proctoring results within the online course. Respondus Monitor is the only truly cost-effective solution. Respondus is transparent about pricing. You can find all the details on our website, including the option to try all of these solutions for unlimited use for 2 months in a free pilot. Thanks so much for joining us today. I'm happy to take questions for you. If you're looking for more information, please visit our website. You can go to respondus.com/monitor. You can also contact us at sales@respondus.com. And we'll put you in touch with a Respondus account manager who can answer questions for you or help you set up a pilot or provide you with a quote. And before I turn it over for questions, don't forget to go to the chat and enter to win that pair of Bose earbuds. Super cool. Make sure you do that. Thanks so much.
Fantastic. Can we turn your camera back on?
I know. I'm going to try to do that, actually. Let's see. Maybe. Did that work? Yes. I think I can. I think you can see me. Yes?
Ma'am, I can see you now.
Okay.
So my colleague Chris has just put into the chat here that link to go learn a chance to win the Bose earbuds. So thank you very much, Chris, for doing that. Thank you for that presentation, Rebecca. What, I'm just trying to kind of think, if my school doesn't use proctoring right now, like what's the setup time? So if we make a decision today, how quickly can we be set up and actually do this? If we do it, if I have a test this weekend, is it that fast, or do I need a month, or how quickly does it go?
Well, I would definitely say if you have a test this weekend, it might be a tad bit too late. For an instructor's perspective, we want to give them time to run a practice quiz, have a chance for those students to get in and feel what it's like, and make sure they're comfortable with the technology and that your support infrastructure at your institution is ready. Setup time is pretty fast. It's really very intuitive, easy to do. We have a superb technical support team, and they're sort of Johnny on the spot and ready to help. So setup time is really pretty short. But there's other factors there, right? You've got a support team, a help desk you want to think about. You've got your faculty you want to think about and onboarding for them. And the most important thing, right? Student experience. You want to make sure those students are prepared and they're ready to go.
So talk to me about student experience. I'm thinking of my teenager right now. And if you were told you're going to take a test and there's going to be this other thing, locking down your browser and whatnot, what are the most common student complaints and how do you overcome them?
Yeah, that's a great question. From a student perspective, they're used to the technology. They're in this social digital media era, and it's less scary for them. As an institution, you want to be prepared, but as a student, it's really seamless. They download they download the Lockdown browser. It either manually launches or automatically launches for them. And for Moodle users, it's an auto launch. So it's a seamless experience for those students. They get right into their Moodle course, find their exam, launch the Lockdown browser, and they go. And I think one of the things that is really important here is that the student isn't seeing themselves be recorded. So there's not the added test anxiety, right? I'm not seeing myself and not worried about that. I'm just serving up my test content. I'm looking at my exam. I'm worried about my exam. I'm reading through those questions and I'm doing all of that prep. So yeah, from a student experience, you want to give your students some time. Make sure that they've downloaded it, that they feel comfortable with the technology, and they've had a chance to make mistakes, right? Let's do that before they have a high stakes midterm exam or a final. We'll give them a chance to do that up front. And that's really what it's about, right? Providing that great student experience.
I guess that's the thing too, is this, so this is a limited experience thing that only is it used in any other space other than sort of the testing moment, or is it used for other things as well?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we see the majority of folks use it for testing environments, use it for high stakes exams. But I've seen faculty use it for low stakes things too. One of my favorite things probably is an instructor shared with me that they use it for a get to know you type of thing and get to know the institution. And so they put in fun questions like, what's the school mascot? What are the school colors? Do you know our academic honor code? And it's just something fun for the students to feel like the technology is not scary. And the technology isn't scary, right? It's there running in the background, doing its job, but it makes the student feel comfortable.
Fantastic. Rebecca, I want to thank you for this presentation. It's been, I love your energy, super energetic, talking about something that I have no doubt that it has a little difficulty being excited about, but clearly you're passionate about the topic, which I really, really appreciate. But thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us about proctoring, how it works, and the many different ways that it can be useful, and etc. So have a wonderful day, and we'll make sure to share your presentation with everybody who's registered for the event, and we'll send them your contact information as well.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me. Take care, everybody.
Ciao.
Bye.
So coming up next on the stage here, our keynote speaker, Dr. Tanya Riney, who, she's going to tell you she's not prepared. She's going to tell you that, she's winging it, but she's done this a few times. So honestly, I'm super excited to have her on the stage with me here. She's absolutely delightful and has been doing this for such a long time. It is really, I feel like she's kind of written at least half the book on data analytics and how to do this. And I see her rolling her eyes at me on the green screen right now. I love it. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Tanya onto the stage with me here. Hello, Tanya. How are you today?
Hi, everybody. How are you? It's a pleasure, as always, to be with you. I'm always happy to be here.
Fantastic. I know you're traveling around doing roadshows and those kinds of things. Where do we find you in the middle of the heat wave, or are you in some other exotic place?
Oh God, yes. I'm in Nashville, which was delightful. So I'll plug USDLA because it was a fantastic conference. And super, super, super happy to be here. Unbelievably hot. I believe it was 98 today. Thank you for being indoors. That's all I can say. Thank you for being indoors. So yeah, but it was really quite lovely. And as always, we enjoy meeting with our constituents in person. So
absolutely.
It's great.
Yeah, and it's we've returned to that time, which is absolutely fantastic.
I know, it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. I mean, I always love the virtual environment, obviously, because we are virtual, and I mean, our whole company is virtual, and it's always amazing. And yet it's always nice to be able to, touch and see people and see them kind of three-dimensionally. So it's nice. It's nice.
When's the last time that you met somebody who you've like me? You've talked with me quite literally for the past 5 years online. We've never met in person, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that you were 7 feet tall." Like,
it was the opposite. The person was shorter than I anticipated.
Oh dear.
I'm just gonna throw her under the bus. It was our director of marketing. She was slightly shorter than I anticipated she would be. So there you go. Yes. Yes, awesome. And she's with me. She's with me here in Nashville, which is kind of cool because she's actually in Hungary. She's Hungarian. So she came over to the US to experience this conference, and it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool.
And did you say Yonapot Kivanuk when you saw her?
I'm sorry?
Did you say Yonapot Kivanuk? That's what you say tomorrow morning when you see her at breakfast.
Okay, you're going to have to say that 17 more times so that I will get it correct, right? I will get it correct. And she does speak German too, and ich kann ein bisschen Deutsch. So I have that. I have that down. I can do the German.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see languages. So I'm just trying to see how many languages can we get on the stage today. Listen, you want to do a presentation about storytelling with data, not data telling with stories. But storytelling.
I can go either way. Data telling with stories, storytelling with data. I can go either way here.
I do not have your presentation shared though, so if you wouldn't mind doing that, I will let you take off and run.
Yeah, not a problem. And I'm not sure how this is going to project, right? Because I'm on my laptop and I was messing around with it earlier. So I'm hoping it will project in presentation mode, but it may not, in which case then it's going to annoy me because it's going to be in the PowerPoint application. So my apologies to everyone if it happens that way, but so please bear with me, and but we'll see how we do this because
we're going to be good.
I'm hoping that it will behave itself. So we shall see. So hold on 1 second. We'll see how we do. See, I'm afraid that it's just not going to let me do it, and because I'm not going to be able to get back to I'm not going to be able to get back to that. Okay, so I've got a punt, which is annoying, but we're going to go ahead and figure that out. And I'm going to share. Let's see. I don't know if it will let me do that. Slides, no. Share screen. And let's see. Yeah, I know it's easiest with 2 monitors. I love how it tells me that it's easiest with 2 monitors because I'm aware that it's easiest with 2 monitors, and I don't have that option right now. And it was not for lack of trying, believe me, not for lack of trying. So, okay. All right, there we go.
Right, we found them. Shazam.
Yeah, but it's all lame because it's like in the PowerPoint, and so I'm kind of annoyed by that. But whatever, we'll make it work.
When you push present, what happens?
I don't know. I will lose you, and I won't be able to control I'll have to escape, and it probably will work, but I'll have to escape to get back to you. And so I would like to be able to, which I can do, but I want to turn my camera off. I'm so sorry. I've got to turn my camera off because as you can see, I'm talking with my hands, and I will be horribly distracting as I go through this because as you know, this topic is extremely exciting to me. So I don't want to be, overly distracting from the presentation, but I can try to do that. So let me see how I do. I am going to minimize this. Can you still see the presentation when I minimize it or no? Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to just turn my camera off real quick, and then I'm going to see if it will work again. Holler at me and see if it will. Yes. Okay. And yeah. All right. And so I'm going to see now if I can put it. Tell me if it works in presentation mode, because I'd be thrilled if it does.
It is. It does.
Hot! Woohoo! Okay. All right. I'm so happy. So you couldn't even see me dancing around in my chair. That's why I turn off my camera, friends. That's why I turn off my camera. Okay. All right. So without further ado, let's talk about storytelling with data. We have a lot to cover here today, right? Here is our agenda. We need to cover positioning to our audience. And we also need to deal with the big idea and identifying the big idea, right? We also, oh God, friends, we could spend the next 4 hours talking about using data ethically. So if anyone wants to hang around for an extra 4 hours, we can talk about using and consuming data responsibly and using data ethically, because I could talk about that forever. And we're going to talk about displaying data and, of course, using data to tell a story. Notice that big blue arrow getting a little larger there because I would like to draw your attention to the glass of water, which you will be experiencing and seeing again. So let's talk about positioning. Okay, the better you understand your audience, the better your story is going to be. And we simply do not give enough attention to this very simple concept, right? We dive into our presentation from our own perspectives instead of focusing on where our audience might actually be coming from. So I like to use this example. I think it's relatable for everybody who might be in our audience. Let's imagine for a minute that we are, or you are, a 4th grade science teacher, and you just wrapped up an experimental pilot summer learning program on science. And you surveyed the kids at the onset and at the end of the program to determine how their attitudes on science may have changed. And you believe that the data shows a great success story, and obviously you want to continue the program. And you are really excited, and you fill your presentation with slide after slide of charts and graphs, and everyone dies internally, and then you are arrested for killing your audience, and that's not where you wanted to go. Okay, so this is not what we want to do. We need to be talking about our end game. As the 4th grade science teacher, if you are headed into this presentation thinking you just want to tell folks about it, then please don't bother, right? It's a waste of your time, and it's ultimately a waste of the audience's time. If you are involved in any type of communication, right, presenting or otherwise, it still falls into one of 2 buckets. Even writing emails, friends, a little sidebar there. Informing or persuading. Right? And 99% of the time, it's persuading. You need to fully understand what your end game is before you even begin. This controls your message and the data that you're going to use to add credibility. So let's kind of talk about the who, the what, and the how. We need to take 5 minutes to really determine what those things are to build our presentation effectively. So who, okay, right? Who is our audience? Is the audience the parents of the students who participated? Is it the parents maybe of prospective students? How about maybe other teachers who might be doing a similar program or they would like to? Or maybe, and possibly the most likely, is it the budget committee who controls the funding for our program? Every single one of these audiences and the angle that we take for each of them is going to be very, very different. So let's take a look at this, right? What about if it's parents of students who participated, right? Well, of course, we're going to persuade them that it was worthwhile. And how about parents of prospective students? I mean, obviously, we're persuading them that this program is the pathway to being a successful parent, of course. How about other teachers? They might be doing a similar program or maybe would like to. Yeah, you're persuading them to do it. And how about the budget committee? Well, obviously, give me money, please. Right? Simply choosing to inform them of anything about the program is not the right approach, right? It's not going to be effective, and it's not going to get what you want, and you're not going to structure your argument the way that you need to win. So how, right? What data will help me make my argument, and how do I best position that data effectively? We're going to cover the how of data with a little bit more detail coming up. I love Blaise Pascal, friends. Love, love, love Blaise Pascal. I would have written a shorter letter, but I didn't have the time. Hey, conciseness, it's a beautiful thing, and it's also significantly harder. right? If we only had 3 minutes to present, how would we encapsulate what we wanted to say, right? We all know that our attention spans are challenged. Right now, I am worried about the dozens of notifications that your computers are hitting you with while we're in this webinar, right? You got Snapchat, emails, Facebook, TikTok. I'm competing with a lot of different inputs. So I really have to understand and be concise about what I'm trying to drive out. So Nancy Duarte discusses the concept of the big idea in her book, Resonate. And the big idea must include 3 different components. First, it has to articulate your unique point of view. And it has to convey what's at stake. And the audience is super important to consider here, right? We really have to hammer out the audience because what's at stake differs depending on that audience. And it has to be a complete sentence. So for our 4th grade science teacher, we might say, and I'm stretching a little bit on the complete sentence, right? So if you're really a rigid grammarian, I may have excessively gone off the deep end here, but work with me, people. The pilot summer learning program was successful at improving students' perceptions of science. And because of this success, we recommend continuing to offer it going forward. Please approve our budget for this program. That is our big idea. All right. We got to talk about ethics, man. Ethics. And friends, I'm so disappointed to have to share this with you because I just know that it's really going to disappoint all of you a lot, and you need to stop drinking water. I mean, come on, friends. Water can be extracted from rocket fuel. And it is the main ingredient in pesticides. You can't be drinking this stuff. 100% of violent criminals have consumed water in the hours leading up to their crimes. Water is the #1 cause of drowning. Excess consumption will cause sweating, urination, and possibly death. And oh my God, 100% of people exposed to water will die. Like if you are exposed to water, you are going to die. This is a problem, friends. No more water for you. So, message exaggeration and understatement occurs when the facts are not distorted, but the way the information is presented is altered to intentionally or unintentionally, most often intentionally, exaggerate the facts. So here we have truncated axis, right? So we have a couple different things that we're going to cover right now as far as deceptive techniques. Kind of did message exaggeration a little bit. And this is truncated axis, right? We also do areas, quantity, and aspect ratio. But as you can see on the left, interest rates are absolutely out of control. And on the right, they ain't that much different. So as responsible consumers of data, we really have to seriously consider how we're looking at the data that is being presented to us and truly discriminate against what it is that we see and evaluate everything that's being presented to us and how it's being presented to us. I like this one. It's a bad image, right? Because it's clearly a picture of a television screen. Okay, couple problems here that I would like to point out. The x-axis is backwards. It's going backwards in time. And most importantly, it is a survey of opinions, not actual crime. And yet violent crime is a very big problem is the title of the headline here. The units on this are also irregular. October to March is 5 months. March 2019 to June 2020 is 15. June to April is 10 months, right, etc. The margin of error is 3 percentage points, basically rendering the data flatline. And I have no idea if the person who created this can actually live with him or herself. This is the way it should actually look. And again, it's a margin of error of 3 percentage points. It's essentially a flat line. This is another image that talks about the overall number of homeless, right? But it has been constructed to make it look like homelessness is no longer a significant problem. And yet, here's how that should actually look. Another delightful one here is this is more about area as quantity. Okay, the difference in actuality between these two is only 6.9 million people, but we are somewhat led astray because we're looking at this giant bar on the left and a little tiny bar on the right. Other problems that might be wrong potentially, or maybe leading us astray here, is that 59 million people receive some aid from the 6 major welfare programs in the United States today, and 127 million people are employed full-time in the US in 2021. So, yeah. Okay. This one, the difference between these two is only 4.6%. I like this one because it doesn't make a darn bit of difference what we assign this to, right? The percentage of males versus females who text and drive, the percentage of males versus females who care about their neighbors, the percentage of males versus females who shower every day. We can even change the colors to make that distinction even more significant. And it's obviously clearly distorted. The only difference between them is 4%. 4%. And we have no idea what the margin of error is on anything that we might assign it to, right? It's basically not statistically significant. All right, let's talk about correlating causation. If any of you are eating ice cream right now or intend to eat ice cream tonight or later in the day, apparently you're going to kill someone, or you could kill someone and then desire ice cream. Could go either way, not really sure. But we got a lot of those, right? For example, if you eat cheese, then you will die tangled in your bed sheets. I didn't even know that was a thing, but there we go. And as the US imports more crude oil from Norway, that means we're killing more drivers in collisions with railway trains. I liked this one. Non-commercial space launches yields more sociology doctorates. That's always very exciting. And I included this one because I live in South Carolina and I clearly have options. I either divorce my husband or I kill bees. So either one of those is pretty rough, right? I really don't want to do either one of those. I hate to break it to you people, and I know that when I shared this earlier, that people were kind of upset because no more pie charts. You can't really use pie charts, friends. It's just not a good representation of the data. And I'm not going to lie, because when I saw those pie charts, they do not look really different. I mean, everything in there looks kind of the same. Maybe in question one, there's a little bit more brown. Okay, fine. But they are very different in the bars. They are not that different in the pie. And if we're just glancing at them, we're not going to see what data we're really supposed to be driving out from this. I kind of laugh. This one is really funny. I got this from Reddit, and there was this commentary left by an Indian woman on this particular chart, and it reads, "As an Indian woman, I can confirm that too much of my time is spent hiding behind a rock, praying the terrifying gang of international giant ladies and their Latvian general don't find me." Because as you can see, Latvia, right, they're 5'5", India 5'0", but it's a difference of only 5 inches. And that is not how this is depicted. So not cool, not cool. This is really not, this is more having to do with being a responsible consumer Okay. This is actually taken from LinkedIn. And this is, it was labeled in LinkedIn, right? And it says electric cars, a picture of electric cars in Paris. No one will buy them because of the cost of the replacement battery. Green madness destroys the economy. And there was a reverse image search by a person who was really trying to criticize, or rather confirm. And ultimately, you can read here that the photo in the original post was taken in China. It shows EVs belonging to Moto City, a car share business. And this graveyard is the result of an oversupply of cars coupled with a downturn in car sharing, right? This was in LinkedIn. I pulled it from LinkedIn. All right, data. So let's go back and revisit what data will help me make my argument, and how do I best position that data effectively? One of my absolute favorite books is from Chip and Dan Heath, and it is called Made to Stick. And I will quote them: data are just summaries of thousands of stories. Tell a few of those stories to help make that data meaningful. So if we go back and revisit our 4th grade science teacher, we're going to want to include the data to make our presentation credible, but we're also going to want to really reflect on some specific stories and outcomes of perhaps the kids themselves to really resonate for our audience. But we need to do data, right? So sure, I can do data, right? I can absolutely, positively just hammer you with meaningless information, right? Lots and lots of reports. Clearly, I'm very credible. I don't think you're going to want to listen to me anymore, though. That's a problem. Don't do that. And here's an example of a PowerPoint slide that I'm sure all of you have seen, right? This is a typical, it's not uncommon to lay out a slide this way, right? Except it's also not effective. I'm betting that because we're in Zoom, or rather we are in a presentation that's a virtual, you can probably see this. If I'm projecting it, you definitely can't, like in a face-to-face situation, but it's still too small. All right, so yeah, I can zoom in on it. It's getting better, okay? It's bigger at least, but we can make it bigger still. And more importantly, you don't actually know what I want you to get from this, right? It's a graph from the IntelliBoard platform about most visited courses. But what do I want you to understand from it? Well, let me focus your attention on the fact that we need to look at the amount of activity in Psych 1.0. Holy cow, that's a lot of engagement, especially when compared to other courses like French 2, HR certification, or even leadership principles. What is happening in Psych that might be positive, and how could we potentially duplicate that success elsewhere? And do those other courses need an intervention, right? These are the things I want you to be looking at the top. So I want to guide your focus when it comes to data and ensure that you are drawing the same conclusion that I am intending, or that I want you to draw. All right, now the data on this screen, this is taken from a data set inside the IntelliBoard Next platform. I do not expect necessarily that you would be able to read these. I more want to talk about how I'm going to guide you to a specific set of data. And if we were doing this for real, I would have zoomed in on it before, just like we did in slides earlier. So the way that we do that, and on the left, we've got our students, and there's a ton of data points on this particular table, but I, again, want to draw your attention. This is the progress bar, and we can see how the progress bar varies from student to student in the various courses. But now I want you to actually see their percentage grades, right? And then I want to draw your attention to their actual grade itself, the letter grade. How about their completed activities? How many completed activities do they actually have in these courses? And what about their page views, right? How many page views are they actually getting inside of these courses? And lastly, what about the time spent? So as you are working to understand maybe at-risk students or formulating some predictive learning analytics and behaviors, you are going to want to see all of those. But in my presentation of the data, as I show you, maybe I'm concerned about this handful of students, I want you to be able to look at all of those different pieces. So I don't know if we'll have a whole lot of time to do data in action today, but I'm happy to be able to share anything and everything about the IntelliBoard platform. And Stephen, you got to let me know how much time we have for questions.
We have plenty of time. And so if you want to do a little bit of data in action, that'd be great.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. All right. Then I will do that just a little bit. Give me a hair to get that set up, and I will have to share a different thing. So, Stephen, while I'm actually setting this up, ask me a compelling question. No pressure.
What's the biggest, I'm always interested in sort of, if I'm a professor, if I'm a teacher who, is thinking about, using analytics for the first time, or I'm in analytics, whatever, what are my biggest stumbling blocks, and what are my, what are the things that you recommend to sort of get out of the gate and start using it in an effective and responsible way?
And from an instructor perspective?
Yeah, exactly. So, if I have to talk to parents, or if I have to talk to a budget committee or a board about why, what is there a, okay, start here and, start with like these principles, or these, this is my starter kit, or is that an unreasonable question?
No, it's not an unreasonable question at all. I'm going to kind of answer it a little bit more with greater complexity, I think, right? Only because when you're looking at the IntelliBoard Next platform, and share with me, Stephen, can you see that I'm sharing? It says that I'm sharing, but I don't know if I'm actually sharing or not.
Right now, you do not have, I just see a black box.
Okay. All right. Hang on. So 1 second, because I have to actually stop it, and then I'm going to come back to you, and I'm going to share it again. And here I am. I'm still here. Okay. All right. And then let's see how good I can do with the window that it's going to do. All right. Let's see if I want to share my screen. I want to share a window. See, it's going to not do that to me. Chrome tab, maybe? Yes. There we go. Yeah. God, I'm more technologically capable than I thought I was. It's always so delightful when that happens. Okay, so in answering the question, right, for IntelliBoard Next, and again, you asked it from the instructor perspective, okay? So the instructor perspective is actually somewhat limited by the time it gets to the instructor, because it's been narrowed so much to make it as easy and facilitate the process for the instructor, right? So what is the most critical component for, or rather data sets for the instructors? And that's what they get to see, really defined by the institution itself. But from a higher ed perspective, we have so many different applications, right, for the platform itself, because it touches in higher ed so many different departments. Because what you're ultimately trying to do, right, is save time and save money. And different institutions do that in different ways. So, for example, we were talking to somebody, it's a prospect, they haven't signed yet, but they're on their way. And it was just funny because in the meeting, she, I believe, was I think she was an actual data analyst. She wasn't an instructional designer. I believe she was a data analyst. And she was so shocked by the ability to add learning management system data and student information system data and exclaimed that just one option will eliminate 9 hours a month from her life. 9 hours, or might even been 9 hours a week. I think it's 9 hours a week. I'm misquoting myself.
Even I'll take 9 hours a month.
Yeah,
9 hours a week
I think she was like 9 hours a week. I know. And it was so overwhelming to hear it because, my God, you can really equate that to some significant time and money from an institutional perspective. And that was only one person. One person, right? It doesn't even count the registrar who needs to be aware of at-risk students. It doesn't count the student success team who deals with students and makes sure that those who are identified as at risk are no longer at risk, right? Or they can scoop them up and create an intervention. We know, I mean, Simpson College was always a great example for us because Simpson College, right before, when COVID hit, they had already been using IntelliBoard and used IntelliBoard to ensure that their students at risk, because everybody had to go online, they saved $1.5 million from the IntelliBoard reporting because they had it in place and they were able to track students and save those students and keep them enrolled. And keep them from leaving the college because of the shift to online learning. And that's huge. I mean, that's big money, right? That's big money. The North Carolina Community College system, for example, they at one point, and I was there, that's for those of you who are not familiar with me, I was in one of the schools there, and one of those schools had to give the state of North Carolina $1 million back because the reporting was not accurate. And so we actually built census reporting. It's literally called census reporting for the entire school or the entire system, the community college system, so that their reporting was accurate and no specific institution was at risk from losing any more funding. Right?
So let me ask my question a different way then.
Okay.
Are there particular things that I should be doing as an instructor to ensure that I have data that can ultimately result in high quality information that is usable to improve student outcomes? So is there a way I design my course? Is there a way that I, interact with my learning management system, those kinds of things? Or is it really a matter of an institutional piece about what data they're collecting and is it more of an institution-wide consideration? I guess
it's both. I mean, it's really both, right?
Okay.
And because, so from an instructor perspective, the instructors who are in a higher ed institution who somewhat frequently, unfortunately, do not have resources. Like I'm displaying the course designer dashboard, right? And a lot of times instructors do not have maybe an e-learning department, right? Or access to instructional designers, in which case then they need information to be able to help them identify how to improve courses. So one of those things that would be really helpful for them would be to be able to identify, and I showed it in earlier on the slide, is page views, right? Okay, so what activities are high time spent activities? What activities are getting a lot of page views, right? And why? Okay, how am I getting more engagement in my forums because I am asking compelling questions or I have an activity attached to it? Any one of those things improves course outcomes because it's more engaging. For those folks who have e-learning departments, and these are larger universities and larger colleges and whatever, they have folks in an e-learning department with instructional designers. Those folks are actually looking at the same thing, but they're just looking at it university-wide or college-wide, right? And so you can see on this particular view, right, the course designer dashboard, you can see that there is time spent on course tools, right? So you can actually look at what is happening, right? Page views by tools, activities by type. So these are the activities that are getting action inside of the system. Now, again, this is all fake data. It's real fake data that we build out in our learning management system. So of course, forums are there, and you would get a lot of assessment data activity that would by default appear, but we just don't have a lot of activities, or rather assessments, inside of our learning management system, right? And you have all this beautiful information on one dashboard that is showing you a huge amount of information, right? So you can see activities and quizzes and forums from a course designer perspective, so you can understand, where do I need to go? What is successful? What's working? What isn't? Okay.
Awesome.
Hopefully I answered it. Hopefully I answered it that well. I'm not sure. Hopefully I did okay.
So what's you've been in the data business for a while.
Yeah.
When you're at a conference like you are today,
Mhm.
live, and you've got either prospective customers or people who are completely new to the IntelliBoard brand come up to you, what are their objections to collecting, compiling, transforming, using data? And if it's not objections, what are the roadblocks to using this effectively in their businesses, which are the schools or their corporations or their companies? Like, what's stopping them, now that we're turning the corner into 2023 and, tomorrow, basically?
I think that in general, I think everybody's embracing data. I think there are some generalized fears about how to use the data. And I think there are generalized fears about, I have to be, a data specialist or a data analyst, or, somebody who is knee deep in it all the time. And I think that that's potentially intimidating and does create a barrier where, in particular, the IntelliBoard platform, you do not need to have any kind of data degree, right? Data specialization. You don't need to know how to code, because the data is accessible, as you can see on the screen, right? Very easy to read, very easy to interpret. And then we also help to identify where items might be correlated, right? So there's some causal relationships, of course, right? But when you bring in, somebody gave me the phrase circumstantial evidence, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're looking at a pile of circumstantial evidence on a particular student, right? And when you're looking at it from the LMS perspective and the SIS perspective, and a lot of folks have been historically, prior to IntelliBoard Next, they would look at the LMS data, but they didn't have the benefit of the SIS data from a predictive standpoint, or creating patterns of behavior, or vice versa. You're looking at only the SIS, right, which is past behavior, and not actually looking at what is happening right this second inside of the learning management system, which is a huge disadvantage from both sides. It's not a holistic picture. But anyway, so if you are looking at that data and you are working to come up with a profile, right, for a student, you want to be able to understand the circumstantial evidence that leads to a student who might be potentially challenged. Okay. If the student has low grades, potentially low page views, low time in the course, right? These begin to create a circumstantial, it's not a given they're going to fail the class, of course, but it certainly correlates to problems, potential problems, right? It's not a given, but those are predictive markers for, hey, we got to scoop this person up and take care of them.
Sure. And as I thought, one of the great sort of moments that we had a little earlier in the day with another presenter named Mehdi Tausi from Open Sesame. He was presenting and he was talking about the data around this football player who ended up becoming Tom Brady. But, you know, all of the data around Tom Brady before he was drafted in the NFL said, hey, this is kind of mediocre player, right? And obviously he's now, you know, one of the greatest football quarterbacks ever. But the conversation we then had after that was, you had this data and, you know, we can look at it, but at the end of the day, so much was circumstantial around his career, right? Injuries, what are the teams that he played, other people getting injured, weather, you know, strikes and, you know, those kinds of things, right? And so I would maybe give you the floor again, is like, what we have here is an incredible amount of data, and it's presented in a way, especially thinking about the at-risk student that you just did, that could be an at-risk student, but then we have to take that extra step of actually going and investigating, because maybe it's just a savant. Maybe it's somebody who just, you know what, they click on, maybe they do what an old boss of mine did. Every time they look at it, they just print it, and then they, you know, they go take the paper, you know, who knows what it is. But would you agree? Like, you have to interpret and then follow up. Like that's
absolutely, really absolutely. I mean, you know, and that's why, you know, from a student perspective specifically, right? Whether the instructor is institutionally responsible for guiding the student experience, or you have student success advisors who are institutionally responsible for guiding the student experience, or both, right? In any one of those situations, the idea is that you want to identify patterns of behavior specific to a student, a set of students, a cohort of students, whatever, so that you can intervene, right? But it is, again, not a given. And, you know, I really like to compare the LMS and the SIS data, because the SIS data is very, it's going to give you socioeconomic data that the LMS historically doesn't have, right? We all know, unfortunately, especially in the United States, right, some zip codes are going to perform historically better than others for whatever reason you want to attribute to it, right? We also know that we have some ethnicities who potentially come into a system, right, at a disadvantage. So knowing that we want to provide resources right on the front end, right? It's not this is not a predictor of behavior, right? And if you then walk over to the LMS and you see that this person with this zip code is knocking it out of the park, hallelujah. Great, that is fantastic. But you don't want to be forking resources into it if they are performing well. And if you base it only on the SIS, you don't even know that. Right. So, you know, it's you really want to be as student centric as possible, always, right? That's not enough.
That was one of the reasons why I love the title of your presentation, storytelling with dating, because really at the end of the day, you have to tell that story, and you need the complete story at the end of the day, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Pierre Alexander, really liked your explanation. I gave you 4 fires. Stuart Bulk has a question for you, and I know he's in Adelaide over there, so welcome to our friends from Adelaide who are just waking up. Universities put a lot of emphasis on research and publishing, but hardly any on these e-learning Moodle tech skills. In your opinion, do you think it's going to change? Do you think universities are going to be asking instructors, designers, whomever, to have data skills and those kinds of things? Or is that, what's the evolution that you see, and how are you helping to guide that conversation?
Oh gosh, what a message. Okay, or what a question. I have so many thoughts running around in my head right now. And so let's see if I can articulate them all. Okay, first of all, going back to the presentation in general, right? I obviously feel very strongly about data ethics and the consumption of data. So if I had a magic wand, I would want every professor in every university and college everywhere in the world to teach data consumption, right? Period. So that we collectively become better consumers and have better critical thinking about what it is that we see. Okay, so that was one area, right? So from a data perspective, that's what I would want to see, and it is hugely important to have that happen. Then do professors, instructors, whatever, need to be better at data? As it correlates to the first part that I said, sure. But right, from an IntelliBoard perspective, you simply need to be able to read a chart or a graph, right? You don't need to know SQL in order to build this. And I don't think you need to be overly sophisticated data scientist to be able to access data. And then part of that question also referenced the tech piece of it. And 100% the tech skills, as was evidenced by COVID, right? Tech skills are going to be 100% mission critical as we move forward, because in all likelihood, blended learning is going to be where it's at, right? My son is 15. Online learning was not necessarily for him or his level of maturity. Just going to put that out there. And it was rough.
You can iterate over this because my son's 14. Anyway.
It was rough going there, man. It was rough going. I didn't know if he was going to live or die by my hand. So from that perspective, though, that doesn't mean that he won't be able to consume online learning later, but it's not going to be this thing where we're all going online and there's never going to be any other alternative. Nope, that's not how that's going to go down. But with the idea of blended learning, with the idea of fully online programs, we know that we are going to need to have people who are tech savvy, tech capable, and with all of the software and tools available that are constantly being invented. We have somebody here who is absolutely obsessed with the metaverse, and she is looking all into it and is trying to have meetings in the metaverse and everything just to feel it out and move us forward. Yeah, I think that's where we're going. I think tech is going to be a huge part of it. So hopefully I answered that question.
Sure, yeah. So my final question for you here, you've given us your precious time there, is I know that we're IntelliBoard Next is the thing that's on the street right now. We talk a lot about higher ed. But we also in past conversations and other speakers, we've talked about the narrowing gap between higher ed and the workforce, and also the deal of essentially lifelong learning, right? Adult learning is, this continues on. How does IntelliBoard Next work with the corporate universe? Is that a thing?
God, corporate is super easy to be able to articulate, even much easier than higher ed, because corporate, when in talking about IntelliBoard Next, corporate, government, whatever, it's all about high stakes training, and it falls into two buckets. You want to get money or you want to keep money. So high stakes training from a get money perspective means that you ultimately are selling courses, right? You're working to get money. Courses are your product. Nothing is more important than the quality of those courses, right? The participation, meaning the success of those courses and or the people in them, right? So then you need IntelliBoard to be able to really illustrate everything that's happening with that, so you can ensure that you are continuing to generate money. Other folks, I will specify that there is a lovely chain of fitness centers that I'm not allowed to talk about, right? But they may be associated like with the solar system, something like that, like whatever. And then we also have a chain of a sandwich chain who uses IntelliBoard, and that falls into the keep money bucket, right? Because it's all about health and safety. And so their training matters because ultimately, as succinctly as possible, they don't want to get sued, right? Everything that they do matters from a health and safety perspective. For example, we also have a finance, a company involved in finance, same thing, keep money, keep money, keep money.
Fantastic. Dr. Manurani, you are an absolute delight as always. Your presentations are not only succinct, but extremely powerful. I can't appreciate you enough for taking time out of your busy schedule, especially at a conference, to come speak with us at a different conference. Wow.
It is my absolute pleasure as always. And I would do anything for you, and I would sit and chat with you for forever, really.
Well, I hope that you have a post-conference cocktail party that is waiting for you right now. But thank you so much. I wish you the best evening there in Nashville, right? You said Nashville, Tennessee?
Yeah, Nashville. Yep, absolutely.
Maybe there's some good music for you. Have a great one. We'll talk to you soon.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
And that does it for the eLearning EdTech session part 1 for everyone. I want to thank everyone for coming out and for sticking with us through these 8 presentations. Some great presentations that took us from Al Kingsley in the morning talking about his 6 movers and shakers of what's going to be happening in EdTech and how to design that strategy, through Tanya and who we just heard right now, data. These presentations are going to be available for the next 24 hours. So if you're listening right now, we're going to be downloading them, splicing them up, and making sure that they're available for you through that calendar link through eLearnSuccessSeries.com/calendar, just as quickly as we can. And then I really encourage you to go back, see what you haven't, review what you haven't had. But then tomorrow, we do have we have 4 more speakers. My colleague Chris is going to be hosting that. It will be in Spanish, but you know what? There's lots of people out here right now who are Spanish is their first language. And we're excited to be able to present. Those 4 speakers are going to be talking about design. They're going to be talking about different ways that EdTech plays out to ensure, help, support learner success. Before I sign off, I want to give a final shout out and thank you to our sponsors that make this possible. Obviously, OpenLMS, the company I work for, is the host of this conference, but IntelliBoard, Tanya, our last speaker there was from IntelliBoard, our gold sponsor, data analytics company. Class, which is a learning management platform that sits on top of Zoom, and it's relatively new. It's been around for a year or 2 now, but adds a lot of functionality to that Zoom platform to turn it into a learning experience. iSpring and Open Sesame, both content creation and curation companies, and then Respondus and Sumati, which are both online proctoring systems. And I really thank the speakers that have come from them. I want to, again, thank all of our speakers today. Forward to listening to the speakers tomorrow. I wish everybody a good evening or a good morning to those of you who are not in the Western hemisphere of the globe right now. But thank you. My name is Laddick, and we'll talk to you soon.